Baby Bay, it was very clear that we were seeing more coordination, more prep, more strategy going into the play here of Crew. And yeah, I mean, how do you make Crew's chances now, considering what you know about Kesnit and these players and what they bring to the table?
I mean, like I said earlier, this game is so momentum-based, and to finally get your first win, and it's an LCQ, you know that they're just hungry to keep going and keep the streak going. And they want to win. We have interviews of them saying that they just want it so bad, which I'm sure we'll play later on.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and, like being down 0 and like 0 and whatever in this season, it's brutal. You know, and you're just itching for that first win. Now they finally got it. They're gonna be popping off on all cylinders, and they have nothing to lose. That's the best part about it.
That really is it, right? They have nothing to lose, and when you come in with that passion, that drive to win, actually, as a matter of fact,
everyone and their dog is going to be streaming this game
now because we did get an opportunity.
Not because they're interested in this game, probably at all.
We also chatted with Klaus as well about this matchup with MIBR and the mindset that they have. Let's actually go ahead and hear what they had to say in the post-match interviews.
Lo primero, es raro estar aquí porque ya perdimos todos los matches en la serie pasada, pero venimos trabajando, esforzándonos full, nos tomamos pocos días de break y quisimos venir con la rabia, con todo eso, de que nunca se nos había dado un partido, vinimos con todo, trabajando duro y hasta que se nos dio, en algún momento se tenía que dar.
It feels similar, like when I wake up, like just as I feel like the most thing that I wanted is just win all the tournament and just I just wake up and say like today I will like
today I'm doing it.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
I'm doing it. I love it, man. And that passion, Wyatt, you can clearly hear it there.
Yeah, and for reference, what Klaus was talking about, was comparing the feeling he had waking up yesterday to the feeling they had in 2021 at Champions when Crew went on their iconic run.
I think I'd wear that.
That legendary Gambit team to the limit, and he said that is how they're feeling right now. And you could see it in the play, too, with what Kesnit said about the rage. Like
is QCK playing or not?
The way that they were popping off, the player reactions. If you remember at Champions, too, their
I mean, I imagine all of the
players,
Sentinels
is one of the
they've been living in LA
team
for a bit,
pop-offs
so,
ever in this game's history.
They're
so about having that ruthless vibe that they just lost the entire season.
I mean, then they have a real chance.
I
mean,
being in that kind of form,
the guy that's subbing in, Conan, is an actual player, though. He's not like an assistant coach thing. I'm pretty sure he...
And in particular, Klaus as well, going crazy throughout that matchup to levels that we hadn't really seen to the same extent.
Yeah, he was on TBK, like...
And Baby Bay, for this team, it really does feel like, for some teams, there's
been a
always
while
someone who goes on a run, does something surprising in an LCQ. Tournament formats like this
basically the end of last year,
kind of like slow regular season, week by week.
But he is an actual
player. You can just get that first win, get that momentum.
Definitely.
In
normal season, sometimes you just feel like a match, everything you're just playing to play. But when it comes to an actual tournament, now is when you start playing for real and you bring out your A game and you do things that
it's not like they're subbing in someone who's like useless.
The teams that you've been playing against, and
when he gets a kill, don't be like, oh my god, they got a kill.
Like, you're really gonna give it your all in these moments, especially when your tournament life is on the line, right?
Yeah. And I think that also kind of leads us right into what we saw yesterday from Crew, right? Because
a lot of Raze, Sky,
that was just a
pretty different role to QCK, so that might be a problem for them.
We know how good Crew can be. We've seen it before in the past, but it was really nice to see this team really just go back to the fundamentals and the things that made them click initially, and they found success as a result.
I think the biggest improvement point for Crew was how they were playing their late rounds, and in particular how they were playing around plants.
But obviously it will be a problem, especially maybe their roles will be a problem
using
as well.
their utility to stall out
Cam Boyd with the 6 months. We need to go back to that website if anyone's got it.
All the Crew in the regular season, you would see players going out, taking individual risks, sacrificing their late zones. This could look so much more coordinated at taking that pause, calming down for a second, and then really using their utility to flood back in together. And they were stomping MIBR. The improvement really worked for Crew.
Yeah, and you can see when teams have this overall improvement with the teamwork that individuals will start to shine again. I think it's something we saw with EG.
This replay was really nice,
stepped up, all of a sudden you're seeing Jajimo and the rest of the guys calm. They were looking
even
way
there's a
better
snake
than
by
at the
that.
beginning
It
of the
doesn't
season.
even
and it's totally reasonable that the similar thing can happen now for Crew. The guys who used to have impact on that team, like Klaus and the new guys coming in, Davies, who's been stepping it up, they can fill those shoes and they can actually have the impact that they need to win games that they weren't early on.
Yeah, actually, Baby, to you in that regard, right? Like, is that something that you have felt in the past as well? It's like there is a big difference between like the individuals going to the server and then the team going.
Da Vinci FPS.
Absolutely, and I feel like when you play these race comps, which I think Crew shines on, it kind of forces you to play as a team because you can't really have this like Jet solo play domination, you know, where you just do crazy stuff all the time. I feel like Race is much more of a character where, you know, if your team sets you up correctly and you use your utility correctly, like we're talking about in post plants and all that stuff, you're really going to shine as a team. And I think that's their strength right now.
And I think that's good for Kesnet as an individual too, because I think there is that very direct comparison between him and Dijazin with the struggles in finding coordination with the team and taking too many risks.
Maybe I could see some arguments for BBL.
That he's so good on comfortable on individually, but it is really clear that when he's playing at the forefront of his mind is how he can use his utility with his team. And then his teammates are also doing a really good job at being proactive to find that moment for him to not just be great as an individual and as a star, but also as a guy that they're building strategy around.
But I'd be happy if
it's so refreshing and nice to be able to talk about Crew like this, because I've been a big fan of this team for a very long time. So it's great to see this team finally find their form again. And look, let's not sugarcoat it here. The odds are 100% against Crew in making champs, but it isn't impossible. Here's Melzer, as a matter of fact, as he gives us his take on this situation.
After the slideshow comical reactions.
Yo creo que el momento
thing is, it might only be one game.
A ser campeón. Como por ejemplo, puedo dar como ejemplo EG. Yo creo que el rank que tuvieron desde el split hasta Master fue solamente momentum. Agarraron el momento y nos soltaron más. Estaban confiantes. Así que si llegamos a agarrar ese momento nosotros, yo creo que podemos hacer fácilmente el mismo rank que hicieron ellos.
You have to think, Wyatt, like the
Crew Sen. What? Everyone always goes on about the Crew Sen game.
Like this, coming from the absolute bottom of the barrel. Oh, and it was like a big. It was probably Valorant's first big upset. That is truly the Cinderella run of all Cinderella runs.
Yeah, in a way, it almost parallels the EG run that we just witnessed. It's a similar thing, even to how the individuals are stepping up as the team steps up. And Melzer stepping up, too.
That is the real baby
performances internationally and started super slow this season.
Give me a fast game and no tech pauses. I fear for you this might be go to 3.
Yeah. And
am I going to watch Barbie?
Yesterday, he was returning into that form. He was finding a lot of individual impact, too.
Yeah, if they can continue to do that, I mean, who knows, man? The opportunities truly are endless. But, folks, we are only minutes away as we get ready for this matchup, and it's going to be a good one. We have Furia taking on Crew. So make sure you get some water, get yourself a snack. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we're diving into plenty more. We'll see you on the other side.
What do you mean diving into more? Oppenheimer? Probably not. Maybe though. Oppenheimer is more of a maybe than Barbie. Well, my BR already gone. Oh, nice little. Why was my BR on there? Harsh. What was that thing we were on before? Hold on. Let me go dark. What was it called? It had a stupid name, like ooh something. Ultimate VCT plays out. Here it is. Co-streaming your co-stream. Well, I don't allow you to do that. You'll be hearing from my lawyers very shortly. So is this in order? So is this the order that people have it? I see. Interesting. So let's see what we think of these ranks. This is the top 20 VCT plays of all time, apparently. We got Pancada 1v3 against Crew. That's with the Sheriff. So that's this. This is number 20. Let's see where we disagree.
I mean, this cipher will give so much information. Pancada has a molly. One might be out already. Second one out too. They have the pin ult as well.
There it is.
They combined to vulnerable that.
He's not in a position.
That's early.
He's not in a position to help. He's just got a shorty.
Remaining.
Oh my gosh.
To end it.
Can he do it like this? First misses, the second gone.
So that's number 20. Is Victor's ace against DRX better than that?
Up top, he's able to look over the utility.
Punishable position though. He doesn't have satchels to get away quickly.
I like try and zoom in a bit.
But they'll fall into Ye if they try.
Seems to like being in positions like this again. This Viper setup is intended to deny that. To not allow them to do that, to be able to sneak up. And Victor with 2 massive kills, the third, the fourth! Excuse me? And he's looking for the ace. Stacks. Oh!
I would actually think no. Maybe that's just the Sen fan in
drawing something different. All right, Baby Bay, go for it.
As impressed as I was with Crew after their first win, I got to go with my boys DG Zin and Mazin. I got to go with them.
Okay, I'm actually on that camp with you as well. I just feel like, don't get me wrong, I love Crew, and I'm a big fan of this team, but I just can't go against Digizin, man. This dude's going to pop off. It's going to be so fun to watch. And so you see here from the desk, we're split. Oh, boy, it's going to be a good one. But today, 4 teams will take the stage, but only 2 will fight to live, or live to fight another day, excuse me, as we have Furia versus Crew, Sentinels versus 100 Thieves. Folks, day 2 of VCT America's LCQ
We'll do that in the breaks between the games.
Right.
So we'll see what the overall list, see if we agree with it. An anonymous gifter gifted a sub to Takuseki's mommy. Now that's not the first time it's happened, so is someone looking to see if Takuseki's mommy has a sub? And if so, who are you? Still not convinced it isn't. Oh yeah, we need the chat's map veto. Oh yeah, shit. Right, chat, give me a map veto. Ban for Crew. Quick. Ban for Crew. Haven. Says Casperies. Pick for Furia. Ban for Furia. What do they ban? Bind, you say? Bind, says the chat. Pick for Crew. Need a crew pick. Crew pick. What do they pick? Ascent. Furia pick. Let's go. Taku, get the pred up. Lotus. Pearl. Lotus. A lot of Lotus, some Pearl. Most people will say Lotus. Okay, Crew, next ban. We've got Fracture, Split, and Pearl. Fracture, Split, Pearl. What did they get rid of? Fracture. Next ban, you got Pearl or Split. What do they ban? Oh, so you're saying Split. Okay, that leaves Pearl. Okay, let's see what the power of chat has. What? No, Tack, you idiot. I'm not doing a pred. Today I'm not predding. This is all the chat. Rip Taku. Come on, you've got time. You got time. You got time. You gotta be fast. Fast, fast, fast! Fast, fast, fast! Fast! I'm gonna pause it. I'm gonna pause it. I'm gonna give you 30 seconds to pred. What? And then we take it off? Hello? 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 Absolute chaos. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. Pred, 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 pred. Pred, pred, pred. Pred. Oh, it's gonna take me forward, isn't it? I need to go on YouTube. Hold on. Otherwise, when I press play, we'll be past it. I need to go on YouTube and go back. No, not a rebroadcast of you.
Okay, we'll go over it again.
Oh, we got it. Okay, close Pred. Close Pred! Close! Okay, what did we get? Crew ban Fracture, wrong. Fury ban Lotus. You have them picking Lotus. Fools. They pick Split. They pick Ascent. Oh dear. Fracture. Wrong. Oh no. Big fat L for chat. When I get 0. Oh my god. The chat goes wild when I get 0. Chat. Jesus Christ. Holy. It's okay. If the chat knows any two teams, it's going to be Sentinels or 100 Thieves. And that's how we'll do it again. This is still like a wrestler, WWE wrestler.
E agora estreando a nova line, Mazin, DGzin, Kalil, MWZera, Conan e o coach Carlão. Hoje é dia de Fúria!
Furia winning this. Play Chris 310 with the 5 months.
Let's go, Chris.
And here we go. The pressure is on for both of these teams. Win, you move on in this competition, lose, and your season ends here and now. Wyatt, the pressure's on.
Both teams, as you said, one loss and they're going home. A month and a half of practice for this moment.
He has juice written on his
first win. The mental is back. That killer instinct is back. Furia, though, Conan, the sub in. He has never played in a game with the magnitude of this. Their comp is going to be weird. How are they going to fit him in? There's a ton of pressure on this guy's shoulders.
And for both these teams, the trajectory couldn't be more different. For Crew, it was the worst possible season, 0-9, to now coming into LCQ, looking like a team that has reinvented itself with finally its core roster all together.
Saving my points to go all in on Sen. Oh, there's going to be so many points lost in that game.
It was from a strong start in America's.
There's going to be a lot of points lost in that
another issue
game.
With having to sub a player out. This seems
maybe
like
now's your time to get rich.
Crew has to get another upset and to continue this run.
Very true. You know, and I think that, you know, Baby Bay, it sets up, sets up Crew potentially for success, but also, you know, let's be honest here, right? What happens if we go into the first few rounds and then Furia just start rolling with the sub? How does the mental then shake up for Crew, you know?
Now, Furia have won LCQs before. They've won every LCQ, haven't they?
Being 0-9, I don't think you can get a much worse mental than that. Yeah. I think that any rounds forward, even if they start
maybe this is the theme we're all overlooking.
They look really happy and they look really hungry and driven to win this series. And
they win LCQ
definitely this
in
is
the
moment
first
to do
well.
it when Furia has a sub.
Yeah.
And there's going to be some questions about the maps. We're starting on Split. Both these teams have their permabans. There's not really any surprises here, but it is a question of composition. Last time we saw these squads, they were both playing the double duelists, and that was going to be my question. Do we see Chamber? Because with the buffs, I think he can actually be pretty good on Split, and Furia already tried him pre-buff on this map. I think there's a real possibility of Chamber v Chamber.
Yeah, it does seem very realistic, especially because the Furia team doesn't have a Sentinel main anymore. The only other guy who played a Sentinel was Digizine on this map on Chamber in what, like week 1 or week 2? So I think an angle they could take with the team right now is having Conan, that initiator main, playing the Sky role.
Looks like Davies is going to play full-time
to the
Sentinel,
Raze, which they have just now, and then Digizine, if they want to run full-time Chamber, he might be back.
Baby, this seems like a good in-between of the things you were hyping up for this crew team. You get Kesnet on his Raze role, and on the other side, you still do get an agent that's great for Digizine's up. It's kind of the best of both worlds for these teams.
Absolutely, and this is so interesting because Furia actually beat Crew.
Okay, so it's kind of meta, but just with Chamber search.
It flipped around. So they're actually running each other's comps.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how this plays out here. Everything's locked in, but we end up getting Jet instead of Digizine on the Chamber. This is going to be really awesome to see how this all plays out, and we are ready to go. So let's go ahead and send it over to your casters, whose power level is always over 9,000. It's, of course, Vansili and Rivington. Enjoy, guys.
Yeah, I'd say
should I start charging up and then tune into the next episode? I'm not ready for that. We're ready for the game to start now. It's going to be electrifying here between Furia and Crew. And the first
we're a quality dub and
basically a rematch
Douglas
of week
Esports.
1 on the same maps too.
So long ago these teams faced, so a lot of identities have changed. Teams have changed, back and forth roster switches for Crew to seemingly now find this strength, this Titan momentum that they could bring all the way through LCQ. I am so excited to see what Conan can bring. Having this guy on the squad, TBK, in Last Chance Qualifier was the last time we saw him playing in a professional match against Furia. They lost.
So this is still single limb today.
And then he's like,
so very cutthroat.
So now he's on Furia, and he's going to be playing here in Last Chance Qualifiers in Americas.
And Crew had a great start indeed yesterday in the LCQ, but that's also a pain point for them for today against Furia, because Furia was able to sit back yesterday and see how
watch
Crew
it
played.
all.
So study their play style and see if you could counter
we
it.
got this Chamber on defense.
Very
over towards H.
Crew on the defense here on split. 4 players pushing down towards middle, while all of Furia, except for a late lurk, that's going to get hurt here from the middle.
This guy
for a B hit. It's open, a 5 versus 5 retake.
4 ghosts as well, so you know the sustain is the death squad. It's all really up to Mazian right now. If Mazian can play this slow enough, it's all the info that Furia needs.
There you go, they flash it, they hurt him a long time ago. So Mazian's
if he could have got one there, that probably would win the round.
Pushing towards the spawn though are Furia. There's only one player there, that's Davies. Gonna try to keep them back, both duelists moving forward for a Furia. Digizine and MW0 just waiting out in the corner. Meanwhile, though, you do have the execution starting to come in from Crew, but the retake on B main held back by Furia for now. Back to a 2 versus 3 disadvantage for Furia. As it's up to Digizine, looking for that clutch. Davies and Nax closing in, tapping on the spike. It's open. Digizine can actually play it on the angle. The first one does not connect. Now it's at halfway. He gets the shot onto Nax.
That's gonna be it.
Oh, well played by DG. Holy, well played.
Oh my gosh. Digizine starts off on the first round, coming up huge. No right to be getting that clutch there, but the angle was given by Davies just too far to the left on the defense. He goes down with the ship on that one, and what control of the ship he had the whole time, too. Just knowing he can put that angle on to Nagzat, and Furia start off with a round they should not have. Let's see where they move to for second. Probably expecting a bit more pressure from Crew after they run down mid on that first round. Spike still holding in Ramen right now, but using utility to clear everything out, giving Crew that consideration that they may have a really nice eco strat.
That's right. Conan, the one stepping up here for Furia in the shoes of QCK, as this guy was using that Trailblazer to see if there was going to be a stack from Crew in the B side, and that's Madzine with a nice opener.
What a creep up.
Because it already falls, nice work play.
It's a weird chain with
player
DB
inside the B side on defense,
you don't even
and that's
know.
going to be Melzer. Picked off now by
MW0. Should be pretty
easy
free
plan
from
about
this
to come
point.
down.
Keep an eye on this. Mazine's identification, or identifying that A Heaven was not guarded. Davies finally gets him, but how often
Did
are Furia going to come back to this A Heaven to see if they can get control, get information, and then work the map as they did here on this second round? A quick hold on to B, and they should be able to come away with this without too much damage. We'll have to see what this chamber now for Davies brings in as we get into the gun rounds. He has played it in the past at all time. He's got about 650 rounds on it. Other ones, his Phoenix is 600. It's about his third played, so not too far back. So he should be able to see some good chamber play out of Davies here with that pick.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one to witness as the round continues to move forward here on Split. As BBB mentioned on that desk, they've pretty much switched compositions for both Crew and Furia. So a lot of responsibilities for Davies.
Think about
this chamber
utility. You might not know this, Martin. I know you don't have it. You are the most familiar with the game. When you buy utility, so chamber has a gun that's basically like a sheriff, but actually is maybe even slightly better than a sheriff. And the thing is with utility is if you don't shoot all of the bullets, you actually get to keep them for the next round. So with your utility, you actually get to keep
here. Not having the double duelist, it's going to be a lot on Kesnet once they get onto attack. So Furia picks attack coming into this with the ability to go defense, but no, they want to set the pace, and here we go. That double duelist is on the train tracks and rolling through now.
And that's a great start. The trademark already set up here to not allow NW0 to get too much space on the double satchel.
Full exec on the bonus, they get in.
What has been their signature move against MIBR yesterday to flood in for the retakes as the plant comes down on the A site.
We still got the weird
the defense.
icons.
The utility is there for Crew, but I feel like Furia already has this garrisoned. Scaled to screens. MW0 with first contact.
Turns away from it. Boombot's fully flashed, so it cannot clear, but Kesset just swings out for that frag. A retake now ensues. Madzine holding in the back of the map with this stinger. Flash coming around the corner. Another perfect flash. But Madzine still dancing around. Only good for that one kill. Digizine on this last player stuck at the screens. Chased down, hunted down, and dropped by Melzer.
Pretty good from Crew in a 5v5 there to live with 3 people.
Exactly.
Big for their
3
econ.
players alive to keep this going because they're going to be facing Furia's weapons on the next. But a great retake. A lot from what we saw yesterday on Crew. Patience, not losing anybody if it was Furia or anyone else taking the site, right?
Yep.
We saw it yesterday in MIBR where get the site, get position, and Crew would still have 5 full with util to retake, and they have been so good at those
Stop
protocols.
building that back up.
Really tough for these teams to have a good post plan.
Like
they showed MIBR, or they made MIBR seem like they weren't a team with the second best post plan in the regular season yesterday, right? It was just such
the chance
a
of you losing all
gameplay
knives and no teammates dead or opponents dead to pick up a gun, I'd say it's unlikely.
Slowed down, but still this B focus for Furia.
Yeah, always trying to keep Melzer pretty much aware on this B site. Double satchel through close range to gravity well. And finally the assist comes across, but Digizine continues to explode now in the B site. Drop in a defense from Crew. One trying to spam through the smoke on the top of that for Crew. That's Nags, not connecting into any kills yet. Safe plant coming in. Madzine's looking for a very late lurk.
This Viper's gonna be big.
The 1v1 moving forward. Davies spotted, and that's another player to fall for Crew. Might be the call here for the last 2 players to do whatever they can to save these last 2 weapons. Can they isolate Madzine now? And they will.
Okay, but he knows that they're there.
Furia has
still gonna save. I mean, maybe
and orchestrated this little strategy here that
probably have
needs
one
to
by.
always find Madzine.
Yep.
They can't do much. They can't commit to a retake without finding where that flank is. And again, Madzine controls almost 3 people in that situation. Does go down, but prevents the round from being even or having a retake. So Furia is working the map so well right now to just stall Crew on wanting to push forward. They always have to look over the shoulder, and that's never a fun way to play Split.
Agreed. It's almost like they're doing that simultaneously as well. The other times when
a bit of a messy start with the Astra
towards his B main, the alert already is activated from Madzine towards that A site ramp, and that's how he got the first kills, keeping Crew together at the spots.
And when the front of the
so this time
attack
they do what I
is
said.
getting the kills you need, Mazine's job then becomes so much easier. It's just,
as you just saw,
it's working on so many fronts right now for Furia. Ultimate for Kesnet comes up pretty quick for them. Let's see if it can turn this around.
This Viper wall threatening the fast A hit.
Instantaneous up towards mid. And Digizine wants blood.
It's going to be important now is not only the 2 rifles saved by
they actually saved. Whoa, that's a big weird save.
NW0 still on top of the boxes, sees the jiggles of Nagzit, so those pain shells will push him out. A little bit too shallow, so Nagzit can still hold his corner.
Crew or Nagzit
they
might
seem
go
to
down
know.
here.
Have they seen it?
Yeah,
no.
we'll go down here. Crew actually set up in this round.
I'm kind of surprised they say.
Digizin and
We could drop a
NW0
bulldog
go up
and a
ramp.
gun.
Okay, Blade Storm's up. They might go for a fast hit on A
Headhunter?
again, and it was mid. Kind of uncharacteristic to see the ultimate for a Jet go that quickly up to find a mailroom kill, and now they're back to A for that double duelist entry.
Yeah, after 4 rounds and then
Can I watch these mid teams play, and then you're talking about wanting to watch 100 Thieves versus Sentinels?
Leveraging that potential showstopper from Kezin on that B site. But it's going to try to get used towards the A.
Kill.
Pushing NW0 out of position, punished by Davies. A 4 versus 4. Plant yet to go down with 30 seconds left. Digizine once again inside screens.
They scale so quick to a position and just get in
Again,
Crew's
this
face.
Astra.
Another
I
A
don't
ramp
love
take.
when these Astras just play completely just for the Astra suck and don't even try. Like, you gotta... I would almost... You almost want to show yourself here. You put so much pressure on your teammates. I mean, Mazina's dealt with it well there.
Positions just seems too
But now, that happens. And now... You're in a bad spot. Wait, he didn't even have a sub?
One more time, the heroes of the team. The
Oh, Lee, what's he doing? Why are you hiding so far back here? Like, you gotta, again, you gotta get more involved there, I think.
The great retake
4v4? Don't love that play
We
by
had a few thrifties peppered into yesterday's series. The thing is they came in at ultra necessary moments.
This is just
here.
such a
This
hard
would have been a
position
big
for your
spread in the
teammates when one
scoreline
person is
for
just baiting
Furia if
yourself.
they were able to grab the round, but the sheriff shots
Especially when you don't have an
across the
Astra
team
sucker.
of
I don't
Crew
even
yesterday
understand
were on
what
fire,
he's
and it
doing.
looks like they're bringing a bit of that here today. Fist bumps all around as we get into a possible 3-3 here as Furia is just only 1 up. And these are retakes. Like you said, 2 defuses there for Crew. They found a way in. Even with Furia getting to that
If you've got an
post
Astra, at least it makes some
the
sense.
second
but
best attack coming in
get
to
involved a
LCQ
bit,
here
you know?
off the regular season. So you know Furia is going to have aggression into the sites. And maybe that's why we see Crew giving up the space.
Double
so they can
Astral.
retake
Astral,
some
I don't think is that great on this map.
big default here.
Yeah.
I think everybody takes
On
a
attack,
breath.
it's okay for just doing this across
change
B,
as well,
but
though, in the protocols, Conan flashing early on the top of ramp, keeping both
on
players of Crew on the top of that area.
on defense, I think
at some point there'd be a double satchel or anything for MW0.
it's okay for.
but
I mean, it's
both of
okay
those
for
duelists,
these
sorry,
B
from
ones,
Furia
but
are just holding it very quietly and
it's just a
cautiously
little
towards that
awkward.
B main. Crew doesn't want to move at all, though. They want to be more reactive and letting Furia
Like for
make
A
the first step.
retakes, it's kind of difficult to know where, because if you do it across
That's a lot
like
of what
just
they
something
did
like
to
that,
MFDR
then
yesterday.
That's true.
you know,
Sound and backpedal.
they'll
Sound
probably
and
just walk up
backpedal.
and then
All
someone's
that
right by
utility's
heaven,
gone,
and then
you leave your opponents having to clear dry angles.
they go again. There's the Astral.
That was Digizine last time. Look at them both working together so quickly to get into this site. As the Cosmic Divide goes down, it'll put some patience.
This is a very
on
common
this
play. You're gonna
attack,
see
but
Viper's Pit.
This is about to get
This is a nice
very
little corner.
vicious, very quick.
Exactly. Cycling around
Seekers
the
as
ultimates
well.
for the attack. Furia then puts in the Viper's Pit after the
I'm really
Cosmic
surprised
Divide.
that teams, when
Seekers
they
is
see
trying to get a
Viper's
bit of
Pit plus
info.
Astral, why aren't we playing heavy
There
for
on the
B
push
main?
again. It's available for Klaus. Melzer also
Why we
has
not
his
got,
own
like,
Cosmic Divide, but before the
double,
wall
triple
comes up,
stack?
Digizine gets the
Yeah, they
first
put in
blood.
their own Astral.
Kezit falls. Seekers coming in.
That
It does
just
hit
makes this
NW0.
chaos.
Close to the wall. Our Crew getting ready to flood back, right back.
Still, you
It's
would
traded off for a few.
probably
Davies
favor
capitalizing
Furia,
on one
but
kill onto Digizine. Shorty inside the pit. Oh! Just too much damage as the HP was dwindling
there
down.
you go.
and the
Big
pit
win for
is just
Furia.
too
This
thick.
is going to
Furia
be
hold the
a
post
save,
There it
probably,
is.
unless they have
Nicely
chamber
done.
ult, in which case
Furia
I'd
actually
probably go
started
for
at
it,
B,
but they
they
don't
like
have the
B.
chamber ult. They want off
Much better
chamber
time
ult, so what
controlling
do
it
you
as well.
do?
The
Tough.
size of A
Two people
is
come by.
lending Crew the
Could drop a
ability
bulldog.
to get Furia
Go
on
for
these
it.
different angles and peaks when they can hunker down inside that B site, especially with these ultimates. They create all of these little angles that Crew is just scattered to find. Nice. That did require a lot from Furia, but they get the round, they get the econ back a little bit, and they shut down the momentum of Crew.
Oh, speaking about shutting down, that's
There's a
Digizine
save.
once again. The main duelist, the main entry. The one that carries Furia into all of these.
When am I getting a
advantages.
skin fade?
You
How
wonder
old do you think I am again?
how much would change with Conan coming in, right? You know, Digizine's going to be on the front line.
Yeah.
How
Not much yet.
Support, yeah, how much support still goes to that player? How much they try to prioritize the success of their duelists, and it still stays the same here. Looks like Conan is slotting in really nice so far. And still supporting those duelists with the initiating. Back to the other side, to this B where they feel a bit safer, and it looks like they are going to get MW0 to be their flank, or lurker rather.
Understandable play that was attempted here by Davies. They are in a sort of broken buy that you have. Hero Vandal in the hands of Kesnet, so he's trying to make a play with the Headhunter. Meanwhile, though, Melzer, with that Guardian, punished once again.
A little off there with the timing and the dog.
B site, one more time.
DG's frying, so it's fine.
Furia. And becomes now a late lurk from NW0. Back towards middle. You hate to see those. Crew now suffering the tail end of getting killed through smokes. They were the ones who were able to do it before against MIBR, but wait a minute.
On our own. I mean, MW
one more time, 2 kills. The late lurk then activated. There's that first, and a close range on the second. He will trade off for his teammate, and Furia now take the lead, 5-2.
Tijazine again, like
5-2. I mean, obviously they do have an attack-sided comp, so it'll be interesting to see how far Furia go here. But
Furia their 5th.
You know, if they get to 8, you think they'll be pretty good.
Oh, just a little misdirection on the Trailblazer, and that's the half a second Tijazine needed to clean it up. They are quickly reacting to Klaus.
Again, I mean,
presents himself
we're just seeing the same things over and over again that you always see with this comp. They're punishing ramp, they're punishing B main.
Crew's gonna go ahead and call a timeout here.
It's kind of always the same. This comp play is pretty standard,
too passive to a detriment. They are getting safe retakes, but they're not getting enough info of where Furia has made it, how far they've scaled, really what was used into the site, because it's a guiding light, and you have, that time, just Digizine, but usually 2 duelists in. And I think it's been too much without the info, without just a little bit of how that's being executed. Crew is left in the dust.
Is that Chamber comp defense side? True, probably is, but
MIBR to give that space.
Right. Such a good point.
Phoenix can do it, so can you.
Raitu with the A-months. What does that even mean?
The real difference that we're seeing this time around, that space that's given
Are
to
you
Furia
monolingual? No, I'm duolingual.
To step up to the plate and already be on a heater. It just brings me flashbacks to when actually Digizine tried a chamber on this map on week number 1. He had a very slow start, and it took the whole map, switching back to a jet into Ascent. And then
bilingual.
The good old jet from Digizine.
Duolingual.
And he brings it up now already, starting here at the LCQ elimination game once again.
What else do I speak?
And he's putting those numbers in already.
He doesn't have much to worry about either in terms of utility. If you think about it, even for MDVZera, hold the thought.
Sugon
like W.
Oh yeah, we're doing that again. This time with the showstopper. Pain Shell's now moving forward. No contact on anything in a space. Maybe taking, will they clear? Melzer in the back, fully flash. Booba moving forward, and he gets blown up. Second to fall on the top of heaven. Kesnet trying to fight back, jumping through New York. Cross on the other end. MWC chases him down.
4v2.
Nags and Davies.
And they're retaking with it all.
Davies with the duel de force. And Conan with the re-heal on Furia. 3 players playing deep
I
in
also
the
speak
site. Trailblazers
Ardenese.
still available to get info on the top. Delays moving through. Nagsat waiting. They just know. Through that there's going to be somebody lurking, but they never know the timing. And the timing's now. An easy kill for Khalil. Davies left on an island. He's trying to swim back here to safety, at least on this 3 versus 1, trying to do that econ damage. But this time around, it's to save at least a Phantom. Furia off the execution and the showstopper. We're able to hold another solid post plant.
Quick, clean. Like you said, showstopper was there, and Crew
6-2.
not able to bring anything back on there. The tour de force.
Probably another save. Why do people buy full shields, man? Makes no sense. Why are we living in? Who's trying to live in 2021? Back in the glory days.
And MWZera don't have much utility they have to worry about. We don't see Sage as much anymore. There's no Cypher here, right? They can bounce right into sight, and it's on the aim. And what does Digizine and MWZera have? Great aim. So it's on them. They feel comfortable, and they're putting themselves in these priority, high, intense positions and still coming up with the results.
You know who
I think one LCQ slot is enough. Well, how else would you do it?
Right?
You want to do 4?
As much as you can.
You have to remember that these are the... if you don't want to play an LCQ, if you think it's a brutal format, my advice would be do better in the rest of the year.
That they have to not allow Crew to get these type of kills.
Okay, that's a big start.
As you try to get a late lurk, Mazine already gets punished for it.
Back towards A.
Furia are already looking here to rotate back and fight back. The Trailblazer gives false information, and Crew's even bunny hopping away thinking. It's a huge mind game right now for both of these teams. Davies is taking forward as they double swing out for Furia. It's time to react for Crew. So 1 for 1, maybe that a 2 for 1.
Wow.
It's time for MWZ from the grave, dropping 2 with the paint shells and allowing Furia to move in for a plant.
All right, the rotation over. Marshall for Melzer. Kesnet may be the front of this fight. If they can get some of these blast packs to displace Furia.
They have a flash.
Digizine's ready, though, to collapse.
Flash just dry swings, doesn't even flash. It gets Seekers off that, that's massive. Okay, this round just swung right there. I'm shocked he didn't use a flash to at least check if anyone was there.
A Nebula very early. Gravel on the defense, a retake attempted. Conan swings out for the kill. But Kesnet answers right back. Khalil in a clutch situation, once again playing inside that smoke. Here's the foot, sets the boat! And as it dissipates.
Oh, if he could have hit that shot on the first one, he had a chance.
To have some great tradability.
Yes. Where you want to
phantom. Finally come back with the 3rd round.
They're finally rewarded for this conviction of guarding a ramp over and over again. It wasn't Digizine and MWZ that went in, but it was that lurk again. Right here, Davies getting this frag. Stop that whole troublesome situation of having to worry who's the lurker. Where are they going to be coming from? You see how much more confident Crew was to move into the site and execute this retake.
Such an important kill you saw there that came out from Klaus, which allowed those Seekers to be ready and spot the last 2 players.
Okay, DG goes with an attacking up.
Finalize that round. It was broken by the hand on that previous one, so they capitalize on that. The money is good in this round for Crew. So just making some noise here towards the back and forth of the A ramp control. And Furia seems to have
That's the
won
problem
at
with
the
this
beginning
chamber,
of this
though. Like, this chamber setup against this Viper, if you can't stop them going up
ramps. You ever hear somebody jump peeking? You know they probably
don't have a TP.
Real close. Nobody's
don't really like how they've used the chamber on this
one. You
one.
can see 3 of them back there ready to trade this fight.
Oh, but that's a big
nice
kill.
Swing by Davies. Digizine falls. Key component here.
Probably
falling down for Furia. But they've also always been good in these 4 versus 5 situations. Looking to see if Crew's going to peek back out, be a little bit more antsy, and decide to choose the safe route, putting the wall up. Flash to get information on the defense.
Always
a lurk
be
kill
the fight.
from NW0 onto Naxxit at middle. Seekers then coming through, another flash, but it's a rotate back from Furia back at middle.
Well, they go here, but Kesnet's here and he's got ult as well.
Trying to ring around the rosy here. They still don't have spikes just yet, so that will delay them, giving Crew time to get into position.
30 seconds
but still,
left.
They have Crew off their first defensive positions. It's kind of the goal of doing a strategy that goes across the map.
There's 22 seconds left this time, though. Nobody could actually swing in. It's Kesnet himself with the showstopper.
What a great stall.
And just that, exactly.
You don't have time.
The plant's not going to happen. That's one piece of util, no kills that still allows Crew.
I mean, you should play for kills at least, no?
Not a round you expect to see with 4v4 save out here.
Yeah, just a bit of panic. Didn't really know what to do.
Doing a fantastic job of tracking
this one
Furia
guy shooting at them seemed to
map.
scare them.
And that's going to be around. Oh, MWZ evens it up. Or
that's
uneven.
a big kill.
Yeah.
Because he gets that kill right there. That's a showstopper for this round here.
What's the answer? Nothing on deck for ultimates on the other side. A great trade to start off.
Was pretty good, to be fair, because as soon as the Seekers came out, he like sprinted back
from
to
the side
heaven.
of Crew, and the momentum for Furia is almost stopped immediately.
Yeah.
Not as much confidence. They can't work off the audio.
Time out Furia, yeah, just got a bit lost in that one.
On the flank. You see that death ball of Furia staying together and having to work more dry peaks or off the last bits of utility they have. It's not always easy to get the first kill, though. Digizine's been wild in the first part of this first half. Crew are only answering now. That was the first round the spike hasn't been planted. So you can see how much Furia is getting to the site, being able to
Calming call play on the 19th, 3 days time.
And stop that.
They're gonna lose the BBL.
And just from the replays, reminiscent of what happened a few rounds ago as well, We've seen some success from Furia also in the early rounds of controlling middle.
They're not even the best French team in the
you're trying to put
league
down
anymore.
on mid on the defense there for Nags. It still has a little gap, or the boxes on the top. He can't really play
Comical
that
win
aggressive
LCQ. What will your reaction be?
angle
I will
in that one-on-one
do a video in
Boxes on the
full.
top. He
They
can't
have to
really
win
play
it,
that
right?
aggressive
Not
angle
just
in
qualify.
that
They have to
one-on-one
win it.
position, or
When
if he doesn't
Comical
have that support
win
from the
LCQ,
Evans,
and by that I mean win the whole thing, come first. Not just come second, come first.
And that's where Furia once again could
I'll
play
do a
those
video
mind
about
games.
Comical with clown makeup on.
Get control very early like they did and start activating the lurks out from
There you go.
again.
The operator purchase from Crew as we come out of the timeout. Both teams on timeout, so you have this inkling. You expect your opponent on attack, if that was their timeout, to have a tricky protocol here. And already a different setup on defense from Crew.
Oh, got it. And got a second. Holy, well played, MW. Someone else saw the other guy.
The star timing, just pulling out the star.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh, MW
We didn't even have Sky Util.
on point right
It's meant
now.
to be a
and
fake? I
inside
don't
the
even know what
head
this is
of
meant to
Crew
be.
on their defensive protocol. A little bit of lurk by Nagzet here, and it looks like they are going to have to give up
insta-save.
the space. That was just too quick, too fast, and timeout grabbed for the side of Furia. Talked about it before. They have such a good mindset for using a timeout and being able to make that next round go into their favor, whether it's with an ultimate protocol with Digizine, we've seen it on Ascent, or just a simple strat to make it into sight. There it was MW0's ultimate. That you, like you said, grabbed off of that last kill of last round, so the impact it has
20 gifted if Calming win LCQ.
And that's the second
Is that
time
worth
here.
it for the
shows
clown
that we're getting
makeup?
a lot
20
of
gifted.
space for Furia on the hits. The question was coming across.
It's not gonna happen.
Any roles will change, if anything is going to be changing
Not
for Furia.
gonna.
Now that you have Conan, who actually had a lot of experience playing with Tibika in the past as well. In the Brazilian scene as a Raze himself. A couple of Sage roles as well.
Ooh.
But you can't forget NW0 on this Raze, who's also very potent. Now it also answers a question of, yeah, it doesn't really look like there's going to be any role issues for Furia. If you do want to have Conan
7-4, big
have the
last
switch
round,
with MW0,
7-5, you think
MW0 is also
winnable,
a very, very
8-4,
good
you think
side player.
less winnable.
Absolutely. Fast W.
For MW.
Yeah, MW going straight forward. This operator is still here for Davies.
Oh, the timing there.
And that's the responsibility that Davies
But again, that he
has.
just doesn't
But
TP far enough
unfortunately,
away.
a trade-off from Pain Shells once again
is this?
in favor of NW0 and Furia. A 4 versus 4, Kizit trying to push forward and fight back. Satchel charge to break the crosshair placement of NW0, forcing him to fall back in
Nice
mid.
from Nags.
Huge. Smokes are down. Now it's just Mazine to be able to work that, and they find the Lurker, which has continued to plague Crew in these rounds.
Yeah.
These retakes always
All trapped in.
been
This is
successful
not a
once
good
they
spot.
do find that straggler.
And that was that mid. And they're forced to fall back in the A site with everybody else. Big flash coming through. No connection, but at least Conan is there for the support. The headshot onto Melzer. A 3 versus 3. Reheal trying to come up here. Regrowth. Crossfire set up in the back of the site. A 1-for-1 once again. And it's a 1 versus 1 to see And it's Conan running out of bullets.
Nice try.
And Casted getting the defuse. As Crew salvages the round. And we end the half 5-7 in favor of Furia.
Why do teams
Incredible
use that
stuff to be
defensive
able
wall
to
for
come
A?
back.
Well, the thing is, you want to.
Not being able to
You're
hold on
mostly
the
going to
retakes
use your
on a
ult,
few of these
right?
rounds
That
where
wall is
Crew
basically just
continue
if they
to
rush
find
A.
their success,
Is
and
when you use it.
it's clean from both teams, but I am worried.
Because most of the time you're
how
using the orb in
Crew is
mid
going to
is
bring
where you're
this
using
on
most of your
attack
fuel.
without
So
the
you don't want a
Yeah.
wall that you have to like
Great
put
plays
up
whatsoever, or at least to
often.
start the first half here. Explosive on both ends. Digizine doing his job. But
How
I
do
think
you
it's
feel
back
about
to the
Conan?
desk, or should I say the analyst desk with GB,
Psychopathic
so they can break
Yi.
down that first half.
With the 6 months, I enjoy the new badge.
Thank you so much, Vansilla. Yes,
I mean,
the
Conan, as I
invisible
said.
analyst desk as well. You know, comes with me wherever I go. But yes, let's go ahead and talk
You know, he is
about
a
what
pro
we saw
player,
in
so
that, in
he's
that
done
first
fine
half
so
of
far.
play there. It was very clear.
It's not like
free
he's a.
for Furia.
Yeah, he doesn't look
A,
completely
not so
outplaced,
free
does he?
for Furia, but
Again,
free for
what do
Crew.
you do with your hands?
Evidently.
Always
Quite fascinating
tricky.
to see how this played out. And it's
When
good
you're
to see that this
standing up,
matchup
this
is
is
as
why you
neck and
sit
neck as
down.
maybe
It's
Yeah,
much
it
easier.
is. And I think this is kind of defined by two things. On one half for Crew, what they excelled at was these late round retakes, continuing what we saw from them yesterday, where this team is so willing to be really patient in these late rounds. Take the time to regroup, play these set retakes, and they were really effective, particularly on this A site, where I think 4 of their 5 rounds were won.
Yeah, I mean, early on into this half,
it was
Digizine who was really taking over the game from that clutch on the pistol, then into those calm entries where his crosshair placement was just excellent. Davies would try to swing in, as you do early on the chamber, and was just getting deleted. And then later in the half, it was MW, those explosive entries, double satcheling in on the Raze.
And this gives them a good half on the side of Furia. But now, my biggest question is, how does Crew's comp work when they switch on over
that's
to
what Brim was asking.
Because with both this Chamber and Astra, I think you really have to slow things down. We saw Furia's successes in these double dive, these really fast executes. When you play with that Chamber, you more so want to take your time, working them out, pushing up into mid, entrenching either your Chamber or Astra into a position where they can find that late round lurk. And I think that does force Crew to really continue to showcase the fundamentals that they've been working on.
And on the opposite side, Furia, they loved running this double
Resolution
duelist
changed
throughout
actual
the season.
advantage?
But there were a number of games where they got
Not in Valorant,
a big
is it?
advantage on attack side, and then it just slipped away from them on
I don't really
defense.
understand how it works, but I thought in
Furia,
Valorant the models stayed the same.
If we expect these really slow retakes from Crew in the first half, it's going to be about these really
Thoughts on
fast
Gentle
flood
Mates winning
retakes with
Ascension?
this double duels, and about if they can get Digizine
Yeah, I mean,
on that
it was a bit
operator.
surprising,
He can take over
but
games if they get to that point.
Well,
they
you know,
just
Riv, you were asking what's going to
got
happen on the
hot
other
at the
side
right
for Crew. We'll find out here. I know we're
Region
curious
has
as
the
well.
best
Let's send it
stage.
back over to the cast.
Oh, EMEA has the best venue, I think.
Thank you very much, GB. And indeed, now finally our
News
questions
about
will
tier
be
2
answered
was
for the
posted on
second half.
Valorant.
And the
Wait,
last time
someone-
these two teams
we can
played
link
on
that then,
Split, it was
after
literally split 6-6
after
on
this
the
map.
half. The difference this time around, though, for Crew, when they had that success on the attack, though, they were playing that double duelist.
Yeah.
So now that they only have Davies, how do you work that utility around Kest and activating him around the map?
And it's such an expensive role you want to play too. Do they even go for the operator? But you use that headhunter the same with the way Davies has been playing. Yeah. Questions will be answered quite soon here. Sheriff to start off as usual for Digizine. See if he can make any impact. His A ramp is slowly being taken. Seeing what they can get out of the side of Furia here. Still the rotation by Davies. So that's going to be our lurk. Watching everything, staying in range of the trademark. Being able to give the team audio cues here.
Obviously, with the chamber instead of the jet, you lack some of that.
The defensive wall coming down, now forcing
You have
Crew
a
to move
trip.
forward. Allowing Crew to
The
move
hell?
forward and pinch against Mazine, who
Wow,
still gets the
Mazine.
opener on Davies. Snakebite on the ground. Head on a swivel, support coming through. He goes through his zone! Snakebite to get 2 kills, and we continue once again. Pain
Wow.
chills from MW0.
Mazine getting
It's up to
pinched,
Nags.
just runs forward,
On a
gets a
4
kill,
versus 1, Spike on his back.
wins the round. Massive pistol, double pistol for Furia.
First contact is the last contact. Conan allows Furia to get the other pistol.
That was absurd. In the moment play from Mazine, getting forced out of a position, realizing his escape was actually covered, and being able to turn around and still make it happen here.
This.
Turn around. Just amazing mindset in the play. You got to do the unexpected.
Good awareness.
Even with the opponent staring straight down that corner at him, he still comes up with an amazing
OB
amount
hit.
of kills and
Of
just
course.
stalls out Crew. We get into our bonus now, or next round rather. That was wild. There's Judge ready.
A little bit too far, though, the support on that B side for that Judge in the hands of NW0.
I once got a when I just started playing Valorant,
allowing Kesnet to pick up an orb. And as they hear the
I got a
orb for
3K
Furia,
with a nade
that's
here.
when they finally
When I
moved
was literally
NW0,
like iron
locking
3.
down the entrance in that B site.
Threw a nade in
Crew
there.
decide to fall back.
Right there.
Might be
Got
one
a
pick
3K.
coming through.
Blocking vision.
Trying to get a TP play. TP's not even needed. Davies just dispatches MW0 with that shot from the headhunter.
I was Raze main.
Slow play.
I can't remember who told me. Someone told me to just get Raze as one of my first ones to pick up because it's like relatively easy and you know she has a nade. It's like other games, perhaps a bit more.
With the potential and
Right, her ult and a nade are
they
maybe
can
a
hit
bit more
these sheriff shots and
easy to
absolutely
understand.
lay out the rest of side of Furia.
I mean, this is a
towards A.
awful buy.
Got a good rotation.
Holy, what are we doing?
And Digizine's gonna be able to make that call.
Long range. Sheriff
What are we doing?
Actually,
what is this buy?
So another to fall, and Crew well on their way to try to win here at Thrifty. As the plan is now safe for players inside the site. One on the rotate watch, the flank watch. And that's Davies at the A ramp. About to come head to head against the stinger of Medzine. Meanwhile, though, Conan is walking out from screens playing contact.
Davies has got another.
On both ends of the A site. Won by both teams, but the disadvantage still comes in for Furia. Flash after flash, a Spectre and a Stinger. A second flash coming through, and that's beautiful to drop the last two players inside the site.
Holy Conan. There you go.
Couldn't get it done. It's Furia's turn to play some great retakes.
Furia continues to hold on to the accolade of being one of the best 4v5 teams in Americas. Absolutely incredible, and that one being a 3v5.
Yeah.
So put another one on the board for him there. Really incredible, recognizing that the seriousness that Crew is putting into these ecos, and that Furia can still manage to figure it out and just decipher what Crew wants to get out of this, especially on that retake. Nice pile in. Mimi talked about
New 236522164 with the former. Thank you. 700 Thieves, I'm telling you right now. Right now, I'm guaranteeing it. They'll call it Nade Shot's Revenge.
Fury won't have too much to work with in our bonus round. 3 Sheriffs and those 2 SMGs that we just talked about.
Map 3, 13-0.
Slow takes towards the
Got him. If 100 Thieves or either side wins a 13-0, that'll be my most viewed video of all time.
Trying to take space. It's back to
that's what I'm rooting
composition. For. It forces you to go back to one of the really just the original meta or play styles we saw is creep up mid, find that space. If you have an operator, the ops first, but they're doing it without that utility right now.
Yeah, just
do you imagine the reactions if Sentinels or 100 Thieves won 13-0?
Walking up towards that B. A pop out from the Snake Bite at the bottom, trying to vulnerable some players. That's Medzine. Also has a Sheriff to work with as he's working the site with Khalil, trying to anchor that down. Snake Bite continues to push him away. Leans out towards the right. Does have an angle here.
Not a chance.
But Nags it still wins it. Better weapon that he has in his hands. Big flank coming up. That's Digizine. Cannot connect.
Such a passive buy.
Finally, a plant comes now for Crew.
Spike planted.
Yep. A little bit of a wonky bounce there, but NW0. No window of opportunity after that. Nebula shuts down the door, and Crew's looking in a good spot here to not lose too many players.
Both 13-0 one another, and the last map goes 32-30.
Hopes to bring the second half back.
God, I don't know what I would do. I have to make 3 videos
on the search. He gets ultimate. That would be
I'd call it the greatest game of all time.
Safe, knowing they had the gun diff, and that's what we
saw.
Part
1. I actually probably would do part 1, part 2, and part 3 for that.
Crew too fast.
If a game ever did like that.
Weapon. Thank you very much. I like it. Run. All right, safe. So weapon brought into the next
you already
round.
used that tagline? Yeah, but the greatest game of all time is an ongoing process, right? Like when I make a video, it's the greatest game of all time.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, that's true. Coming to the bonus.
Like that can change if a game is great.
Into these rounds or into the half. All right, crowd behind him still. Crew definitely had that. Felt like a home crowd yesterday for sure as they were playing against MIBR. We'll see what they have now. Round 16. That bonus operator for Digizine actually. So I feel like this actually played Crew a little bit when they had the op on Davies. It made them timid for the retake. If Digizine can't open up here big, then they might have trouble getting back into these sites.
Deep Thought 427. That's what I need. I need those tier ones.
He's just trying to play around.
I think that's 70-30. It's a bit of a flank.
There was a timing there.
But thank you nonetheless, Deep Thought 427.
As the second smoke comes up in vents, Crew's trying to work up towards this B.
You need to push B, man.
And Furia, reacting on it, are pushing their 2 players outside B.
This can only work so many times, right? Just the creep up to heaven. They're playing the it won't happen again mentality against Furia. But now Furia goes to check that heaven. Yeah.
Seekers confirms now mid-control, but Mazine still gets punished. Being a little bit too ahead of the Seekers. Didn't notice that there was actually a lot of players from Crew. Defaulting now.
Oh, Conan's in a lot of trouble.
At the beginning of this round on mid. Rotating back from getting that first kill on Vents. Crew's looking to push towards the A site.
30 seconds left.
Digizine and Conan anchoring.
Big flash blinds Kesnet. So he can't value off the satchels into sight. Conan now hiding behind it, but he gets picked through the smoke. And it would allow Crew here to get the plant down.
DG just gotta try and get out with this off.
Cycling that over, that's Kesnet for the plant, so we can have the showstopper. NWZera just got spotted by Davies, and Davies decides to fall back, putting his trademark down. And now finally anchoring up towards the A heaven.
Save, you can get one Bulldog.
That operator and 2 rifles for the next round.
It's a tough situation.
It's not too scary of a save at the current position of the game, but that and the fact that this operator can't either be in the fight already or in position for the fight makes it so tough with all these angles to re-clear and the utility you may have at the late part of the round. So I think Crew get the benefit of this one. Everybody out alive in a flawless round, but it is the save from Furia.
You can't die if you're QCK. Who was it? QCK, Mazine.
And that's the thing. I don't know if they're aware that there's an operator yet.
I was wondering the same. I don't know.
With your jet rotating this way when you push B main,
like safe on that round, but we know the movement of Crew will tell us as soon as they
find it. Rough
it.
spot though, because you don't. You need your Sky to like flash around.
Or run it down. They hear it, and Showstopper still a possibility.
You need the Sky to like flash around or flash heaven.
It could be a
possibility. So you know you can get out this way.
Frenzy and Sheriff. So it's going to be a supportive round here for Furia, probably holding angles, being around each other, and safe until they can get a full idea of what Crew is doing. And Crew is working the map really well. We questioned it, how they would use this comp, not being able to blast in. So far, it's been a lot of mid, and then branching out into the map. Here, a little bit more of a default.
Well, I tried it, and it worked.
Davies, though.
Tiny amount of time.
Yeah. Very similar roles on different agents.
Yeah,
Mazine or Davies, the A rank control. Now trying to leverage potentially Kesnet for a showstopper.
Doesn't have his dash active yet.
Entry towards his B site, and I like it that at least he has support here from Klaus. They could use a flash, they could use a body, but it's a wide swing instead. They get punished for it, but at least they come right back out. No opportunity for Digizine to really get away, and the showstopper goes long range. Oh, NWZera dropped down and was able to avoid that showstopper, but Kesnet reacted quick enough to drop him. But 2 players are still inside the spawn for Furia. Nice snake bite. Klaus melting down. But Furia decides otherwise not to try to explode yet. Off the snake bite left on the ground here by Mazine. Now spotted in the back of spawn at the B site. Down to 5 HP. And Furia is just looking to do that damage on the exits.
So you were right, Vance. It was the C, Digizine, and W. It was not the retreat strategy. Yeah. Also, Digizine, a little bit of a forced error there as he went right into the wall. Not thinking there was more than Melzer. We get a few exit kills in this situation, but we are going to be brought to 9 to 8. Kesnet.
Nice shot.
Gross.
Wants to chase after these, keep the economy low. Oh, yeah.
Ruh-roh.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, they will be able to buy stuff, I think.
Oh, a little body shot. Little body shot. So 3
We
successful
got a
plants
chamber ult.
to
It's been,
now.
I mean, obviously DG, if he just doesn't miss his dash,
moment,
probably win the round. Probably a round losing
saw,
moment right
there's
there.
There's a hesitation like, oh, it's only 1 frag, but that late entry into main, you saw, made him think different, and Crew already had the advantage at that point. And
Maybe timeout Furia. They just won pistol in second. They struggled on the second. Yep.
We've given a lot of praise actually to Furia on how they were able to work the attack on this very map of Split, but definitely it's been Crew all along.
The level of competitiveness improved since lock-in.
Not as quick, not as explosive as
the level of Valorant will continue to go up.
Jet roll on the attack, but still
at
finding
least
a lot of
for
value
probably another 2 years, I would think.
With working
before it even starts to flatline. Like,
still leveraging him and also other
there's a very clear difference from 2021 to 2022 to 2023.
Very well throughout this LCQ for Crew.
Like already there's differences between like Champs 2022 and even going into like maybe not lock in, but then definitely for the weeks they played afterwards in the stage and then into Masters Tokyo. I'd say Masters Tokyo is definitely better, higher quality Valorant than
do too much with, but you see how this composition works together and how they're playing it. Nobody's committing too much, and it's all.
So in general, the level is always rising
as well. And here it looks like Kesnit's going to be the one that pushes them straight up a ramp.
Gamut compared to Finesse today, they
live and ready.
Might be lucky to win 5 rounds.
Wait. Coming through, but it's still Conan to answer first. Cloudburst to try to push them back. Counter flash coming through. And it's a stalemate right after that first kill. After this, the destruction of Klaus.
That wall is made of less than paper. People talk about paper walls of Valorant. That wall's made out of.
Honestly, I don't even know within that chaos if they know there's a Viper's pit mid right now. Because if they did, they may be going forward, realizing there's less people in sight and one still guarding. That was so much mayhem to begin this round. But still going to hold a ramp to see if the movement comes from the side of Furia first. Look at the stacks that they have. Watching the back, watching the front. Yep. And Trademark is still there, so they're staying within range.
Exactly. That's the responsibility of Davies. Trying to get a tap if anybody's going to overcommit. No Tool de Force because they have the Vandals to work with, so they're going to...
Stacks VFX with the 5 months. Thank you.
Trying to get a spray as the walls are coming through. Nice snake bite, though. MW0 is just going to eat that. Just so they could still continue with the surprise play.
30 seconds left.
Meanwhile, though, Digizine drops 2. There's that walk down. Oh, Nagzet still gets the flick. Evens up the tally on a 2 versus 2 this time around with 20 seconds left. Plant coming down safe. But Melzer's very low on HP on the post plant.
You want to fight it?
I think Crew right now can be sending a message right
We see the Cosmic Divide go through, so this means a lot of ground can be gained.
Yeah, probably.
It's just
no, actually, the more they might. Not even close.
Right,
they would destroy them.
This wall.
And this is a
Go back and watch that game. The map knowledge is non-existent.
There's no sky flash to go through it, so you have to body peek. Snakebite coming through the wall, so you identify the first player. Now dropping in back of the map. It's up to the low HP.
Nice from Khalil.
Khalil once
Sugu 1813. Whoa.
A star player that you have.
What? 210? Holy.
Finally here.
And that's our oldest sub.
And Mazine playing a little bit of displace the enemy. They use the Viper's bites to basically tell where the players of Crew are not. And then give themselves a better advantage once that wall does go down to realize the angles they have to peek. You could even see there the vulnerability on Melzer, so they were hitting them true. Beautifully done there to suss out where the opponents were for the retake. Furia coming up with a pivotal round right there. And they're going to be 10-8 here.
How many put it in message right there? How does it go?
Blades for Digizine.
They
Khalil now with a Cosmic Divide and that Davey ultimate right away. I think they just identified Nags.
I don't know. I honestly don't know. They'd be one of the better teams though. And I do sincerely mean that though. Just
the dry peek. Quick dismiss for a look
the knowledge of the game is just so much more. They'd be so far ahead in terms of like economy, in terms of in terms of farming ult orbs, in terms of just using utility off each other. Like
pushing down this area at the A ramp, thinking that they might have that control.
Like there's so much that like because I just remember doing that video about the Sentinels Fnatic game, and just like
back in the vents for that flash. Okay, Digizine just spotted Nagzet. A 1v1.
Oh, DG.
Face plants into the wall.
Didn't even do it. Look at damage. He's just like me for real.
Gonna retreat from the area too. Just quick trade in mid, calling the attention of Conan to keep rotating around.
Sometimes you got to make those plays. Player disadvantage for Furia.
Oh my god.
Trying to even it up. There's a timing from Conan. He's made it through the spawn.
Like imagine, you have to remember this. 2021 Reykjavik.
But Furia might be
you had super OP Jet and super OP Astra. Like imagine what a team today could do with those agents.
Conan left alive on a 3 versus 1 and already pre-fired by Nagzet. And Crew once again.
That's true. Can't go far ahead in the corner. Yeah, you're right.
Back and forth.
That's a fair point.
And there, Nags it at the end. The sixth sense,
Like imagine
all the way through
what they would
spawn,
do.
backpedaling
Yeah, and Super OP Viper. Like
sure
you'd have that knowledge of like, wait a minute, this thing's way overpowered. And like not even every team, like that was a big advantage that Sentinels had at Masters Reykjavik, that they were one of the early adopters of Astra. You know, they played a lot more Astra than other teams.
You see the Crew fans are loving it right now. Back and forth we go.
Okay, we got Gen Knives, I mean.
Blade Storm still there for Digizin.
Getting close.
And it comes out immediately. So Klaus, in the end of this round, they'll be able to use the Seekers if they don't have enough of an idea where Furia is. And while not speeding anything up, Crew is doing a great job.
What a flash.
Imagine if you just had knives again.
But it allows DJZ to move down, right click and pick up a rifle. Nags looking to punish, but unfortunately doesn't work out. Nice first blood there for Furia.
But essentially Amiego, big surprise.
And with that as well, you have a reposition from Madzine right here. And Nagzet may not be ready for this. Crew trying to make some noise
see
now,
what
trying
happens
to
to
gain some
the
back control on the
Apex
top
players.
of
Well, that was one of their rifles.
Evens it up on a 1v1. There's a lurk play, never checked. Big check, almost lost by Madzine.
They're still coming this way.
3v3 now. It's going to be cross map again. They have done this before.
Madzine continues to be very good with that utility, pushing Crew back into B heaven.
Conan.
Where Conan's currently waiting. First shot there, capitalize on the second one.
My gosh.
And that is some crisp shot for a player that hasn't played for at least 90 days. Feels like he is still playing like he was still in Tibika.
Like riding a bike. Honestly, looking at what he was
Gotta
doing
start running soon,
on the
though.
retakes of first half, he was always getting 1 or 2 frags. His Crew tried to get
Thing
in
is, this
and
isn't the
defend
end of the
and
world
defuse
Fury,
the
because they
spike.
can pick up a
Having impact
gun.
frags all throughout, even if you're not seeing
You gotta
headshot
know
after
now.
headshot after headshot, Conan is fitting in incredibly for the intensity of the situation.
Meanwhile, though, Furia thought that they had the round. Klaus slipped through, got the plant down. He's playing the mind game.
Oh.
He's planning as if they'll make him think that he's not playing heaven, and finally he gets spotted.
Now he goes back to screen. Yes.
And with that,
Reposition.
has his 2 flashes available too on his 1v1. Madzina walking inside the B site. There's that tap.
You have to know.
Love
Klaus
this.
is looking for the timing. No flash needed. Klaus with the Red Bull clutch. Wow.
Well played by Klaus.
Perhaps like 2 or 3.
I think I might be off. Pick up the Union.
Between the series yesterday and
I have
today,
no
and
idea.
Ace for himself
We'll have to see what happens
yesterday.
with Sentinels as well, though.
I must have changed the
And Loud, to be
batteries or recharged his mouse.
A lot's gonna change. I've got to be honest. The rosters next year will probably look very different.
And Mazine there, expecting to hear the drop, waiting to hear the drop.
Yeah.
Didn't even stop at half. So you can just see how far ahead Klaus is in these situations of his opponents. Incredible stuff from him recently. All right, towards A. Deep Trailblazer goes through, and it looks like a whole squad of Crew is going to take this, but it's still this 1-1, or I'd say 2-3 across the map that is played slow by Crew. This is now Crew expecting Furia to peak, to come out just a little bit, and give up some information.
They want to give an indication that they want to potentially do a pistol round strat of working the A ramp back down towards middle. Furia just looking with utility to be more reactive. Seekers are out very early in this round. 1 minute left on the clock. But there's no face checks behind that.
Gonna be a full A hit. There's 2 people here, and Mazine's close as well.
All right, everyone to A side. Spike's gonna go towards heaven to start here. We actually might end towards B if they don't get the result of kills they want on this strategy. Crew has been trying to throw Furia for a loop, and I would not put a cross-map plant by them here.
Davies with the operator in the range of the trademark. A flash across, Klaus first blood.
Oh, he walked
now the
forward.
A ramps
Why is
under
it,
control by Crew, but still 2 players are inside the A site. Both raises getting kills next in. Propping up the defense on the A site. Digizine looking for an opportunity at least to do some
Has a
heroic
chamber
plays and
pick been?
allowing
I don't
Furia
think
to
it's
come
given
back
them
in
much,
around,
to be
but
honest, but they might
a
win.
couple of seconds more dwindle here, especially with
I'm
the
sure they'll
smoke.
win because of the
Might be
chamber,
call
but
finally to save.
And
They're
both
looking at a
teams
decent
putting
spot to win.
strength in
I
the
don't know
this
what
late
Viper's doing there.
on Split here, hoping that
Fury have
Davies
always
and
struggled
DJZ
on this
can
map.
be
I don't
a
know.
huge factor in turning this
Cool,
round into
I
an instant
bet.
5v4 in their favor. Another save to make sure this operator can make that a possibility next round. And Crew, they have that momentum. They talked about it, being able to just steamroll over their opponents. It just gives them that confidence. Oh my gosh. 2 ultimates to use next round too, Vansili. Good kill.
An opportunity though to punish. One's dropping here towards the spawn. Dash away. Whew. Hiding in the smoke. So the op's still there, but no matter what, Crew takes the lead in this game. On their map pick on this map.
Yeah, Furious pick. You don't think it's going to be true.
Yeah, why you ran forward? It doesn't make any sense, really, does it?
I have this bike.
We'll see if they can pick it back up. All
Okay, we're
right.
just gonna open a rifle, Razel. Both
Time to
sides.
attack side.
It's important op to save here for Furia.
Yeah.
On that previous round with Khalil in that Vandal. For the rest of them, not too much to work with unless they could do something with the showstopper. It's time for Furia to do a little bit what Crew did on that pistol round, to push aggressively down on that middle. But no opportunities to punish.
I feel like this becomes a bit predictable for teams where they push, they get spotted, we'll go back. Like, I would like to almost see, this is why I think Paper Egg sometimes get rewarded by, oh no, we're still here. Oh, we've actually continued.
A lot to see what kind of utilities.
You know, like, it makes sense, like, oh, we've been spotted here.
I feel like it's messed Fury up quite a bit. They're ready for mailroom this time, though, Vansili.
Headshot down from Madzine, Snakebite on the ground, vulnerable on 2 players, and the Spikes on an island by himself on the top of the mailroom. At least finally, after that first initial chaos, is able to get met up by his teammates. And Crew at a disadvantage are looking to split in the B site, but that's where 3 players are at for Furia. Showstopper denied by Khalil. Another kill now for Davies. We turn it back around for Crew. It's a 3 versus 3. Weapon advantage. A push across.
Khalil?
Off angle by Khalil. Now pitched in from Hellish. Shot from Davies. Up to Conan on a 2 versus 1. Picks up a Phantom. A pit comes out. Oh, Davies once again.
Wow, Davies.
On fire on the attack with the operator. Puts Crew at that point.
The question was, could they get
how
to the op?
how's
Was
this
the tour de
Razel not
force
gonna kill as
enough?
well?
How was Davies going to play this chamber coming now in for Crew on Split? And
discipline.
we're seeing it come to fruition here. Absolutely laying down the shot for the rest of the team covering. And Davies coming in from behind too. They were just not ready for this.
I'd like to think that they were. They had 3 players in there on that stack, on that
Yeah,
B
Fury
site
just
for
You
can't
expect to see
defend.
that op be
This
one of the
method
first
seems up.
speakers, though.
Oh, yeah.
Not to be getting railed by 1 and 2, 3, 4 as they come into the site.
On A this time. Okay, they go 1 for 1.
A timing to try to punish MW0, but still a 4 versus 4. And that's 2 key players falling down. Both operators for Crew and Furia.
Seekers is ready. They can just string this round out if they don't want to go B and figure out where the opponents are. Oh, my MDU's a huge play. Huge play!
But the help from Klaus. Just at the 3rd player moving through. Crew are 2 kills away of winning this first map. The last time it was
How do they do this, man?
Where Crew let this lead slip and Furia won at 13-11. Now
It
Crew
feels like
finally has a
Furia
chance
just,
for
they
revenge
just,
and to
I
close
don't
it right
even
now.
know. It's just like, I'm glad I'm not a
Prolonged.
Furia fan watching this.
And all
Put it that
the
way, because it just
stars
feels like,
aligned here on the spike.
feels like they can do no right.
Difficult for Conan to retake here with Madzine. Both on individual plays. Conan looking for at least a contact play. Noise being made towards
You're not
B
going to
heaven.
expect all 3
There's
to be
that
here.
first peek. Overheat jumps. Still gets the headshot to Melzer.
They heard 2 Vandals.
And there it goes. No
The
stars
defuse.
that could get done.
The defuse.
To the defuse. They can't spin it. The Red Bull clutch from the sub here of Furia. Conan steps up. And they stand a chance to bring this into overtime.
Is Conan
what am I watching?
To get in here and play?
What am I watching?
The answer is solidified.
First I
Conan
thought that
having
was
a
their
hell of a
Viper. It's
game
not. It's
and
his
a
Viper.
huge
But
defuse to keep Furia in split.
And despite that, it's Mazin defusing, but I'm calling Conan for that huge kill that he got on Melzer. Because Crew were playing.
I mean, still, that buy is no good.
The Nova
3 Guardian.
And it got denied off Conan.
And they go
An
for this
accidental
mid-wall.
jump still gets that kill to allow the defuse to happen in the smoke.
Nelson's got the
The
first.
Crew, not shook by what just happened, gets first blood this time around. Round 24 in regulation.
Blinded.
That being Furious.
Blinded.
4 rounds. And a huge one at that. They needed it a lot. Cosmic Divide ready for the retake. We've seen how Furia uses that. If it is going to be an A plant, this might benefit Furia here so they can get themselves into that A site for the attack we've seen them use. Slow push out here from Khalil. They're repositioning and trying to get this info before they give Crew too much space. This makes it much more dangerous though.
Captain! With the Prime, thank you.
Lots of pressure on A main. And with that, the A ramp is open. A heaven is also open. Cosmic Divide onto defense. Thundering through our Crew on the top of the site. But Conan once again. Guardian dropping 2. One hit by the Satchels. We're going into overtime.
Holy.
Cast your mind back to the regular season. At what point did we see Crew fall apart in their games?
Right there.
Right at the end, right on the precipice
Was
of
that
victory.
Statue?
They start to fall apart. And here, Conan with the Guardian able to start dismantling.
It is, isn't it? He shoots the Statue!
Out of regulation and bring us into overtime.
Oh my god, that's one of the best plays I've ever seen.
Boy. They knew it the whole time. We did not see any bit of reluctance from Furia in those last few rounds, pushing forward, gaining aggressive positions, and just getting in the face of Crew to bring us into OT.
Ah, that's crazy.
Now the pressure is on. Crew were in position to win their pick, and now not so certain.
But Furia is still a team that has found some decent success on this map throughout the regular season of the Americas.
I mean, I did say he's not like an like when you think of a sub.
On a pause.
Interesting, they paused for their attack
Furia
side.
doesn't want to let Crew run with any type of momentum, because first blood
like he is a pro player.
Shining in favor of Crew on their attack half. And of course, tactical timeouts mean tactical bears, as we just saw here on the screen. But yeah, I gotta say here, it's gonna be hopefully Crew. They've talked in the interviews from Coach Adam about the mental, about their positioning of where they were when they got that victory against MIBR. 0-9 throughout the regular season. And now
Davies goes with
they
an
have to keep their mental strong. The moment where they actually got the fuse on a 2 versus 1. Make that even a 3 versus 2.
Why quality so low? Well, you asked for it.
And now they have to try to win here on their defensive side, starting things off in overtime number 1.
And the operator stays for Davies.
That's right. Blast cannon. Satchels across. Wall comes up. And that's NW0 taking control of that. Now in the front, fully blinded. Dash across with the Jazine. A 1-for-1 boombox kill onto Davies. And it's Fury all across the board.
That TP is so troll.
You can see
I mean, dies to a boom bot, but what is this TP?
A few mistakes allows Furia the sight. Almost without a death. Conan goes down though, and now Melzer and Nags forced to push in. A pit 2.
How annoying is that?
Just to add.
2 kills a plant.
These people are playing at Narnia as well. I thought Ray's all the way there. MW disconnect.
And no Sky to help out the retake for Crew. A position where they were so good at yesterday against MIBR. Now they have to face the music against 4 players. The show ends for Nagzit, leaving Melzer in a near impossible situation. Wow. Was trying to bait out players by running around. And it's back to Furia in the lead. But not only that, at map point.
Match point.
Furia remembers those last 2 rounds that brought the OT.
Match point for Furia, first one for them. Now Crew take it down. I think this is good for Furia.
Crew use their
time. What about their defensive setups? I mean, I just hate that TP.
Hopefully Adam has that information.
Davies, you play Cypher on Bind. Play a bit of Cypher, my lad.
Here for Crew. The A ramp control, allowing the movement of Furia to figure out where they are. We've also seen success from Crew once they go towards mids, once they go towards mailroom, then we might have a rope room play. They've had so many things that have worked.
Exactly, you've named them all, and that's what the advantage that Furia currently has in terms of the conditioning that they've done against Crew on their attack half, because
the chain would be better set up on B. No, I feel like the chain would be better set up at home.
B pressure. Then you have some main control, then you have Digizine working that mid. So it really
still on
comes
patch
down to
6.11.
What has Adam picked up so far in those 24, make that even now 25 rounds overall? And where can he actually shut down Digizine
early Champs
in
have
the round?
deadlock,
Because he's going to be the man to look out
for. Champs will be the first deadlock.
Operator versus operator as we get in here. 2 glass cannons.
What the hell is this thing, by the way?
Through. We'll keep an eye on
you can't see
Digizine
it
so
behind
far
my
over
face.
at A. And the other
it's like a turtle
operator
head.
is going to be mid. Back to that strategy of slowly
Why is the
creeping
Valorant
up,
Master
gaining
supposed to
position
still?
in the first
Oh, this is because they
angle.
were on the old patch. There you go. There's the clue of what patch we're on. Valorant Master supposed to still.
Looks like it may be close up here for Khalil. That could be quite dangerous if it goes that side.
Takes with the attacking up.
Double jump peaks.
Well. Ooh. Oh, you're not doing that anymore.
That was the plan.
Huge info.
Do it again.
Madzine on the top of
be
ramp,
bold.
or the top of vents rather. Doing a good job actually cycling the first pieces of utility
You
on
flash
that
back him up, so don't worry.
Legal.
Not
Poison
like
orb on
Levy
the
attack.
sign for Nags. So he's trying to keep players anchored from Furia on that A site, forcing a Trailblazer as well. So this is actually a really good start here for Crew on working that map. Less utility available for Furia on the hold. Oof. 1 HP left.
There's such good info right now from
It was not
Digizine. He
illegal,
could actually
as I
see
just
through
pointed out.
this
MW
wall,
only
so
had
it
one
going
blast
up and
fight.
down is not affecting Furia's defensive positioning.
It's going to be the call after the Poison Orb coming down. Davies just waiting here, aiming down the sight of his operator. He's not going to spot anything yet.
30 seconds left.
And as the smoke dissipates, you also see NW0 falling back here on an off angle in the B side. Big flashes coming through, but Khalil still on the top of the
We got
boxes.
2.
This might be it.
And that is that. Conan got 2 as well. Conan is naturally goated, so.
And Furia managed to fight back, climb back.
Does anyone else come to close to Jinx level of Raze?
Furia had
In terms of mastery on Raze,
2 overtimes to Lev and Sentinels,
compared to other
but
agents,
not
maybe
again.
not. But
They right that ship.
okay, where was that tweet? Okay, Furia win. If you do want to just get to Sentinels vs 100 Thieves, it's probably good. Yeah, Jugmo's Raze is pretty good. Nookie's Raze is very good. Updates for next season will start next month and go throughout the off-season. I don't have a specific date for all things Tier 2 yet, but it'll be sooner rather than later. We want to give people time to plan and prepare. Okay. Well, that wasn't much, was it, really? The Ultimate VCT plays? Right, yeah. What did we think? Is Victor's play better than Pancada's? I would say no, personally. I would have Pancada's over Victor. Number 18 is Hiko's 1v3 against Gambit. I'm almost surprised this is so low. Wow, I think this is a little low. Again, I can't go full screen here.
水さまくた2 on 3アスナがいますよ。2人でカバーし合うポジションだ。アスナヒコ。いや、ここで離婚が来た。壊した。ワンウェイで4。シェイドズ。ヒコ。ワンオンツー。ワンオンツー。囲まれてる。ワンワンワンワン。ヒコ。ヒコ。
ヒコ。
逃げるヒコ。
Run, Hiko! I don't understand why they love watching it so much. Right, Hiko is at 18. And just above that is Nats's ace against Team Secret.
Nats gonna try and find his way out, denies the ult, swings it! Oh, Nats out of nowhere!
I'd put
3
Hiko's
huge
above
kills,
this, to be honest.
But it's still a 2v3, it ain't over yet. Wits, can you do it? He's found the first step of 2v2, but time is starting to play a factor in Nats. He's slowly working his way around. He's got another. Nats has done it all!
My...
I'd put that below Hiko, personally. Then we got the Bang 1v5 ace.
A massive rotation, not a single player staying in the middle of the
It is a 1v5. I'd put this lower, though. I'd put that lower than both of these.
Their way on, though. They do have some decent util to actually make their way on, but a Proto slithering his way through elbow, and it's just going to be Brock with a double. 1 player remaining, and it's Bang coming in from mid. It's a 1v5. No way! He makes it a 1v1!
It's pretty cool,
Bang! So close to glory now. A Proto in the back of sight playing now with util.
Would have been nice if a Pro just
might just
swung.
be one of the best plays of his career.
Swing in
Can
the
he finish
1v1.
it?
Make
he
the clip a bit
spots him
quicker.
out and he's looking to find it. Bang with the 1.
You got Kankang's 4K. This is like, yeah, as I said, this is not even Kankang's best clip. This is not even Kankang's top 3 clips of this tournament.
Another, the
His
readjust
Jet
ball,
Knives
just 50
clip on
HP,
Pro
and he
is way
still
better
wants
than this.
more. The cage
In
in
my
place, and he gets a second of respite here as they close the gap. Another for Kankang. This guy is playing it perfectly. 1 by 1 they face him, and 1 by 1 they fell. There's no way you get away with that.
I'd put this lower as well. I'd put Hiko and Nats above this. Ooh, Boaster 1v4 Gambit. Okay, this one would be the highest of the ones so far.
He's within his own Viper's pit. He's trying to spot where these remaining players are. You can
This was a truly
He'll
crazy
take the
moment.
first though. Chronicle already gone, and he might have just masked the sound by being able to drop down. He's gonna hear all of their own footsteps, and it's just spamming within the smoke. Brings it down to 1.
And I just love how Mitch, after the third, just starts going.
It's just spamming within the smoke. Brings it down to 1. A booster.
Yeah, I'd put that the highest of the clips thus far.
Instead, it just comes down to this
1v3
moment, and
against
they've seen it, but he still manages to come out with 3!
And there's
Ridiculous
another
from
great Mitch
Mixwell,
moment.
leaving
Oh!
just Nats. He thought he'd given his team a
No,
free
this is
pass
way
in
lower for
towards
me.
the A site. Instead,
This one would
he
be
sent them to their
much
death.
lower.
We thought Nats had snuffed by Mixwell,
Like, it's a good
and turns
clutch,
out it was
but-
the other way around. Nats now having to clutch this one
I'd
out.
put this
No
below the
idea
other
where
clip for
Mixwell
sure.
is, and the snake bite not quite clearing the angle. He's about to run to sight, reloading, and Mixwell completely whiffs. Nats really notches it out.
Casting is good. Now, I couldn't even remember this.
They just react so
To be
well, but Defo wins out with the Bladestorm, goes up top, not going to spot anyone there.
remember
but they've
this
gotten back
play.
behind enemy lines. The thing is, 100 Thieves, they've rotated down, and we've got a little flip of the map, right? Now they're the ones that are flanking Gambit as they work towards B Garage. The drone is going to clear things out, but again, thank you to the observers, Paul pointing that out. Seal and Ethan are playing a little ring around the rosy. One drops, the second one's there. They've got him tagged.
Easy you with the 3 months.
Sheriff, yeah, there's nothing doing there. The spike's gonna drop. Defo still has that blade storm.
Thank you.
But he doesn't have the spike. He finds himself in a 1v4. Oh, reset. Make that a 1v3. 30 seconds
I don't know
left.
why this clutch doesn't have the
Reset.
cultural impact,
Okay,
but
make
I
that a
honestly didn't even
1v2.
remember this. Like, if I was compiling the list of
manages to pick up
VCT
the spike
plays,
as well.
I wouldn't have even remembered
Understands
this.
he
And
goes
I would
there,
be a
Ethan's
pretty good
going in there
person
as
to
well. He
do
goes
that.
into aggressive. Defo good for 4. Looking to work the ace with the blade storm. Hiko. He's got a util. Defo does it.
1 hour of silence, occasionally broken up by Lego Yoda death. I wouldn't have put that high, though. And we got Scream's ace against the Sen. This one is a bit iconic.
at fault line, and it's a free one for Bone Cold again. He gets a second. Scream answering back. He's got to deliver something here. CNED is in position. It's all on Scream's shoulders. There is a whiff from CNED. Opportunity for Scream if he can find him. There we go. Scream looking to make it happen. Oh my God! Scream gets himself an ace.
Just weird to hear DDK cast these days. But yeah, that one's definitely up there. This one would definitely be the highest so far. I feel like Boaster kind of got robbed. I feel like Hiko's kind of been robbed a bit here. This one gets on there for the commentary though.
Yay!
Without the Japanese commentary, this clip is nothing.
Yay! Yay!
Spike down B.
やはりイエイのヘッドハンターは格別です。ヘッドハンター対決。早速エースなるか。取り入ってますよ。イエーイ見てる？世界を見てるか？これが。
Like really, that's just an ace against the second round. You know, I mean, he had some nice shots, but you know, it's not really that important, really. But
to make this retake just that much
the
more
commentary
doable,
makes
finally
it.
unleashed Flash.
Now this is a cool play. I wouldn't have this nearly as high either, though. You know, it's a nice play. It's a nice clip. You know, it's good aim, of course. Maybe this is just an NA thing because it's two like NA teams playing against each other. So for NA fans, maybe this holds more weight. But you know, to me, it's just another game where it's like, oh yeah, nice clip. Not that it would be like super low, but I wouldn't maybe put it this high.
Yeah. Is he the playmaker that gets G2 into this round again?
One of the best
wow,
just
aerial movements. This guy's a gymnast. Nukia with lethal gymnastics is taking down another. There's 2 kills in this round, and G2 are back into the 3v3.
I mean, this one's on here for forget that first spot. This one's on here for the CNED kill.
Nukia found another.
It's on here for this.
In towards heaven, those paint shells and reloads, and still gets the kill. Nukia just so cool under pressure. He's just standing watching him as he reloads, knowing he has the kill.
Funny.
And now Bone Cold left.
The way the Sage falls down is so funny.
Is one away from getting the ace. The incredible 5k. From Nukia lies in front of him. Bone Cold begins to walk out through lamps, but this time it's ticking, and Bone Cold has so much to do. One smoke available. Nukia now extends from the showers and confirms his ace. He finds all 5.
Oh dear, that was funny. Yeah, that's got to be up there. This has got to be up there. Just again, it's just a 1v2, but it's a 1v2 where they line up, but it's just the context, right? The context of this moment is so massive. 11-3 down, 11-11.
These players return to B. Warforce though wasn't gone properly. Resetting through. Rifles carries them forwards, but it doesn't win them around. Not just yet. 2-on-2. Aspas and Kawanzine again for the 3rd time in this map to try and convert a 2v2.
I've seen it playing Sage. He always plays Sage for a
Aspas low. Nanoswarm almost taking him out, but 10 seconds ticking down. The spike will be planted. An extension once more. Updraft. Aspas hunting for information, hunting for a glimpse, a glimmer. Anything to make this doable. A tap on the spike. Aspas! Jet Force. It's all down to Alpha yet. Noise everywhere, the double swing! Spray down! It's the Fnatic.
It's got to be up there. Interesting that this is so high.
In this half. 6 of them have gone in favor of Furia.
Just a random EG Furia game? I mean, again, good clip. It's a good clip, but I'm surprised it's this high.
What was that?
How?
He's not done, man. He's not done.
Takes an H to get
the just surrounded.
This is always a problem.
It's all a setup. It's all a setup for the Blades. There it is.
Like, yeah, a nice clip, cool. I wouldn't have that. Shados ace. I mean, again, I didn't even remember this one.
It's quite common to spam.
I'll be honest.
Flash gonna leave it
Maybe that's just me.
blind, and there you go. Thank you very much, Zeke. It leaves it all onto Shados. who is known for these sort of moments.
It is a crazy clip, but I honestly didn't even remember this.
The play of the tournament. That is one of the most unbelievable things I've ever seen.
Probably deserves to be in top 10, but okay, yeah. RB top 4 makes sense.
An attempt was made there. TP onto the side. Now we're rolling from the push and back. Paranoia is beautiful. Oh, cleans up. Zest with the swing to try and fight back. But what can be done here?
Because this is just unreal.
You have no tools to try and reclaim this one, and it's a double up. In fact, even the ultimate being committed here.
What?
Spray down!
On the commentary.
And a lockdown will not do squat!
I don't think I've ever seen a spray down like that before, Brent.
RB has just pulled one of the most insane spray downs I've ever seen in my life.
1 HP.
What?
He gets away from FNS's lockdown and pops down
spray down!
Now in the hands of Ye, and he's going to be running into the...
And the lockdown will not do
due to how far away RB is. Forced to commit the spike.
Timing is everything.
God,
Zest in the corner.
Funny.
He's low enough. Ye could find one shot to turn it into the 1v1, and he gets the right read. Doesn't know to pick up the rifle. Wants to play fast into this one because he knows RB's low. And the warbangs.
5 bullets.
So he goes and his RB swings and wins the 1v1.
Red's commentary is so good. Guild Leo 1v5. Interesting. I'm surprised this is this high. I mean, it is a 1v5.
Yet still alive though. Bladestorm
Any
still
1v5 you're gonna get, you know, it's gonna be pretty high. I wouldn't put it this high. I'd put RBs above
kill
this.
for Cloud. He's nading it down. It's not gonna land in time. Leo's made it away. The ace is denied. But I don't know if you guys remember, but Cloud used his showstopper, started previous round to go down so long. You guys remember that? He farted into the ground and did nothing. He's almost got his... It's almost got a showstopper. He's going to have the showstopper one way or another. And it goes the way we expect with 17 HP. But it is now, it's a rocket launcher online for the next round. That's insane.
And you're locked in at the back. It's something to play with going into the next round. And as you said, with the kill onto Cloud, Leo is going to get it one way or another. What is that shot? No, this man has been known for clutches, but this would be absurd. He isolates the duel onto Dino as well. This has gone from a 1v5 to a 1 versus 1 for Leo. He doesn't know where the last man is. In fact, he's wrapping round back through that defender spawn, checking that flank, hoping to try and spot.
Yeah, this one's boring. Then the top 2. Artist obviously has to be 1. Let's watch this one more time. This is definitely number 1. So get to it 2, I don't mind either. Crazy that they came from the same tournament. Copenhagen was a pretty good tournament.
That's how good of a friend they are. It's Vansili and Rivington.
What time do you need to pick up?
I don't know. I think
don't mind this being 1. Don't mind this being 2. This being 3 I find a bit odd. Where's EU's 1v5? Why is Leo so high? Bit of fanatic bias?
Question is there. I think
don't really understand that. I'd say EU's 1v5 is better.
With Adam just before, and Adam was saying, look, we knew Furia was going to pick
oh,
this
this is
match
champs?
here
Oh
on the
yeah,
set.
it was champs.
So we know what
still,
to expect.
Copenhagen
We know
was
how
still
we
the
can
GOAT
prepare,
tournament.
but it's still
Tokyo was good.
The playground that you have here for Digizine.
What was the best tournament?
Awesome on this mid control as a jet.
Copenhagen was good. I remember it was so hot here. That's when it was like the hottest week ever.
There are numerous protocols that we will see the side of Furia running once they have Blade Storms for Digizine here. We'll see if Crew can stop them, or see if Crew on the attack first can be the ones to put the pressure on. Again, this round of Ghosts
I think
Melzer
20 from Copenhagen onward. I think they got. They've generally been pretty good.
Like they are going to focus on
I think the last 4 have been pretty good. Okay, Crew on the attack.
To be initiated by both defenders from
They
Furia.
picked attack.
And NW0 on this new roll. Killjoy.
Whoa, look at how low they are, though.
By Klaus. A chance for redemption on Klaus on a Silva, who hasn't had the best performances on this agent against Furia on
KO's
this
behind
map.
them.
And as they rotate back, it's there! The fourth to come in! And Furia
Get that on the clips list.
in this pistol round.
Mazine Magic to start off Ascent. We got it from Digizine last map. We get it from Mazine now. Absolutely incredible. The pace of rotation, too, that Furia took control of the rest of the map with. Is the only way you can secure a 4K like that.
Only the EG and EDG games are memorable.
As they are lit up now.
It was the best crowd, and I think it had the best underdog stories. But yeah, I think Copenhagen was the best in terms of the games.
And it's Crew's side.
The final was a goated game. Any game that Leviathan were in was a goated game.
I want to take the harder side. Identifying potentially how Furia is playing the defense, but it never anticipated such an early flank on that pistol. Forced now on only pistols themselves on that second round. Furia also gets first blood.
I love the setup here from MW Zera too. You expect to have Kesnet go right in for switch, and he's going to go right.
But I think Paper Rex was a great game.
Really.
Oh, you had FBXX set. Yeah, it kind of had it all, Copenhagen, didn't it? Controversy, great game.
A little bit of a lurk here.
Kind of all that.
And now, Furia.
Conan playing the Sova, not an easy role to just pick up. I'm assuming he. I mean, they picked this map, so I'm assuming he must.
Change here.
You know, they must be practicing it. They must
is leaving Mel's
be at least somewhat confident in his ability.
Oh my gosh. It'll only matter for a moment, Vance.
Good thing that Jazine was doing those aim labs there just before. Nice little no scope, long range. Okay, not too bad though. At least answered back by Crew. Spike on the back of Kesnet. 3 kills. And a double swing right
Seen both of them. How have they not got that kill?
Players are there on the defense, pushing down. Spooky. Oh, he gets it! Kesnet answers right back!
From Klaus to Kesnet, keep the Sheriff clutches coming for Crew. Absolutely ridiculous that they're able to produce that again. And the eco, the thrifties from Crew this series. You'd think they were getting the W's, but Furia finding the win in the end for map number 1. This is what they're up against, though.
How have they whiffed so bad?
And your 2 players there with those weapons? Question marks are
how have 2 players whiffed so bad?
Furia, like, how do we not hit that against Kesnet?
Yeah, give me the question mark ping for that one. That's going down on the mini-map. Oof.
Like, literally everyone whiffed.
Do you want to try again? What a trade there. Quick headshot through the wall to start us off. And a mid push. So this will be our first mid look here coming in from Crew. They see how defense is being played on the side of Furia as they stack Cat. Good reader. I should say good play so far from Crew.
Flashbang. Shiko for a couple of the players. Off angles being played. MW0, there's that third Sheriff in hands up Furia. But the weapons are just too strong for Crew in this second round. Still losing 2 players in the process of a much stronger buy that you see from Crew.
I'll be fine.
Thankfully, finally spotting the last 2 players, confirming the second player with the 0 point thrown by Davies. Crew definitely knows that the B site's open.
Clear's got a gun.
And you're cycling now. Ult points, ult orbs, and plants to Davies.
Just waiting to find where that Phantom is coming from. Now they hear it in market. Privy of that knowledge. And this is just a hold. Maybe Furia can keep Crew in here. Yeah. At least deny these weapons. They're still going to go for it harder. All right.
Crew do win.
2 kills. Crew looking pretty good as they come up on deck here with Davies ult 2 away if they want to focus some orbs. Mazine as well on that side. The KO is having a pretty good frag rate to start us off here on Ascent.
1 enemy remaining.
And really, overall feel out of the map for Crew on
Such
this
a
round.
massive
They
win
knew
that second round for
Furia was
Crew.
going to set something up in a little death squad. They found that on Cat.
When you lose
so nice
pistol like
adjustment
that,
by Crew to not
DG
go
goes
as
naked
quick
off.
as the
They
first
do
2
love a
rounds.
naked
Or
off.
into guns. Or into
When you lose
operators,
pistol on
such as
attack side
Zane
Ascent,
with the
you know,
glass
playing the
coming
normal
out.
comps, like, it can be a long
Mid-peak
day.
with a bit of help here from
Like a really
Conan.
long day. And Fury's attack side is no good on this
That's a
map.
mid-control
Or at
where
least it wasn't.
Digizine's always good at.
He instantly rotates.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a smoke early, right? Why waste your time there? Pivots back here. On a pop flash.
Why are we going
Almost
alone?
had that kill.
Yeah, target choice becomes
Why
difficult
is
when they're hopping
why
around like that.
you can't expect that to
Just
ever
caught
work
off
on your own?
Kesnet
Like there could be
getting
people
another
back
first
here. They can
blood
see you.
here.
There could be people
Blade
close.
Storm
Like
as well.
can't do that alone. You got to swing with someone else.
Digizine was watching that angle. The pivot back was a good read for Furia to work towards this tree. but because of the over-commitment from Matt Zine, at least to try to get his one. Digizine was too far back to try to trade it off. And even while this was happening, Kesnet was able to slip through an angle that wasn't being watched by Digizine. So Furia thinks now that we have Cat. The Cat's been open. The crew is actually rotating to a different spot. The crew is just cutting noise and looking to re-hit on this A site.
Paranoia's go through. Digizine starts.
Lands that one in the back of Jenny. Here comes the rest of that util on the attack for crew with 30 seconds left. Big pop flash. First kill now for Klaus on the entry. Melzer answers right back onto Conan, but Khalil playing behind the smoke of the dark cover that he plays towards Hell. Davies hiding inside of that smoke. This is going to be a big owl drone. And Davies just get the kill exactly. Just the tip. MW0 now on a 3 versus 1. Post-plant situation. Advantage for crew. Double Hell crossfire setup. And that confirms exactly where MW0 is at. And we spray right back. Nagset doesn't allow Furia to save any weapons. As crew on the attack now. Put 3 round.
Trying everything.
Hey, massive for crew. Big win.
A, and now they have a pretty good read in the starting defensive composition of what Furia wants to have.
So many things that can go wrong.
Always looking for that top fight now. Yep. You know, a few months ago, towards week 7, week 8, we saw teams across every region not smoking heaven anymore, producing that fight, looking for it. And a found by Melzer on that. From the shadows ready.
Oh, that was perfect.
Got away with it.
Nice little flash there from Manzine.
Looks like they'll raise Jet to walk up slightly more.
Early player advantage and the star player Kesnet falling down for crew.
That's a Blade Storm knocked out as well. So Digizine says thank you very much. Play looks like it may end over towards A here for crew, but they have to take it much slower. Oof.
Trying to force the hand out.
Oh my goodness.
Just holding some angles. Digizine meanwhile
evens
the situation. 3 alive, forcing out a null command on the attack for Davies. Right clicks doesn't work out because Digizine has his Blade Storm canceled out. Default spike.
It's getting a bit jail Valorant-y.
A at the entrance. The last 2 here. Still 2 players that could get things done. So seeing what they could do. Furia in this disadvantaged situation.
It feels like Furia have no patience.
But unfortunately,
like they just refuse.
Furia, we still had a lot of utility available for crew. Recon Dart even almost at the ready for the attack on the pulse plan for Klaus.
It's just a struggle.
Like, you know, you can just chill here, live, and someone else can go pick up this gun.
Force in.
Oof. All right, good damage done. Close. That's 4 players falling down, and again, good trap plays for Furia. The crew still has the round. That's the bottom line here, as this is the start that they needed.
A bit of patience is all you need.
Loss on that first map on Split.
And brutal rounds, much different. Obviously, we have a different map, but
like even if you get that one,
both teams, the patience is there a little bit, but crew much faster.
Like you're the Jet Knights, you've got to.
Onto Furia
like, if you're gonna win that round, you're gonna get 2 more kills.
Being quite versatile. Looks like Furia is gonna pull back, reset, and try to figure out what is falling apart for their strategies. A lot of it is becoming Kesnet's getting a few first bloods to start them off. They're not transitioning their own 4v5 conversions. And yeah, it doesn't help when you get thriftied as well in the beginning. Crew is feeling it.
Please let this be a quick 2-0.
The pain point now for Furia.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Quote unquote the easier side on
knowing the Valorant gods, because everyone's wishing this to be a quick 2-0. This is gonna be a very long, excruciating.
And they lose that as well. It's normal that we're
it's gonna go OT again, and crew are gonna win, and map 3 will be OT.
Better economy for Furia, and also of course the ultimate's coming up online very soon for both teams, and that's gonna be the swing round that you're looking for in this round number 6.
I think crew did a really good job identifying too the flow of economy for the side of Furia, and we may see that here again. An instant smoke mid, and they close the gap between mid and cat, between A lobby and Altorb, right? They get up right in the face of where they might have Digizine in a scary position. We saw that be a problem in B main of Split for Digizine just last game with the operator. You kind of see what Crew wants to get out of moving forward so fast, getting to position here on B main and A main to make sure the
big ult
orbs
round
are not grabbed.
And that was defense getting a knife and some information on 2 players on long B for Crew.
And their own orb. Hunter's Fury ready for MW0's retake lockdown.
Bro, what are these things?
That's a big knife, though. That's exactly where Digizine's at, but they're not too sure if the operator is out here yet for Furia.
They're gonna go for a B hit.
Lots of ping coming across, so they
Not
think
much map control. It's gonna be a
Crew's
full
looking
retake.
for a catwalk play, forcing out a recon dot early.
You should run.
But Crew's looking to explode in the B site in the back of the lockdown. Answered right back here by Furia. And it gets stopped now by the Hunter's Fury by Klaus.
In they go. Ooh, instant. The mollies go off without doing damage.
Patience.
And Crew just waltzes on by.
I wanted to make sure with those nanoswarms that you couldn't get into the switch to close the door, so that Crew could actually still have control at the door side from Market. But unfortunately with that,
Like, they know where
they
you are.
miscalculated where the hit
Right,
was
you
gonna
just
come
put
in
the
from
lockdown
Crew.
here.
And
The
Fury
Killjoy is
gets
just
dispatched
put a
right away
lockdown here,
from
so you
Conan
pretty
and
much know that the
W0
site
in
is
their
clear
positions in
and the
Market. And
you
sealing
are.
the
So
fate
that's why
of
everyone's
Furia
looking
in
this
round
way.
number
Again,
6.
no patience,
A
no
swing round
thought
that was
about
important
the
for them.
situation.
They're gonna try to keep their chances in their favor for the next round. Once again, still saving this operator from the hands of Digizine.
And Digizine has
A Furious
to
attack on this map
get
was
into
awful,
a
by the way.
position or be
Even at their best.
just helped by the team.
They're often winning
facilitating
9
it
on
out there and
defense,
get frags.
10 on defense.
If Crew is getting to the
And
site,
then they would
they are winning
often
every
struggle
post
to
plan.
win
This
like
will be
13, 11. It always used to annoy me when they
on
picked this map
post
because they were
plans
so
once they get that
bad
spike
at one
down.
side. Like, why is your map pick so bad at one
Furia
side?
has to do something of getting the first kill, stalling out Crew a little bit here, because Crew is not playing the patient game anymore. They're playing the rush game. Knowing there's an operator on the side of Furia means there's one less person to deal with once you avoid that priority weapon. And Digizine actually goes
Okay, they will still buy.
to the Vandal here, because he just wants to back off it and get into the fight, it seems. All right. Go for
Gonna go for
MW0
shots.
operator.
They might try to go just for a shark attack here towards the shops towards B-Link. As it comes up, there's that dash, the flash across, and the Vandal close range, the flick there, first blood. Crew trying to answer right back, but it gets blocked. The vision blocked by a...
Unlucky, I guess. Hello?
Cloud burst, and there's that operator from MW0, now hit by the paranoia. Davies manages to even drop the operator. MW0 falls down.
3 moving in A.
Plant coming through in a safe spot this time around, not even planted for long, so Crew has to play inside the site. No command you just heard come out from Madzine as Melzer's trying to walk through out the door. Just got broken. You have to try to go for some type of heroic play. Davies is gonna be the one that's gonna do it.
One enemy remaining.
Back to a 1 versus 1.
He hears
Conan
One body shot.
versus Keston, and he gets it.
Conan
Gets it.
again coming up with a huge clutch play there. Mazine's no command locking out Kesnet from using the Blade Storm. A huge thought to get thrown into that round. And even with Davies frags coming up big in these instances, that's going to be one for Furia. Read this play very well in the switch, Vansili. Huge for Furia to identify that the operator on Digizine was causing issues, wasn't allowing for the aggression that Furia wanted. They give that operator MW0 and Digizine, they let him run free towards mid. Starting off with first blood on the round. Instant change there and instant results here for Furia.
Yeah, they got an Odin, they
How
got
do
an
they play
all.
this round? Look, Swords tiles once again.
Oh, that's gonna be good.
Uh-oh.
That's an Odin.
Oh, only a few tags. They're gonna be all right.
Burn enough.
That null command is on, and Crew is going through mid.
But there's still 3 players now for Furia inside this B site. Digizine winning at the staircase, crossfired by NW0. Answer back.
No patience.
Miles and nags it.
Did
Trying to
Apex
save the
play
round
bad or
for Crew,
GM
but
good or mix of
on the
both?
split that they
Hope
do
the
for
stream
Crew,
has
that's
been
the
great.
spike. Moving with
Why
them.
9
As now it's up
Elijah
for grabs out in the
with the
opening.
7 months?
Basically being watched down by the
I'd put it more
Gentle
Gentlemates played well than Apex played horrific. Apex didn't play their best.
They're going to try to go all the way around, if anything. Money's still good, so they should be able to creep through mid here with about 50 seconds left and try to make a run for this.
Well, they heard the recon dart.
Exactly. That's going to help out quite a bit. A little bit of boon for him.
Klaus still has an opportunity to push some players back as they attempt to regain the spike. ADSing all the way back towards spawn. The pointy elbow out from Klaus gets spotted. Shock dart onto the spike. Sneaking through. Nagzet couldn't punish Conan. It's been pivotal in this role so far on Sova.
Just gonna save.
Hang it. Time for the last player, Klaus. No heroic plays this time around.
Nope.
No attempt to move inside the A site. And Furia will get the defensive round.
We're gonna pick up that up.
Conan still with an all. What incredible confidence and play from Conan as well. Not afraid to put himself in situations where the team might actually lose.
Oh, they did.
If he goes down. He's making these calls that is absolutely throwing Crew for a loop. And Digizine here finally
do your premiere video for
gets
Ascent
some action
earlier.
as they run
Oh, I'm not
towards
redoing
him.
one for Ascent.
And they clean up another few rounds. Operator's still going to be
the map
there,
hasn't
so they
changed.
Go back to MW0 at the op, back to Digizine
Just
on
go and watch the old
Vandal.
one.
This
What
is
would I
getting
say?
pretty versatile in how they're just feeling out the game. A lot of times you see somebody stick with the weapon, but no, it's round to round here.
There's a lot of pressure towards the A side from Furia. I think it was a flash and a recon dart here to allow now Digizine to move forward and then using Hunter's Fury on the A side. So a pinch aggression attempt from Furia. No kills coming through.
Bro, I'm gonna stop watching this game because it's causing me a headache.
Crew did a great job staying in the back of middle for all of these kills. So no surprise attack, unfortunately, there for Furia.
This is our map pick, by the way.
And Mazine's just going to anchor. Furia has the lockdowns, not lockdown, but have the sites locked down when it comes to Crew getting in now. If the post plant doesn't happen, Crew's not getting the win, and that's been identified. Oof. Oh, just the sidestep by MW0 to lose the aim.
And then the call for the rest of Crew just to storm down a split towards this B site. Where at least the numbers, they have 2 to work with for Furia. Unfortunately, no Odin kills this time around for Conan. Crew has full control of this B site.
Just save, bro. Get out and save. Oh god, what is this round?
And a quick plant down. This should be a save to the operator here. I feel like we're gonna get a lot of these rounds now, Vansili. Yeah. I feel like now that the operators are out to play, everything slows down even more.
I think having an op is worth it, yes.
But you look at how Fury has been playing this half so far on the defense. Very aggressive. Piss around that early flank that you had. Then trap plays the shark attack on the B-Link. This time around, they tried to do some sort of trap play with the Hunter's Fury, LAEG almost. And Crew's been ready almost every single time for these, except for that pistol round.
And that's the impressive part.
Yeah.
If Digizine has an op the round before and gets 2 kills on B, do you expect him to be dashing with a Vandal?
Oh. Oof. No weapon saved.
Wow. That actually
That's rough.
is really big.
That's
they decide to
probably
going to
be the difference between that. I mean, they could go for jet knives and drop.
They decide not to, so it's going to be full Vandals on that side for
be a
defense,
save.
and they go low buys. Let's see if they can hero Vandal this from MW0.
God, Crew, why can't you just win map 1?
Great adapting from round
just
to
win map
round
1.
to what Furia is trying to bring out. Both teams are definitely pulling out of the
Also,
stops
this is
here.
Crew, like, this is the one map Crew actually
At
half
this point,
decent
Furia,
at before.
If it's not for that hero rifle, at least to keep the chances in their favor to stop the bleeding on their defensive half, they'll have Bladestorm available in the next. If they don't get the Bladestorm, could be an operator. Then MW0 will also have to lock down in the next round, should he die this time over.
Then again, Crew's attack was really
hopefully
bad.
make it, what, a 7
The defense
to 5 half, unless.
And you're saying that 7 on attack.
Yeah.
Oh my word.
Let's hear if you get something done here with these pistols. This region has always been good with Shurs, but not this time around. Khalil and Digizine both fall. Crew's well on their way to have.
Why am I already sleeping? Probably because it's getting a bit late.
Attacking half here on Ascent.
Incredibly impressive. The eco round and the momentum they had, really carrying them through.
I could use it with this being a 2-0 though as well. For my
able
sleep
to take
schedule.
down Conan. And it's just the cleanup now of Mazine and MW0 as they move into B.
Furia big time letting me down.
That, right? It's not because they have Sheriffs that you could actually just start taking 1v1s. Crew continues with the fundamentals, continue to give a lot of respect for Furia, swinging as a group. Pop flash on top of that to secure the flawless round for Crew.
I'm gonna watch it.
Round number 7.
I plan on. Am I watching the Talon game?
Are waking up the fans
Right now I'm planning on it, but if the
them.
Americas game is super late, then no. 'Cause it just started at 9 a.m.
Into the site. We'll see
I
if the
get
lockdown
specific, so when it
comes
says
out
9
now
a.m.
of
it
Furia
means
to
half
stall
9.
this.
But
Finding the opening frags has been so big for Crew.
I'll be there for map 2 probably.
Wow. The most defensive-sided map we have, and Crew says, "No, we'll take the majority of the rounds on attack. Thank you very much." Just saucing it up right now.
Take a nap now,
as
come
well.
back for Sen on the Thieves.
2 more to go.
Here.
Ooh. They heard the jumps, trying to push the operator back. At least in our eyes, we know that Furia does have the operator this time around, and the Aldron's going to confirm it now for Crew.
Even little things like that, right? Just destroying the drone for the op. They're not doing the basics. That's not basic,
Slow
but you know.
play here. They're going to be running right into the utility, so this is going to be big. MW0 on this Killjoy, lockdown ready, so he'll have to play his life, even from the top of that heaven.
I know the Talon's not till the 18th, but it's still the same. There's still 2 Americas games.
Heard the knife going out, though,
It'll be
from
the
0
11
point.
Cloud9
It
games.
land.
Like if they go to
Unfortunately,
3 a.m., I'm not going to be up for 9 a.m.
on both ends. The first one on the attack,
Here's
let
DFM
down
playing.
and
You
put
know
down
what?
rather
Maybe I
by
won't
Crew.
watch it anyway.
This is cool. If they can get in, Klaus can plant. They get that Hunter's Fury for the retake lockdown, but that is a necessity for Crew.
You need it, Khalil, just to use that paranoia, waste that down, but they're spraying through it to get the shot onto Digizine. Plant then coming in, shot dart to Klaus, but no kills there onto Klaus.
Oh my God, they
late
pulled it
lockdown
off.
coming through, gets stopped by the Hunter's Fury. Perfect pulse plant positions for Crew.
Wow, and that Sova living gives them the
Kills for
ult.
Crew too.
Go and save, my
Mazine
man.
gets spotted, Kenta chasing him down, and 2 flawless rounds in a row for Crew. Dismantling Furia under defensive half.
Incredible team play. And Klaus
Crew can
making
turn
it
up
out by the
DFM
skin of
cam.
his teeth. That was necessary
Oh,
for the
bro.
Hunter's Fury to stay alive.
Who's gonna
Everything
tell him?
clicking there for Crew. Everything clicking on attack here on Ascent. And they just smother Furia inside A. Hey, look at this. Kaznik goes
Well,
hunting.
we'll go in map 3.
Thank you very much for the next one. 3K on the Blade Storm round, and that was so
Why is the
well
stream so
Yeah,
bad?
and the idea was so good there for Furia.
Don't wanna
They
be
didn't
it,
want to
don't
put
be
the
it.
lockdown down right away.
Right.
Just so that Khalil could delay with the paranoia
Okay.
and then run the time in their favor. Put a lockdown and force Crew to just scramble across the map on a post plant.
answers for the questions. Answers on answers, Van Silly.
Yeah.
Looks like the A push comes in.
Look,
so
if
they
you
can
want it, you got it.
get this control over the orb once again. A little bit of farming from these orbs now coming from Crew. They're giving themselves multiple win conditions.
It's definitely different than what we saw in the first map. The duels are in favor of Crew, with the exception of this man right here, still able to do and trying to do whatever he can here to put Furia back on their back.
Oh, you don't want it now? We'll never know what happened. They did know what happened.
As MW0 swings across for Judge Kill onto Nagzit.
Sometimes 720 doesn't look that bad, but now
the
it
execution
does
here.
look. I don't know why.
Gained by Kesnit, turns around for the kill onto MW0. A late lurk from Melzer, lines up the 2 kills here. The dash away, not good enough. 1 more left to go. As it's Melzer, somehow you have Fury that's still able to hold down this B site.
30 seconds left. We're going out.
Melzer's isolating this, picking up the spike. Knows exactly now where the last 2 players are for Furia. So he wants to take this 1v1 against Conan. The
What's he
substitution
jumping
in the
for?
back of the site, playing with the Guardian. 10 seconds left on the clock. Spike goes down. Recon Dart trying to get a timing. Conan knows he's close now. Pre-firing the shot. Here's a reload. Paranoia doesn't work.
Oh my gosh.
Literally unlosable, man.
In a 1 versus 1. Never heard the Paranoia.
Khalil also went the long way
idea where Khalil is coming from.
Went around this way.
They just missed it. They just
made it through the smoke. No
Why
matter
did you
what,
come around
it's
this
still
way
a
rather
drop
than just
sound.
running this way?
Smoke's about to dissipate. Footsteps are being heard. Then on to the tap. Melzer walking in, trying to go around the radius of the smoke. Walks into it. The spray. Oh my God! He gets it for the kill. The Red Bull clutch and the knife.
Unlosable in the 1v2.
Can you expect anything else from Melzer? One of the players of Americas we know to have strength in anchoring a site, playing those solo situations, but even when he needs to identify the situation himself, he finds the opponents and finds the 4K for the round.
This will be 13-4.
9-3 on the attack side.
Oh, F.
You have to wonder what Furia was thinking, picking
True
this
F.
into Crew.
Well, you know what? Crew may have the only one America's win in 2023, but that doesn't mean that Furia is taking them lightly. So here is Conan on the LatAm squad.
A Crew é um time muito forte, independente dos resultados que eles tiveram no
I'm just gonna fill up my
Américas. Ele tem um elenco muito forte. Acho que se engana se olhar só os placares dos jogos. É um time muito agressivo, um time que tem muitos players talentosos. Tem que ter, tipo, cabeça boa pra enfrentar eles, porque é um time muito agressivo, um time muito chato. Tenho certeza que eles vão chegar muito bem pro campeonato.
And there you go. Conan talking about it. Knowing that Crew is an aggressive team and looking at how things were panning out here on this second map, Furia wanted to bring that aggression back on their defensive half, which I'm not against. There's a lot of these teams throughout the VCTs in Americas that have been doing this throughout the season. Cloud9's the first one that comes to mind on how aggressive they want to play on this defensive half. But I just got to repeat it once again. Adam, when he had the conversation with Smix, was like, we know how they play. We know what they could bring. And it seems that he knew exactly how to play this against Furia and then taking 9 rounds on the attack.
It seemed like they were avoiding all of the utility MW0 was putting up. If it was on the switch, they'd go down to the left side. We saw it all. And Crew continued to control the map, and one of the things was also the farming of the alt orbs that allowed them to circumvent situations Furia had been setting up for rounds. And you get the Hunter's Fury, you get a lockdown that can't be rebutted. Yeah, wild stuff for a 9-3 first half from Crew here. And
that's so long.
Think about how Crew was playing on split. This is very close to being just a half away from over, but not. Crew, Adam said, they want that bind. They want to make it. I'm excited to see how aggressive we get both teams once we get to that third map. That currently on the menu.
Oh, is he streaming now?
Crew can keep this up.
I thought my tap was all the way downstairs.
We want to talk about here, especially when Carlisle, the coach there from Furia, said, "Hey, we don't want to play Haven. We want to play bind."
Oh, they don't want to play Haven at all.
It's also Crew, they played that
Furia win the first one, their attack side, really.
So
Crew got no value out of chain.
But we'll have to talk about that if we get there. Right now, it's the pistol round that's important. 3 of them were in favor of Furia so far this series, and Crew wants their first one with this first blood from Keston.
And just stopped in their tracks.
Jeff's arrow with the prime. Thank you.
You know on Ascent how weird that feels. And how the entire team has to be diving into sight. You do not have a jet to cause chaos. So
okay, yeah. Let's. If we are gonna go to 3 maps, let's make it quick at least.
The side of Furia.
You know, let's get it over with. Don't give me any fake comebacks. Just lose.
And Crew, that's what they wanted to do here, at least for Furia. Knowing the aggression of Crew, trying to see if anybody's going to peek early. Just posted up in different angles, defaulting still across the map. Almost got the punishment there. On to Keston, down to 22 HP. And they pivot back towards the A site.
That's about it. That's the last smoke they have for the moment. So this is all dry peeking as they make their way in.
Oh, and then you see him on the lurk. 3 guys against them, and he gets 2 of them! Make that even all 3!
Spike planted.
One-man army on the other side of the map. MW's there just running.
How does that happen?
We saw it. Yeah, definitely saw Kaznet.
Around the floor.
No way!
For NW0. Melzer now spotted on the top of heaven.
Oh, they're coming up. They're waiting.
Oh, they're
high. Yeah, they're gonna give it to him. Where is he? Tell me.
Melzer doesn't want to give it.
Melzer thinks he's coming from mid. They're trying to sniff him out. No, that's your teammate.
You have a ghost. You have a paranoia. You're saving whatever you can.
Oh,
and
they're running.
is still trying to hunt it down.
They're running.
But that should have been Crew's first pistol round. And NW0.
Yeah, Furia started their fake comeback now.
Monstrous play.
I mean, just a fake
Furia has all
gets
of the pistol
3.
rounds. You have to remember these thrifties coming out of Crew, but it's the Furia pistol rounds that continue to be won. And MWZera just put on a clinic for this one.
At least that's nice.
Yeah.
Silver lining there for Crew.
Melzer in the 1v2 is just showing up right now. That one not having the results of a W. Still a few frags to get those weapons in hand when time comes, though. What's the hit here from Crew? Just one Sheriff on Kaznet. No, Davies has one as well. And Mazine's gonna tiptoe forward on A just to see what they can find, and they're gonna find a lot, Vans.
Too many players, too many bodies up.
They're gonna lose a second one.
The entrance.
I mean, the buy is so troll. Wow, they actually are gonna lose.
Right
2 in a row. Wow, that's almost tricky.
NW0, the one that went up big the first round.
That's almost tough to do.
The previous round only has a ghost to work with.
To troll so hard, you lose
around,
2 of these.
There is at least a weapon here in his POV as it picks up a Spectre.
Like 30 seconds behind.
Out members of Furia.
I'm guessing Crew.
Boom.
Well, that's actually better than winning a pistol in some ways.
Instant close. What a call. 4 stack A. All right, sounds good. Just get Furia to walk into them at the A archway entrance. 10-4 now for Crew.
Coity.
Slaughter.
6
map number
whole
1
months.
back and forth here as they turn up the heat. And now Davies, Klaus, and the rest of the squad, a little bit of a miss-buy. Looks still like they have the majority of the weapons for this round, though.
Nice pop flash, 3 pushing through the
actually
smoke.
forced.
Kaznet dash activated, Klaus with the support. And they hold the angle towards market. Kaznet once again. Advantage now for Crew. Spike being picked up by Manzine. Bulldog and Sheriff.
That's the big kill.
Okay, this man is
That's
warming
the one
up.
you needed.
NW0 with the lurk kill opening. 2 versus 2.
Has to clear sight, but how far can MWZera get if it's almost becomes sketchy if you cannot get back to the front of sight? There we go. Good protection.
But the Bulldog is not good enough.
Nope.
GG.
From Manzine to run around and force a player to peek out, but NW0 just couldn't get the kill. And Crew, at least this time around.
It seemed like they were avoiding all of the utility MW. It seemed like they were avoiding all of the utility MW.
Wait, so they're not co-streaming this
the
game?
Energy in the room. Another round 2 away from solidifying this one. Bladestorm for Kaznet here already in the second half on round number 4, but MWZera can answer with a lockdown to keep them out of sight. I give respect here on this round to Furia, not peeking so many of the angles right away. Okay, Kaznet, never mind. He's still getting a look at what's going down in mid. This A focus here. Mazine just on the Sheriff, still kind of a
thing is, they don't buy in the second round. That's the problem.
To try to make this work.
Recon Guard also spotted 2 players on the top of Catwalk. So with the lockdown going down, Crew getting ready for a push from Furia into A. Nice paranoid once again.
Yeah, great timing.
This time on a defense has
They
set
had
aside
crack, bro. Who they cracking?
Doesn't allow
These
Furia
teams
to
are
really
playing.
flood into the site, even allowing Crew to get better positions on the hold. No plans come down so far. The feet are being spotted, and DGZ just couldn't get the kill. Crew are now at that point.
Fearless in defense, right on the edge of the lockdown, ready to jump back into sight and get themselves into position. And there, I feel like Furia almost put themselves in a tough position. You are rushing a site with
EG Loud,
Guardians.
C9
Your
left.
one taps have to be immaculate.
Bro, they're on
There's no
blacklist
chance
anyway.
to miss your first shot. None of this round was played from afar or even medium range for Furia. They go right to Cat and right in sight with Guardians. Interesting choice, and Crew continues to pile on the rounds here. Looking at game point here on map 2.
You had to do what you had to do here on the attack with Furia off the lockdown. The biggest chance that you had here. And on his half buy, still the weapon's pretty decent. Shadows traveling. Crew's playing very confidently out in the open, forward positions. But Furia still manages to get the openers into dual
You already know what this is like.
A site now slightly open. Crew forced to play passively on the top of heaven, waiting out the first piece of utility. Trying to deny the spike plant. Kesnet once again moving forward. Digizine falls. Tap onto the spike. And the spray then onto the other one. And Crew just like that all down the map. And it pushed us into the third one.
And Crew winning at 3.
Ammo, I guess.
3v4 there, continuously winning.
I'm actually gonna.
Rounds down in
Didn't have breakfast
numbers.
today,
It didn't
so
seem like
I'm a bit hungry.
anything
Because we're gonna be here for a while. Actually, no. I'll wait till the end of the next
wheelhouse for a long time. Interesting to see this come into the map pool, and Adam gets the wish. They're going.
I came out on a Viper Cloud.
What can we do? I don't think we ever did Geo Riddle. I don't think we ever did Ranked either. So we got some games to play. Name the landlocked countries that are 5 or fewer letters long. Okay, good one. Chat. Switzerland. Would it be any? Oh, well, let's just think of short country names. Chad. Gabon is by the sea. China. None of the stands. I know chat will have them. I'm not looking. I'm not looking. Peru's by the sea. Chile's by the sea. It's got to be one in Europe, surely. Mali. Niger. Nepal. And what is mystery country number 2? Sudan. No. Is it Sudan?
I'm back, baby.
No. It's 4 letters long. I don't want to get this up. I don't want to look at chat. Go on. Oh, you guys don't even know. Lao? Was Lao? Tough one, that. Did pretty well to get 4, I think. Did pretty well. Get the old 4. Lao, that's how you say it. Make TMV rent. Redeemed by one Takusek 1. Please rant about digestives. Okay. Well, actually you mean chocolate digestives. Or maybe just plain digestive. Plain digestives are not nice. Chocolate digestives are the goat. The thing is, and I don't know if digestives are this or not, but I'm just going to assume that they are. In fact, I'm going to type it in. This is what I'm going to rant about. Why is this a thing? I know why it's a thing. But wasn't the world just a happier place before this was a thing? What is shrinkflation? Shrinkflation is the concept of a product slowly and gradually, or maybe not even that gradual, getting smaller over time. And it's bullshit is what it is. It's absolute bullshit. And you can see the digestives, yes, while prices stay the same. Basically, it's bullshit. I think the word is moronic. Well, maybe it thinks you're moronic, Raitu. Why is there no good in the world anymore? You know what I mean? Do you ever get the feeling that we've ran out of good? Did everyone always feel like this? Do you know what I mean? Was it always the case that everyone just thought everything was always bad? Or have things actually gotten worse? Because this to me is like, this feels like, you know, back in the day you used to have 400-gram packs of digestives. And now, they're 10% smaller. Like, I do wonder, you do wonder, like, someone growing up, and then this is the thing, everyone always kind of thinks that the best times are, like, when they were in their kind of, you know, teens to maybe early 20s. But I get the feeling that most people now don't think that the time, like, you know, and most of you will be in that time frame. I don't think that when I grew up was the best time. Like, in terms of the like, if I was to say what do I think was the best time for the world in my life, it probably would have been, you know, when I was 1 and 2, when I couldn't even remember things, and then as I've gotten older, things have just got progressively worse. I think that's how most people see the world now, right? But if you ask, like you know, if you ask your parents, you know, like, oh, when was the best time? Probably most of them, let's assume, you know, most of them were born in like the 50s, 60s, maybe early 70s. You know, most of them will say, oh yeah, the 70s, 80s, you know, I mean, the 70s were rough, but people still look back on it fondly. You know, the people who were there, they're like, oh yeah, the 70s was rough. But still, you got, particularly if you were a teenager during the time, you know, people would still look back on it fondly, especially the 80s, even though things were rough then as well. Now, people, I don't think, will look back fondly. No one's looking at 2015 onwards fondly. Like, 2011, 2012, 2013, were like okay, it felt like. And then something just, and then it slowly went downhill. And then very quickly went downhill. And then just continued to go downhill pretty quick. Germany won the World Cup. That wasn't a particular highlight of mine. I'll be honest. So all started to go to shit after Nick was born. Nick was born in 1999. He's older than you. What do you mean? Murray won. I like how you spelled Murray. M-I-R-Y. M-U-R-Y. Murray. Won Wimbledon again in 2016. Yeah, that really did make my year. You're right. I mean, yeah, 2008 was, well, to me, like, I mean, really, unless you were in the Balkans, you know, or maybe, like, the, you know, parts of the Middle East, you know, the 90s was pretty good for the West. I can't speak to the rest of the world. And then things started to, obviously, 9/11 kind of changed the world. But things were still, other, you know, 9/11 changed the world, but things actually weren't too bad apart from the Iraq War. And the housing crisis happened. But then, see, this is the thing that's so great about Britain as well, right? The housing crisis happened, and then, like, you know, steadily there was, like, a recovery, right? Slowly things were getting back on track. See, here in Britain, we decided, what if we do this? Right? We decided, what if we do this? And the thing, you know, the problem with this is, right? The problem with this is that even though America elected Donald Trump in the same year, their economy actually continued on this way. So, like, their lean to the far right, you know, was bad. Don't get me wrong, it was very bad. But at least it didn't kill the country economically. We decided for our far right lean to also just shoot ourselves in the head. Not even the foot. We just shot ourselves in the head as well. Well, the game's about to start. Oh, we'll go live. We'll miss the first 20 seconds. It's 5v5. We're chilling. We're gonna win anyway.
Inside the smoke for Crew just behind.
I see a Sober Dart? What the hell are we doing? We got playing Astra as well? Holy, they're not even trying.
Travelers are getting ready, but as they swing behind it, it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Bro, DG late chamber.
One on low HP, a wide swing coming through, support from DGZ. Melzer gets caught, answered back by Klaus, who gets a second and third in the round. Up to Khalil in a 3 versus 1 is gonna have to clutch it when Crew has the perfect crossfire setup.
Taku, look, anytime you're gonna redeem a rent,
hopping out makes the sound.
I'm not gonna do it.
3 different angles here.
Oh yeah.
What do you want me to say about digestives? Pick a better topic. I gave you shrinkflation as an example of things going to shit.
Able to lock that one down finally as we get to bind here. Nicely done and screaming through the site, taking control. Even the considerations in these quick moments, you saw there Melzer go down, but Melzer just acted as a body for Klaus to be able to get that final kill on Digizine. He was jumping around trying to reload. They knew exactly what needed to happen.
You know what? Next time you redeem on Taku, I'm gonna make it instead of a rent. I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna make life advice.
These rounds, Guardians for themselves, and
it's gonna be
Phantom
life advice with TMV.
Really sure of this and do not want to find themselves getting eco'd. Oh no.
Cast a curse.
Here we go again.
I'm so sorry.
That's pronounced Laos.
Oh, I was gonna say Digizine does have his deagle though.
Or
is it Laos or Lao?
Finally
Laos?
A piss around win. And on their way, potentially now Furia's turn to try to get the Thrifty back. So our first blood that you saw there from DGZ.
Oh my.
Wall bang and a second one with a headshot. Melzer falls. No smokes available now. Both controllers down for Crew.
Well, I mean,
he makes the hammer
pretty sure they only had 3 guns anyway, so.
Just continues to walk around looking for more. I think he knows he's got enough for now. He wants to see the movement from Crew before he peeks out again. Let the rest of the team cause chaos, and then Digizine moves in unnoticed.
Well, Kesnet was the one that was trying to sneak through unnoticed. Almost caught one off guard here towards the spawn. And Furia is content to actually allow the plant to come down so Furia could actually flood back in the site. Conan with the lineup for the post plant, trying to delay that. Trying to deny the plant.
Spike planted.
Second.
We'll never see it. We'll never see this round. And part of me thinks, do I want to?
And Davies. They are down to half right now. A little bit of a heal comes back.
Well, that did mega damage.
Bolt out contained in the U-Haul. Nice shot by NW0. Answered by Klaus, who's still alive for the second kill. Leading back for the third. But Kesnet, the last man standing solo. Catches Metzine off guard. Does have 10 bullets left in the chamber of the Phantom. Pain shells on the ground. Right at the feet of Digizine. And then gets the round clutch to save the round for
Kesnet saves him.
On the precipice of disaster, Kesnet comes up, forcing the hand of Digizine to stave off that Thrifty. That was looking really scary, especially with the weaponry that we saw Crew bringing into this round. Almost everybody going down. This could still put Crew in a pretty tough position for a bye here. So let's see what Furia can produce for another round. There's the little Loper nade right at the feet of Digizine to welcome him in.
Their bonus round is going to be almost non-existent.
Exactly, yeah. Look at that.
One Guardian,
Sheriffs,
one
3
rifle.
of them to the rifles of Davies and Kesnet.
Do have Seekers.
And Digizine already in the grave.
Yeah. They tried to do an early peek here, it seems, towards showers.
Well, when did he die?
And it's a good read by Crew, right? 2 orbs away from Kesnet. Maybe the focus now for Crew is to try to pick up the orb on the showers so that if they lose their bonus round, they have a showstopper in their gun round. But unfortunately, also read by Crew, they dropped Digizine early. Focus back towards the B side to see if the orb's still up there.
Shower control basically means that Furia knows
When did
this
DG
could
die?
be a
Right at
need
the start of the
to
round,
look
apparently.
ahead.
I missed it.
I think that's why they're playing this one so patient. Easy retake on short. They're not worried about that, but it's got to be Nazine playing this one safe, staying alive and giving team info.
Using Seekers on top of that. Confirming now only 1 player in the B site. That's the scene holding it on a different corner.
A little strafe jump to get in there, almost through City, almost takes him down with the spam.
Spike planted.
Push elbow.
All right.
It's a triple.
Actually didn't leave the spike there for Kesnet to pick up these ult orbs on the plant. He's pushing instead towards the elbow. Flash from Metzine as Furia is looking to flood back from the spawn. Camera coming up, trying to spawn on the top of the toxic screen. But we're in a great position now for a Crew just to flood back in.
3 people coming this way, though?
In the back
Yeah,
of the
that's no
site.
good.
And the crossfire is perfect for Furia.
You're basically doing a retake
Kesnet
forward.
has a showstopper, pulls it out, lands it on the ground, and W0 falls. And they actually are able to do it. And
Wait, who won?
that defuse from happening for Crew. And they get the bonus round. Or move into the bonus round now.
Who won?
That was just back and forth sketchy. It happened so fast. We saw all those ultimates coming out. Kesnet still securing so many frags on these rounds. And that was the one that we missed.
Yeah.
So fast, didn't even catch it.
I think that was the kill.
No, they lost.
Too, so yeah, great job here for Crew.
No, he did stick.
Silver lining at least here
They
for
lost.
Furia is that those ultimates came out right away.
All right.
Just gonna have to be patient a bit here as we're gonna get the HUD back up ASAP. But you still have Crew now in the lead. Kesnet moving forward for an opening attempt on the B site.
I think you would have seen a celebration if they won.
On this low buy, or I should say their eco.
They eco after a win. Okay, well, it doesn't matter.
Crew is gonna
It
try
doesn't
to
matter.
fill
They're
this
throwing
round.
anyway.
Every round before this has been super
They
fast.
throw in
Crew
anyway.
Recognizing so many intricate parts of the game where Furia
And you've
would
got
be
jet knives,
stacking,
and they're
would be
still
playing
saving.
sheriffs, or would be trying
Holy.
something different.
I'm sure DG
Does
needs
not
those 2
seem
up drafts,
like the
does he?
usual Furia tricks are
Couldn't drop
working
one?
against their opponent today. There we go. HUD's back up. See our ult. See where we stand. And
oh, nice grab. Well, Max
Okay, apparently
with
they
2
didn't
other
need
ones. The trap play that they have, the stack that they have in the B side. Shot from Metzine. Crazy one to the exit. And it's
I
time
didn't
for
need it.
Furia to answer back with their thrifties.
Consideration or not,
That's massive
Furia
for Crew as
still
well,
able to
'cause their
nail
attack
those
was
shots
pretty
as
bad
Crew
against
played
the
it
game.
slow, played it safe. It didn't matter. Crew goes down 2-2 now as Furia find themselves from bonus on in this thrifty.
The Astra suck into that, not checking corners.
Incredible play. That concuss too as well coming through. Great timing by Khalil to be able to use the Astra utility to
That's
a
a
T.
massive win for Furia then.
And that's
Because they
exactly
trolled.
one of those things and the changes that you have from Furia. The extra stars now bringing out this Astra instead of playing a Brimstone Viper that they played before. Allows so much of this stack trap play that they just did on their Thrifty, where they hope they can do this on the attack now. As this round for round number 5, Crew's looking to add some early
I
pressure.
love this B site. I'm not sure they
So
should.
Furia that answers first.
So
It is a great point. Seeing
one of
this,
their guns gone.
the Astra and the Viper. Usually your Brimstone is the one that
And the
will
Valorant
lean
gods
back
let them
and
win
forth
because
from spawn.
you see what the
You don't
Valorant
have
gods
to
are
do that
doing
runaround
is
with
they're
Khalil.
making sure that this
You get the
game
stars
lasts
you
as
need
long
when
as it
someone
can.
calls for it across
Right,
with
that's
this
what you got to
global
remember
map
about this game.
presence, and it really allows Furia to stay
Right,
solid
this game,
in their defense.
Furia
without
had to
having
win
guess
that round because
where they
otherwise
need to
Crew
send
would
that
run
float.
away with the game.
Back around, Crew now going back to A, but you see Furia not worried. They're going to play a little farther back in sight, but nowhere near rotating off site.
Crew is trying to move back towards Long B to salvage that other Vandal. So Klaus and Kesnit, two players that you want to count
30
on.
seconds left.
Especially with Klaus's performances yesterday against MIBR on this map. As Sky, I think went something like 24, 12, and 12. He went insane.
I've seen the script
There's
before.
an opportunity now to save the round for Crew
I'm
once
surprised
again.
the Ascension games weren't a best of
SARS
5.
coming down, deniability. The gravity well, not good enough. It's a different plan, especially that they set this up on triple. Beautiful recon dart coming out though from Conan, spotting 2 players now. But Crew still has the opportunity to reposition themselves on a crossfire position. Kesnit with the first, now one of those Vandals fall down. Digizine looking for the flank and a back stop by Davies, and they get the rifle themselves.
Again, Vance?
Well, flash indeed. This is going to keep going back and forth. Poison Orb this time around once again for Furia. Diffusing right through it. Matzine in the back. Nice shot from Naxit. But the sprays across from Khalil are just too good.
Got very, very close.
They stop
Very,
the
very
bleed.
close.
No Thrifties coming back, and Furia take the lead 3-2.
Very close there. You
So
saw the
fast.
plan that the Crew is putting together. The plant just off L-Box means that hold on U-Haul becomes so pivotal. They lost the members of U-Haul, and it was not as strong here. They had to push all the way out and give up that
L-Box,
position.
more like
Furia with a great retake,
L-Chat.
and like you said, avoiding the Thrifty. And at this point, it's necessary. Map 3, you can't be toying around and losing those rounds. Digizine will now break out the operator.
That's on Silver on Bind. I mean, again, it's kind of the similar thing to EG's Fracture.
His chances to be
where
able to get that first blood
people,
are
if you have
very high
good
here.
dots that people don't
Tight
know,
angle,
that's
stay
a help.
tight to try to push him out.
So
and uses
aggressive.
the dash to actually break the Trailblazer.
Are there better options?
Now forced to fall
Yeah.
away, but Crew, they know now that the
I
offer
think
is
his Silver
there.
actually fits
They
the
pivot
map.
back now towards the east side.
Huge
How it
information.
gets played.
And Digizine is trying to read that. Rotating through spawn, knowing
I'm
he
sure that
wants to
Silver
be
really
one of
fits
the
this
first
map.
ones to be aware of the strat.
I mean, it's not terrible.
You
Silver's
come
gonna
up
be
as the
okay
opera in the
on any
middle of
map
the
as long as you have
strat.
enough good
You're not
dots,
having
but-
as much fun.
So many layers here, though.
There it is.
Blinded by that one. The timing on the shot, Klaus to fall. So a great rotation by Digizine towards the A site. But Davies is going to try to make the heroic play. Inching through the smokes now towards that L box. Repositioning on the spike plant. Melzer getting it down. Wallbangs attempted to come through. Now it's up to the aim labs. Long range ADSing down on the top of the bench towards spawn. Not working out for any kills. So still a clear advantage for Furia as they had to come back for the retake. Cosmic Divide on the defense. Lots of smoke coming out as well.
3 U-Haul.
Exactly on the defense trying to push through. And 3 players from Crew holding
Very
it back
slow.
around.
Oh my.
And as this
Haven't really
Cosmic
gone
Divide's
anywhere,
about to
even
come
with the
down,
divider.
it's time for the bloodbath. Digizine, the first one for the retake attempt. Davies trying to spray through as much as he can. Nebula though, full defuse. Oh, look at that. The satchel to break the crosshair.
Furia
Break
get
the
it.
defuse for a bit.
Again, I feel like
But
Crew's
still too
defense will
strong
definitely
as
be better
Furia
than their
on the
attack. I
retake.
don't trust Furia on the attack side at all on this map.
Too tough. with the way that Furia
So
is
I think if Crew can get to 4 or 5, they might be good.
Don't think we'll see Crew try that one again unless we're going for something more default. That plant has avoided Furia's response to plant denial. A lot of utility coming in. So while Crew was able to get it down, they're still not able to hold the site for some reason. That post plant is not as strong as it was previously in the series, and Furia has Crew's number now. Hunter's Fury up as well as a pit. They could decide where they want Crew to go on this round.
Sheriffs.
Crew's getting a little bit of the struggles that Furia's had when Furia got thrifted by Crew. The economy in a situation where, okay, we have an opportunity to win a round, you lose a round, you're back in a broken bye.
It's time to try and sneak down A.
They just
into a drone,
switch that up every round and keep you thinking.
Okay, Trailblazer is going to spot Davies here. Hunter's Fury coming out from the spawn, out into the U-Haul, trying to get this pick. Inside shower 2, and there you go. The third pulse actually spots Kesden and Nags.
Nice reposition.
And nothing they could do here on this half buy that you have for Crew except for Kesden with the Guardian kill.
Okay, and now it's opened up though.
Through. Just like that, in the blink of an eye.
Still got the Sky on the other side.
Makes this salvageable, doable.
Don't see nothing.
Furia this round have basically taken the showers
Never take the
control
TP.
that Crew has been using, and
Why
they
would you do that?
Digizine a
Why on earth
trailblazer
would you
that
do that?
comes from that side. Sites have been switched now, though, so it's going to have to be a rotation.
1v1 here. The Seeker is coming out. Showstopper on the other end of the B side.
Basically 2 1v1s.
Planet lands everywhere.
That's the one is. Nice util by Kelsey.
He's getting juggled.
Why do you ever take the TP? That is such a bad play. How have people not learned that by now?
You thought that they weren't going to be able to deal with how the hole was so good for Furia, but Kesden and Melzer steps up to the plate for that challenge and allows Crew to get a 50.
No, I don't think you'll ever see someone trying full bulldog for a whole game.
So well played. It was kind of the consideration of a strat, and then Crew knew Furia was going to consider their strat. It sounds weird, but Crew still play a little bit towards showers. They give that aggression they've been using.
Why is it bad? Because of what you just saw.
And then blast over to the B site.
It would be good as a bait,
sure
actually. If you actually rotate it over, TP,
And those are the
in that kind of situation, to bait them to come to the side where you've actually rotated. That would be kind of a cool play. That's like a Giga Brain play. That's not a good play, right? Because on Bind, you can end up in a lot of situations where, you know, you're kind of delaying the plant, you know, with util like we see from the Silver Shock darts. You know, they can't plant the spike, the smokes have faded, it kind of just becomes a bit of a, you know, everyone's just kind of waiting for their util to come back up. Like, you get that a lot on Bind, particularly towards the A site.
This whole LCQ, if they could
and the whole thing is, like, but as soon as you take that TP, they know that there's going to be 2 players there, so now you've gone there. But you don't have control of this other TP, so they're always just going to go this way. Right, you can't ever take this TP, because then as soon as you do, they know, well, okay, we can just go this way then, to a free site. Right, you can rotate silently and have 3 people here, because then they won't know, and then you're just kind of hoping that they don't TP. That's fine, right, as long as you don't show the util of all 3 players. But you can never take this TP. Really, you should just stay and trust your teammates.
Up onto round 8.
Or, you know, if you want to get there a bit earlier, you come to, like, you know, you come on this flank and you try and get up here in case they take the TP, or you can hear them if they run back this way, or you can be on a faster flank, particularly if they're not playing a Sentinel, but they are playing a Sentinel, so you probably want to do that a bit less.
Giving me some Steel vibes here with the operator on Cypher. Meanwhile, though, an early pit coming out from Furia, blocking both. The hookah drop in the long B
the Viper's pit, I suggest.
Orb available for Klaus.
Oh, here's one thing that, by the way, annoys me, and I'm sorry if you're American here.
Not going to use it yet here to try to flush out.
My girlfriend pointed this out one day, and I can never unhear it. That Americans say suggest.
Star's already on the ground. Al Jones being heard here towards the back of the APC. Digizine's on the top of that as well with the operator himself.
Why do you do this?
Basically movement on the sound of the op. The Seekers are going to prompt
No, we don't. Yes, you do. Well, maybe not all of you, but some of you do. Some of you do. Some of you say suggest.
And actually, he did have Davies do some damage onto Khalil's down to 5 HP.
Wait, that's how I say it. It might not be all of you, but there's definitely accents in America that say suggest.
Satchel kill onto Khalil, and now the pit comes out on the attack. Nagzet trying to hold it, and Kesnet playing long range.
How do you say it? Suggest.
Because he does have the paint shell for deniability.
Two guiding lights to go in, but how much can they be used? What's the return? They're trying. Here they go.
Funny how some of you saying no one says that, whilst others are saying I say that.
Second flash, eats it, turns away. Satchel coming through, and a spray through the Viper's pit.
They're back.
Making it the advantage for Crew to tie up this series as they salvaged a round with once again heroic plays at a disadvantage.
Slow play and really a rinse and repeat of that 4-1. One showers, the control coming in from short, and once they've grabbed U-Haul control, it seems to be causing too much chaos for Furia. Yeah, Digizeen's back here firing, but then you got Kesnet that just rips out of U-Haul and takes down Digizeen. And after that, it was just enough space for Crew to get the rest of what they needed. Furia calls the timeout here. Something about that U-Haul control, I think, needs to change.
Trust me. You will hear Americans
excursion that Crew is trying to
suggest
get every round, but they're leaving the other side open a little.
I don't know why
much. I mean, just in that, if you looked at the mini-map, Furia had just about every member fall on that side of showers, not being able to approach.
I say water.
Side.
Yeah,
water.
There's been a lot of defaulting from Crew
Bottle
on that
of
side
water.
of the showers, and Digizeen. Couple of these attempts here with that operator was actually posted up on B, so do they want to try to challenge that back in their favor, not put these smokes down?
But the thing is, like, it's not like, you know,
in the crowd
a little bit.
You know, it's like you know, you get some Americans like they say herbs.
1 second left in this timeout.
You know, you want some herbs with that?
With their coaches.
You want any herbs on that?
Digizeen, Bladestorm, operator. High priority round
because they decided to be French for one word. They decided, well, with this word, we're going to be French. Right, we won't say a H in this word. We'll just be French for this one. All the others, we'll say it. But for this one, we'll say it as if we were French. Wouldn't it be funny if we pretended to be French for one word?
And for Melzer. Pretty set far back with the operator. Going to be able to dodge that. You see just getting help from Vandals around him. So Digizeen set up for success. Okay, Khalil.
You said our?
Okay. They're done with this showers game that Crew has been playing, Vansily.
Exactly.
They're done.
Doubling up in that area, dropping down Davies.
But that's like, you know, that's like, you know, the herb thing, that's how you say it. But suggest, it's like, it's so subtle.
Has the orbital strike to work with.
That it's like painful, you know, like, okay, you say herb, commit to it, you know, at least, you know, it's a full commit to the herb.
Smashing down a door.
But
okay, they're gonna do it
suggest.
Really slow this time.
Oh, it's just the worst thing of all time.
But they're still getting the same amount of space. The retaliation from Furia is what has faltered here once Crew gained this position.
How do I say herb? Herb.
Spot anybody, so they will confirm the orbital strike towards showers and gain that control towards a tap.
Right, here's one for you Americans, right? Some of you will know this, some of you might not. The quarterback of the Los Angeles Chargers is called what?
Disadvantage once again, but it's Melzer and Kesnet.
Stuck in the pocket.
That clutched it the previous time. For Crew. We'll attempt to do it one more time.
Because it's not just in Urbit.
Melzer still hiding behind that smoke.
He's creeping through with the up.
It's so hard to do. It's so hard to do here as Digizeen has that updraft on the top of the APC. Poison rope net coming out. Melzer hiding just on the other end. Crossfire now set up. And there's that first, the swing across. And they have no idea that Kesnet's hiding around the corner.
She almost got that kill.
Get the kill, it was close.
Again,
that's different?
No
Is it?
answer that Furia has to come in on that U-Haul protection on the A site plant. Rinse and repeat here for Crew. They've answered the showers
there's another
control,
round that they got the first. Was it 5v3?
Seems to be so strong for Crew. I mean, one round it didn't work for Crew. They teleport over and they went to B.
Bro.
So still have an answer if Furia come
no,
up
but
strong in
suggest
this.
is the worst one. The others I'll accept.
And the way that Crew is playing
Data.
them, different members, different synergy, is incredible right now. It's so good to see from the team after the season they had.
And finally, the economy gets broken back for Furia. As you mentioned, not too much to work with. with what they had purchased on that previous round. Only one Vandal, the strongest weapon that you have in
To
the
be fair to the US, there are 2 Gs. Yeah, but why are you saying them in different ways?
With 2 more of his teammates on the A side, that's where Crew's currently moving in. Trying to rotate across. And with support, just good enough for those 2 kills.
Quick clears. You see Crew feeling
like a bun
they're in control now, and you actually have to manage that.
Oh, nice. It should have had that one, but MW0 flicks back for the judge kill. Cypher, Neural Theft spotting the 3 players, so that isolates and cancels out the attempt of a flank from Mazin. Giving an opportunity now for Crew to plant, but MW0 with his Vandal. That's only one player alive, and that's a beautiful start set on the ground.
Okay, Furia back. As I said, this is going to triple OT. We don't even need to. Let's just skip forward to triple OT.
Once more, and for those of you that are tuning
Do they
in
say suggestion? I'm pretty sure they do. I've definitely heard people say suggestion.
This one is also going to be a very good series to end it up.
5-5 now, and Furia a lot
I'm very
more
behind.
patient.
So are you.
On the site is Furia's been trying to push in. They wait for it all to dissipate. Now it's just dry fire fights, and MW0 has been on the winning side of most of those that he's come to. They play it right. They play it slow.
Would you
come up
prefer
with a
Polish to
victory
become
after
the
hemorrhaging a
standard
few
international
rounds.
language?
3 in a row to get that defuse.
So we could all say
Such a chess
syrups,
game now. The swing round back in favor of Furia. Crew now with the Lorabei. A triple swing just to try to see if Khalil and Conan will try to push back towards the showers, and nobody's there. Now giving an opportunity for either of these 3 players to pick up the orb. It's going to be in the hands of Kesnet. Showstopper now in the ready.
The other
rather
side,
be
I think
Spanish
is
or
just
Portugal.
war for a Crew right
The
now.
word
We
you're
haven't
looking
even seen them
for
go
is
towards that side of the map in the last
Portuguese.
handful of rounds, and another creep up here.
Portuguese,
Nats is gonna
these
have
nuts.
positioning.
Yeah. I kind of like it too. Furia has always been giving the sights open and over for Crew. Playing it very passively, so Crew identifies that and wants to keep the showstopper for a post plant instead. Seekers then coming out on both ends. Mazin and Klaus trying to find the info.
I mean, how many A plants have there been in a
Big
row?
flash coming through. First shot onto Klaus, onto Mazin, and then there's that
Looks like Kesnet has an ult every other
coming
round.
out from the showers, he gets fully denied, and Crew has the upper hand with a 2-player advantage on the post split on A.
Recovering it.
Creeping in from heaven, trying to drop into the site, but they have so many players to find.
Tap on the spike. Conan with the first kill onto Kesnet, a second one. Onto Klaus as the Cosmic Divide comes out. Furia in great position. Somehow it turns it over for Furia.
How many 5v3s are these teams going to lose?
Into the round. And they have the time for the defuse as well.
Crew way over antsy on that one, and Furia recognizing the opportunity.
Was that planted on their side of the wall?
Here in showers and shut some stuff down, but as soon as these peaks from short came out, the late trade, the late swing, you can't anchor like that and expect to win the round. Furia just destroy Crew on that retake.
And that's the great calls on both ends under the pressure. You're maybe questioning why these swings are coming out towards short, but we had some nice snake bites from NW0 into showers, preventing those guys from getting out and playing that post plant when it was tapped on across. So Crew had to swing out on that short A side, and is waited by Conan. Once again, the substitute for Furia coming up huge in that previous round.
Yeah, in this situation, in the pressure.
People ran through for no reason. Yeah, you could see it going up.
We go back to B now, 3-1-1.
Finally, a B hit.
Side of Crew. Operator still there for Digizine. He's going to be in the top of heaven waiting on A. And again, remember, there's not
Crew will
a
win
lot
though. They've
of
got 5. They'll win this
coming
now.
in from Furia here.
Oh, we'll go to OT.
So they're ready.
They're going to lose this. 5-7, triple OT.
From the spawn. Flash getting the contact on at least some bodies, and you're trying to at least get information. And getting no pulses, you're forcing a jiggle peek out of Medzine, who only saw 1 player. Nonetheless, though, the pivot still comes back from Crew towards the A
What's
side.
the worst
where
game
once
I've
again,
watched?
the operator in the hands of Digizine.
That's a good question. I mean,
Player
the ones
just
that come to
before
mind,
here
of
that
course, are
BBB
not
was
at
mentioned,
the
he wasn't
actual
too hot
worst
with the
games,
off of the
but
first 2
compared to
rounds, but this time
expectation.
definitely shines and has been a key component on the anchor holds.
What the hell is that?
Beautiful
Double
orbital
smoke.
Strike, putting Digizine in a different position, but still the wall bank from
Holy.
Khalil out in the front of triple.
Did we know he was having
from showers
literal
through the smoke, then Crescent
perfect
answers back.
info?
Waiting for that util to come back down as we might, well, we have to commit actually. There's only 15 seconds left. Time goes down. Digizine with a tight angle looks back. But Medzine and NWZ are the
surely unlosable,
that picks
right?
up the kills on a rotate back from Crew on the pulse plan attempt. Hit then coming out. Satchel then to push them back. Melzer and Kizit one more time.
Wow.
But it's not gonna work. Furia answers right back and they take the lead by 2 to end the half.
13-0 against FaZe.
Start off again of a 5v4. They convert from the
We're
side of
doing the
Furia.
massive
Davey
chat
finds
map.
himself going down
Yeah, of course.
for a fourth.
Except versus
kill of
Optic
the
Bind
Khalil
was a bad
finds him
one.
on that one.
I mean, a really bad one.
And yeah, the start of this play was great. The smokes that came down on Heaven from Crew.
Just
to
everyone taking every 1v1 fight
trying
they
to
could.
get into the site position.
There was a X-Set loss. I don't even know how many 5v3s in that game. And then Optic joined in as well.
We talked about familiar faces that we saw in the crowd before, so let's have a chance to go back to the floor and talk to Aspas, who's currently standing there with Spence.
That was a game where both teams played bad. Like, that's the thing. There's been a lot of games where one team has played particularly bad.
To the Riot Games Arena. It's such a pleasure to see.
But that was a
you
game where
today.
both teams,
I know that
or at
now
least
that
that
you've
map,
come back from Japan,
both
I'm
teams
sure you got
just
some
like,
time off,
what
and
is
now
going
Now
on?
that you're back to practicing and doing scrims, if you're comfortable sharing, out of the teams that you've been playing, have there been any that have impressed you, especially the teams that are participating here at the Last Chance Qualifier?
Primeiro, bem-vindo de volta do Japão. Agora que você já aproveitou suas férias e tudo mais, dos times que você tem feito streaming e jogado contra, quem mais te impressionou, se você se sente à vontade para contar pra gente?
A gente voltou a treinar tem poucos dias, então a gente não treinou muito dos times que estão no Last Chance, mas um deles que a gente treinou e me impressionou mesmo foi a 100 Thieves, que a gente treinou algumas vezes com ele e o Craio tá com muita mira.
Yeah, we just came back. We didn't have a lot of time to practice, but from all the teams we played against, I think 100 Thieves was one of the best, and they have a lot of, good aiming.
Interesting. So then I have to ask you, that next match is going to be between 100 Thieves and Sentinels. Are you predicting 100 Thieves to win in that matchup?
Interessante isso, porque o nosso próximo jogo é 100 Thieves e Sentinels. E você tá meio que dizendo então que o favorito é o 100 Thieves?
Não sei, eu acho que vai ser um jogo bem difícil, vai ser um 2-1. Tá todo mundo falando que é o jogo da década e eu até vim aqui para assistir ele e eu acho que vai ser um jogão.
Well, I'm not sure. I know it's going to be a hard game. It's probably a 2-1. Everybody's talking about it, and it's going to be
an extra round.
Game
Holy.
of the decade, and that's why I'm here to
If
watch
Crew
it.
win, it's scripted. Crew win this pistol, it's literal scripted. You just saw it.
Third map, are you rooting for your boys on Furia as a fellow Brazilian, or how do you think this one is going to go?
Terceiro mapa, tá muito disputado. Você tá torcendo pros Brazucas ou você tem algum favorito? O que você acha?
Tô na torcida pros Brazuca. Bora, rapaziada. Espero aí que vocês ganhem, mas tá bem apertado o jogo, mas vai dar tudo certo.
Yeah. I'm here rooting for my fellow Brazilians. I think it's very tight and it's going to be a good game.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Aspas, and thank you very much, Aldi, for the translations. We're going to head back to the casters with Van Zilli and Rivington.
Thank you so much, Smixon. I love it. Aspas now. By the way, thank you so much for your time and making sure that we're sticking to the script here for LCQ, that if you want to know who wins between Sentinels and 100 Thieves, you're going to have to stay tuned. First off, finishing the series between Furia and Crew. The final half of this series to see who's able to move forward or who's unfortunately got to go home. Furia currently in the lead by 2. Starting off now on the attack. Pistol round now underway. And the first trap being set up here by
know what a
Davies
cypher
gets
trap
canceled.
is.
5 ghosts by the way for Crew.
Crew
A full teleport retake here. It's up to Davies to stay alive.
And they just want to fight it right away. 1-for-1. Being tagged by an owl drone, forced to fall back. Plant has come down for Furia. In position, not good enough. Davies coming out for the kill. Casting it out from the showers. Only 2 left alive now towards U-Haul for Furia. Up against 4 players of Crew. Khalil and Conan have to step up to the plate. Batting now as they cancel the first attempt of the defuse by the Grabwell. Then the spray across, it's up to Khalil alone after all. The defuse will then come out no matter what. And Crew, once again, when it comes down to the important rounds, the important series, they win the his second pistol of Bind.
A 0 away from kindness script.
Stuff. You see them being able to stop the back and forth of these rounds just into this
Isn't that
last
crazy?
half. They were trading 3 to 4
What a crazy,
rounds in
funny
a row.
story.
So good that Crew can start off with a few here to get us back to an even
2
game.
years time, the TMB lore will
2
go
one-sided
hard
yet
on
here.
that.
We don't want to see any of these teams going home just yet. Give us the full regulation and bring us back into overtime. So Crew, like you said, grabbing that pistol, the early smokes, early mollies that they're throwing
Does
over
the
here.
script mean, or these matches scripted? Yeah, these matches are scripted. It's like wrestling.
See Crew
where
having
the
quite a bit
players
set up.
just stick to the script.
Same with Furia as well. Sorry.
Yeah, you just heard that dink
They
there.
do
as
Preds with VLR anymore? Yeah, of course.
Flash came out and showers on the attack. But then Klaus going for the jump peek for info at long. Kesnet with the support though, ADS.
Gonna lose
with
another
that
second
bulldog.
round, or are we finally gonna get a conversion?
Another advantage to start things off for Crew. That's now 2 players spotted. Make that even a third from the early jump peek that you saw. Sure shots finally lands here for
Maybe we throw
NW0.
another. Hold on.
Kesnet falls.
Throwable.
Camera up. And it's time now for the lurk
Oh,
to
very
get initiated.
throwable.
And that's Medzine making it behind enemy lines.
Holy
Does
throwable.
not
You
see
just saw
Nags
him,
but
but
could still make it
did he
towards
come
the
up on the
spawn.
map?
Now
Maybe not.
circling back. Smelling blood. Nagzet still stuck watching forward. And no shenanigans with
Just
the
like
knife.
that, we
They
lose
know
a round.
that this is
Okay.
an important round to win for Furia.
God,
as
so
they
is this
have
the
to lower
fourth?
by.
Is it the fourth in a row?
Conan Plant focusing that Hunter's Fury.
Holy.
Easy for him to get in. And they should be able to clean up Crew on the retake. Not a guarantee though. Crew has been so good on these.
Yeah. Especially when Klaus has 2 flashes available. Mauser watching the corner, and that's Medzine. With that Spectre that was able to pick up.
Klaus is down on 19. There's literally no way they win this.
Especially with him falling. Low HP, NW0 comes out from the showers, and that's a thrifty in. Riv, I think we're just going to see the back and forth battle continue between these 2 teams with these low buys that still comes out into fruition every time.
Wow.
It's almost if choosing
amount
mods
of
on a whim
pressure
can be bad.
This puts on as well.
Yeah, you were my biggest mistake,
I
Pac.
think Crew's gonna have to call upon everything they have in this moment.
Oh yeah.
Furia bringing back that dark horseness from the beginning of the season, it seems like, now that they have some control over the game.
Oh,
But too
no.
early to tell. A push up.
Flash then blinding 2, dash away, and that's support from the rest of Furia.
Did well to up drop that.
Crossfire coming in between on both short sides, both sides of short A rather. Denying the push that was attempted here by Crew. That lands. Crossfire now set up. Nagzet trying to jump away
He
here.
had a chance at another one.
Preventing the push from happening inside U-Haul, puts a snake bite on the ground.
2 of the
Take the
headhunters
TP,
here
bro.
on Crew. This is a possibility. And Furia's looking for the frags, knowing that Crew has been playing close.
Actually got a kill.
Did not expect that. That was kind of brazen, a little ambitious.
Yep.
Oh my.
Got his one. Up to Nags. Sheriff in hand. He's done it before with headhunters.
Jumps through.
That's confidence coming out of MW0. Round out for Furia. And yeah, you mentioned it, Riv. They have to try to bring out everything that he can for Crew to try to bring this comeback on the second half. If not, also their lucky stars. And you also need key performances from Klaus, for example. Currently 9 and 14.
On the French team,
9 and
Gentle
8 from
Mates
what we've seen from
M8
him and what he
winning
could
Ascension.
do on that previous
I think Gentle Mates
day
M8
against MIBR.
did very well.
We're still somewhat early
Yeah,
in this second
I
half. We
forgot
haven't
to
had that
export
real
it last
opportunity
night,
to
so
see
the
Crew
VOD
these
from
trap plays
yesterday's
that are able to
stream
set
for
up here
LCQ is currently processing,
with
so I
Davies.
plan on...
And no opportunities to play some big retakes yet.
It should be done. I'm hoping by the end of this stream that one will be live, and then
Zero throwing
this stream should be
orb
live
to short for their pistol rounds.
probably
so multiple
tomorrow
lineups here
when I wake up.
for MW Zera as they switch up the composition. Already has different agent situations ready. Pushing up towards
It's the
long.
fastest map to rotate,
We've already
Fracture
had some
Shield.
crazy TPs going on here. I think Furia is just playing the flow of the map at this point and are more than happy to do a quick rotation.
trip now broken. A dash coming in. Klaus still gets that headshot into Digizine. Running through to try to surprise another one. The trap plays don't work out. Mazine does get the spray back. Showstopper out for Kesnet to answer back from the Seekers on the attack. They're forced to fall back because of those Seekers, allowing now Furia to move in for the plant. Molly on the ground, pulls plant denial. Or plant denial utility once again.
I feel like Kesnet and friends a bit in this one.
Another tap, forcing Kesnet to
There you
swing
go,
out.
you killed the raid boss.
Nagzet in another clutch situation, this time with a Vandal. The recon dart doesn't spot him. Gets the first shot, trying to land out the second one.
What is that swing?
The timing and the headshot! Woo! Nags once again coming up huge in his disadvantages.
Any non-betas?
Absolute incredible movement there and not finding that double peek, the swing, the retrade, the refrag from Furia. You can see a little disjointed there. Digizine not feeling too happy about the loss of that round, but that Vansili is
What is Mazine doing?
how we saw Crew.
Why have you not swung that? How have you let this Silva swing?
In sight, the smokes go down, and they're identifying through utility their opponents to
My
kill
man
through
has
the smoke.
swinged as wide as you possibly can. How have you not swung out with him? How have you gone back in? How have you gone into your little tortoise shell?
Very strong, especially the way that Klaus.
Why are you
played,
hiding?
So Furia is gonna
Like a
have to battle
tiny
against
scared
something
little
fierce if
baby
they actually
mouse.
want to get to the site. They may be going back to A here after timeout.
There's 2 bullets left in the chamber there for Nags on that 1v1 and only needed one of them. And despite that, getting that round a much needed round for Crew. Their timeout already comes out from Adam. Seeing here that every
Grace had
time
2
we're
bullets
doing
was
these
reloading. Well
similar
then,
trap plays for
don't
Crew
swing.
towards this B-side, it's actually answered back by just sprays from Furia through the cyber cages being
no.
set up by Davey. So
Say
they're
no, don't
reading
swing.
these. Play inside the smoke and
the
try to get
chance of
these trap
Ascent
kills.
Haven rotating out for Breeze rework. I think Fracture's
Perfect. It's
gone,
their
I'm going to be
cover,
honest. I
right?
think
They're more than
Fracture's
happy
gone,
to
and I
fight within
think
those
Haven
smokes.
won't
Digizine
rotate out.
tried to
Haven's a good
actually
map.
close
Everyone
that
likes
gap
Haven.
and dive
Ascent
right
might
into where
go.
we would see Klaus.
See if they
playing,
bring
but
a
still
map
Klaus
back.
gets the better of that situation. 9-7.
It's possible. I'd like a little
Furia
2-map
still with a few
rotation.
rounds
Or
in their
2 in,
favor.
2 out.
It
Be
looks
nice,
like it
okay.
could be
New
Crew
map,
creeping
and then-
back up here from the defensive side.
Because we're getting a
Pretty
new
big
map
default
as
for
the
Furia
after
here,
champs.
slowing it down. Extremity watch at least. As you see, the spike is down in market.
Yeah. Already had that snake bite lineup coming out from NW
Yeah.
Furia.
It's interesting. It's like a breach using a fault line on Haven. You just use it to use it. Make sure you slow down an initial rush if it is happening. You give yourself the tempo on defense.
One of the rare moments here that
Okay, 9-7. Nice and slow. Take
Crew
it
hasn't really
nice
been
and
playing
slow,
towards this
boys.
hookah. Davies is trying to lean out. Potentially
Take your
winning
time.
the late battle on what Conan's been doing with this Owl drone. Currently pivoting back from the A site to meet up with the rest of Furia in that area. But the
As
lurk
long as we keep Pearl and
from
Rapid,
NW0,
that's a
meanwhile, on
bannable
short A,
offense.
was identified
But we
by
will
Nagzit,
keep Pearl because
trying
they
to
just
catch him off
reworked it.
guard. But instead falls.
MW Zeris had a fantastic series. Coming up huge now on the Viper here. First blood, round 17, and it looks like they are going to actually execute here onto the B site. This could get Digizine caught though.
He's over the trap. Across, the dash across. One stepping onto the trap. But Digizine, who did made it in the back of the site, did not allow the rest of Crew of
Okay, big win for Fury. This is going to be a bad save. These two should just shave the guns. Save the guns. This is going to be a bad save next round, especially if these guys
This is
die.
going to have to be a save. Crew's going to move up at 10.
Okay,
Yeah, that's tough.
Fury are up on 10.
And seeing how they got as many rounds as they did on the defensive side, the desk was talking about not having the raise, how hard it's going to be to deny the plants. They make it out with a good amount of rounds to now use Digizine in full form. In that dash forward, cause chaos, and let the team coming in behind them bring in the frags. Right over that trip, just completely discombobulates the defensive Crew in B. And Furia pick up another
Anyone
round.
tested Deadlock on
3
Breeze
away
yet?
from locking in this series and finding themselves moving forward in LCQ.
Trust me,
So
bro.
the pressure for
Don't
Crew
do
is
it.
mounting.
Very hard
Little
anchor
TMB
hold
tip.
there for Klaus.
Trust me, bro.
Because Davies only had the Guardian, so under that huge pressure and the commitment that Furia had towards that B site, nothing really that you could do there when your teammates inside hookah with the Guardian.
Yeah.
And you can't really spray back through these smokes through those trades that they were so good on this map yesterday.
Nah, bro. Trust me, bro.
And we talked about how Furia can play the Astra on defense in every site. Watch how Crew's gonna be rotating back and forth. Wait a minute.
Yeah, an updraft, a flash, fully blinded. The headshot to Benzine. Shock dart answered back by Conan. Updraft here towards the air from Digizine with the Blade Storm. But what a nice individual effort by Melzer to kick things off and give the player advantage for Crew.
Thought that was gonna be a much quieter scenario. That little sliver through the smoke.
Recovering it.
It's ripping off this round. And a minute left. I think Furia here, waiting position.
Take flight.
They want Crew to make the first move, but that's hardly ever the case.
I mean, you see
I think
Kesnet,
Furia's
you
gonna
run
have to
away.
walk into a
What
lot
are
of
we
danger.
doing?
Oh,
What are we doing?
Because they could even move it into a satchel if he
Holy.
can, but he knows that somebody's going to try to take some sort of an advantage from a shower's control.
Everyone's
Actually
here.
lets Conan get away.
The gang's all here.
There's that tap onto the spike. Snakebite coming down with the satchel, denying the first attempt of the plant. Now fully down and locked in for Furia. Still the advantage.
Well, it's a 2v4
for
because
the
the Soul's
attackers
going to
on
play
the
for
Pulse
ult.
plant because of the weaponry that Crew currently has for this retake.
I don't know why they didn't
Absolutely
try and take
nothing
lamps
with the
first.
exception of the
That's Cypher
Phantom
ult.
in the hands of Kesnet. Forcing out that Hunter's Fury early. And that was the kill that you needed before. Great delays coming out here from Furia, from that Hunter's Fury, and that's the rifle falling down as well.
Oh.
Then on to the tap. Nice recon dart now by Conan, spotting both players, fighting onto that spike.
Furia, big
and
win.
I feel here, Riv, that the story could have been so different if Kesnet did get the kill there onto Conan.
It feels like they're falling apart a little bit. They're not considering everything in the situation. Yes, Kesnet's idea is to run back, find Conan, get him during the Hunter's Fury, but then forgets that there's just other members. Obviously, somebody protecting Conan and goes down mid-run. It's the little things we weren't seeing.
This is going
Crew
triple
make those
OT though.
mistakes
I've
on
told
earlier.
you.
I feel like Furia is now inside their head and may have that final grip to pull out the win. 2 more rounds is what it's going to take. It's not over yet. A little bit of a default here by Furia.
Furia's attack side
And
too
they
soon.
actually switch up.
Unlike
power play
MIBL,
with
they know what a
Cypher
Cypher trip is,
Crew
so that
putting
is a
Davies
big
over
help.
towards A instead of the Klaus and Davies on B to play through the smokes. Great spam. Start off.
Irishman, 3028.
Can't be getting ads during the match of the century. SRC.
It is quiet. Spikes all the way down back behind showers too.
Bro.
Far back to attacker spawn.
You'll be getting ads. Well,
Furia's
you
gonna
won't,
bring this one
Irishman
down to
3208.
30, 40
The people
seconds
are getting
before they hit
ads.
the site. They're all over the map,
Holy,
so
we're
it's gonna
running
take
a lot
some
of
time.
ads.
And the more time that they waste now for Furia, the more you're happy for Crew. Orbital strike still online in the hands of Melzer.
Yeah,
Try to
normally I
cancel
don't
that
run
out, currently
ads.
set up towards that A site. So in a great position so far as Furia
Because I like to be
is
nice.
still trying to work around the map.
But I think it's
They have
time for some
zero
ads.
information of where the stacks could be. The only thing
Now,
that
I'd
they
be
do
breaking
is
my
break a
contract with Riot
trip early
to
in the
run
showers.
ads during the actual
And now they
game.
know the
So
Viper's playing towards B.
I
There's
want to
that
run
kick
ads
out.
during the game,
Gonna
but I
flush
can't.
out Furia to commit
But I'll be
towards
running
this
ads
A site.
right up until the moment. Pure
goes
ads,
Digis in.
full ads, nothing
23
but
seconds
ads.
They have control so far, but it looks like Crew's going to give it to him for the orbital strike.
That's what they're gonna call this
Molly
channel.
on the
Nothing
ground
but
as well.
ads.
15 seconds left.
Another delay.
Shells available
Nade
for
as well.
MW0. Landing on the ground. No plant coming through. 19 HP left.
What's left?
Satchel coming through. It stops it.
Just started.
4 seconds left. And there's that side coming across. And that's what happens when you give time to Crew.
Exactly. They set up, they take a breath, The ultimate pushing everybody
Okay,
over
the
towards
buy
B.
isn't great,
And
though.
at the point that we saw Furia going into A, Kesnet already on the rotation.
Furia win this round, it's pretty much
Imagine being nice to audience. Could never be TMV.
It's a Heim.
Deny the plan
The
over
5
and
months.
over again. And this right here is why you expect to see a raise on Bind. Because of that denial. It's so strong. And delays even more as the paint shells come out.
Why do we have such a
Stop it again.
hostile?
Incredible stuff with the blast
You know,
packs, including all the util coming in to grab crew
Why can't we play
8th
nice?
round as we're
Me
now
and
into
Chef.
round 20. Crew still with their backs against the wall here, pulling out some incredible stuff.
Hi.
Radlop, hello.
A shower.
4
So I
months.
know this
Thank
might
you.
be a B player. They think it could be a B play, especially with the guiding lights coming
My
through. And
fault?
Nags, that's going to take a safer position here.
Yeah, breaking the owl drone. Pain shells then coming across on the other end. Trailblazer out on the attack. Clearing out towards the showers. Nagset playing behind here, the Seekers, and they're spraying behind those Seekers. Oh,
Dash
a
into his
clothesline
bullets.
from Kesnet out to Digizine as they're just trying to dash away to safety. Advantage back for Crew.
Been an amazing year, smile.
For that chip damage to start off. And Crew back to kind of a
Dogathon boy with the 12 months.
Davies on an island right now to guard what could be a full rush by 3. And
Yeah, Taku, I think it is your fault.
Yeah. There's still time. There's still time to force a rotate and TP in the last second.
30
if they get
seconds
attacked
left.
here.
You've kind of stepped off your ban
I thought they were gonna
Mike
get the shower teleport in, but it
ideas.
looks like MW0 wants the full lurk around Crew exiting B. This is a 5-head play here. I think he gets Naxat.
Committing now to the plant. Not enough time for the rotate. NW0, here's the drop. Oh, the sixth sense. As Conan pushes towards the spawn, though. Maybe he's trying to spray pack, but Conan turns around on the 180. An advantage coming back for Furia as they have time on their side.
2v2.
In this post-plant situation, both of them inside U-Haul. They're first to pick out a 1.
Good awareness by Melzer, bro.
Make that a
Triple
2 for
OT,
none,
here we
actually.
come.
That was perfect for
This
Khalil
was
to be able
that
to get that
chance.
kill into Melzer, but Melzer steps up
You're behind.
and allows Crew here to
You're
get the
behind and you're
The trades there for Furia
reading.
have been a bit lackluster throughout the game, but the situations where
The
Melzer is facing
mental
2
age
people
is behind.
have been incredible. Another one where he pulls up 2, just a shoulder for Nagsat to be able to take down MW0 there, and the rest of the round is history. A bit of a spray play there by Davies, but it did look like he connected with the head, so it might have just been a dink and then a tap down. The situation was different, however, and that is Crew picking up some very, very pivotal rounds here. Crew's 5th gun round of the map and a very necessary one as well. Both coaches. This is so important.
Oh, yeah.
Facing elimination, both teams so close to that. Furia 2 away from being able to move forward to face Leviathan here, and Crew looking to keep a consistent run in LCQ.
Definitely. Despite the records that you see from both of these teams during the Americas,
Gonna be a
White
long
mentioned it
one.
on the desk earlier on, it doesn't really paint the story of how good these teams were throughout the season. Always third map losses, 13-11s, OT losses. And when it comes down once again to an important matchup between Furia and Crew.
I look like the
it's a
coach of
third
Crew.
round.
Apparently
Third map,
my
2
face is
rounds
just an
separating
amalgamation. You know those
the lead
like,
that Furia currently has.
this is what people,
And
here's
2
like an
rounds needed
average
for
face of
Furia
this
to
country.
eliminate
Apparently mine
Crew
is
as
just the
well, so
average world
this
face.
timeout is huge.
This is a position Crew knows all too well.
No,
Games
I'm
that are
far
within
too white to
3
be the
rounds. Their
average face.
record, 2-14 in these close games.
Far too pasty white.
And they deny that history. Put another win in the column. Good damage to start off on Melzer, stripping away that armor. And it just
You
looks
look
like
average.
a default
Average
from
is
Furia
good.
here. 3
What do you
torch
mean?
showers. Someone's getting cleaned up.
Oh, yeah. Oh! It's both players that were
2.
initially taking control on showers for both of the teams, actually. And Madzine still alive with the Seekers. This could be
I've got your trail.
a key piece exactly of utility. And you
Why
like these
wait
moments.
in a 3v3?
Under
Why
the
wait for
pressure,
Seekers?
Everybody's getting their ones. Everybody's getting their trades too. Playing this round to perfection. The best in 2-year abilities for both Fury and Crew. Camera now spotting
such a lot of
Madzine.
trouble.
Picture perfect
You
for a
literally know
Trailblazer
that
to hit
both are
him.
here.
Trying to spray across here, but he stays alive somehow.
Spraying. They haven't made it into the site just yet. Trailblazer will snuff that for just a second more.
Didn't see the Cypher though. Flash then out. Second flash available from Madzine. Both blinded Madzine with the first kill onto Davies. Gravity well, flick back.
We'll never know what happened.
Another one for one. Klaus again through the tin. Khalil
Klaus
down to
wins
51
these.
HP. Klaus trying to move forward with the heroic play. Spikes across. The third into the round.
Going to OT, bro.
For Crew.
Triple
And
OT.
we're one away from tying it.
Klaus has been a godsend throughout the LCQ here for the side of Crew. An absolutely incredible play from him in the tight situations to get the impact frags and make the round not matter of anything before. This dink through the wall, but then the flick. Not even having the right angle in the 50-50 here and still coming up with the kill. Incredible stuff. Around the world, the Crew fans.
And everyone 2v1, go and take a fight. Why not? Like, why?
3 ultimates now
No
for
chill.
the side of Furia here to get
This
into
game
sight
has
and just
anti-chill.
pound a strategy onto the defensive side of Crew.
And you want a player like Klaus to step up and to wake up right now. Alan Drone though spotting Kesnet, trying to get a kill with the Hunter's Fury. To no avail, but at least
Sova with the spike, like, Sova's got the spike, like, why?
Denied right away by Melzer with the Bulldog inside showers. 2 ults available for Crew in this round 22.
They're not gonna be able to get
and
the spike down.
As there's that orbital strike. Furia forced to fall back here towards short A. And we're getting a showstopper early. Klaus with the kill onto Khalil. And these trades, these kills are actually coming all in.
If Crew lost any of these rounds before this one, they would have been in economic trouble, but now the Crew come back to take us to triple OT.
With those kills, have the
We should carry spike when we're going for like a fast overall play. I mean, why is our Sky back in spawn? Our Sky was back here. What are we waiting for? I guess we're trying to pressure towards shower a bit, but
searching for
didn't seem
this
to fit the
position.
play.
That's going to be the one to try and finalize the kill.
Like what?
And
Why
with
is our
the
Sky a
3K,
late
they
lurk
do
through
just
shower
that
when our
to
Sova
tie
is
up the
ulting?
game. And an
Really make no
incredible
sense. Who should have the spike? Probably the Sky in that
protocol
instance.
they
And what
have
you
to
do is,
retake these sites. And
if you're going Sova all
for
day,
a
you're going
moment, I
fast.
feel
You're
like
going
Furia,
in.
forgetting what they were talking about that Crew was doing throughout these maps.
But then the call is so bad against the ults that they got Raze or the Brimble. Like, why are we?
Dry Hunter's Fury and a dash up from Digizine to find
Why
no
are we playing
members
fast
in
down
sight.
short?
And as they fall to the ground, they fall even further with Crew coming in with the kills. Understanding the strategy that can happen from Furia right now. 4 in a row here.
We think
for Crew
about
on the
the South
defensive
America
side as
Sen
they
versus
start the
Thieves, what,
momentum that
2
could
mid
possibly
teams?
lock in map 3.
11-11, you've gotten your wish for a close series between
I mean,
Furia
more
and
want to
Crew.
never understand who should carry the
Down
spike.
into
I mean, it
default
just comes
play
down.
for
I mean,
Furia, picking up the pace
comes
a
down
little
to
bit
the
more
round,
with some
really,
control
rather than
inside Hookah.
in pro play, at
Digizine
least.
at the helm, just behind the Trailblazer.
Like, it depends what your goal in the round is. But it doesn't, like, if your Sova is ulting to help you get into sight and your Jet is coming in behind a Sova ult, why would you want the spike back here
Back to
when,
the
you know,
original
you've
setup
already taken
of
a
Klaus
decent
and
part of the
Davies
site?
on this site, ready to just take down Furia through the smokes if it happens.
I tend to take
being
spike because I
down
don't
means
trust
Furia is
teammates to
feeling
make
out
a
this
right
round to
decision
the max.
of when to
No
rotate.
movement until they see a frag or information that makes them happy about a protocol to run.
Or to not take a terrible 1v1.
We're a very important piece of information once again. Under the minute mark.
One Guardian to kill them all, too.
Exactly. And the second one fades away here towards Long B. And that's false info. The rotate's going back from Kesnet towards the A site. 30 seconds left on the clock. And actually,
is it red?
Furia is running back towards the area.
The 3 people are going back as well.
Cosmic Divide
That's
now
way
out.
too early, surely.
Melzer.
What are we doing? Why have we done that so early?
Dash through, 13 seconds left. Flash around one corner.
10 seconds left.
Satchel's there to deny. Once
Plants
again,
up.
time in favor of Crew, and they're using a util. Shifting now the
didn't
plant
swing.
at the L box. And with that, Cosmic Divide instantly goes down. First blood then for Melzer this time around. An opportunity for Crew to take the lead at the most important round of this series. And it's working out so far. Madzine stuck inside showers. Store on the top of the spike. A swing out here from Crew as a tap comes in now for Nagzit. Gravity well now used. Snake bite on the ground, but it's too far away.
sprays in from Khalil. Mazin has to make a play now from Showers as the orb is coming through. Halfway now, the wall bang! 3 versus 2 now. Orb now out. Gravel once again. There's no time left. Somebody has to stick it. Catch it with 2 skills. The diffusion comes in. And Crew at map and series point.
A round left up to spam.
Holy, what a comeback.
What? To spamming the spike. This late, the decisions from Furia being thwarted by Crew round after round. Yes, they can work, but Crew isn't having any of these games right now. They bring it back into their favor. And Crew 1 round away from continuing the LCQ run. Vamo indeed, as we get ourselves into a round where the buys a bit scattered in armor and a Guardian coming up for Conan.
It's pretty hype now, though, to be fair.
Not the worst, but it is going to
This
have
is
to be
actually,
Furia starting
it
us
was
off
a game
here.
of
They
mid,
played
but
the last
now
few rounds down to the wire,
pretty
leaving
good.
the
They got a
spike
Guardian,
out for a default play.
Viper's Pit,
And this time they
all
don't
guns,
have that normal showers
Cypher
control.
ult, one
They're
off a
gonna have to
Viper's
retake
Pit.
the other side of the map if Furia want it.
Furia is playing
for a
exactly
beat.
into the game plan of Crew. Wasting that timer down. Not a friend to their side. Crew just keeps using util to create havoc and chaos in these pulse plans. So picking up the pace now, a full execution towards this B site. It all comes down to this now for Furia to try to force another OT.
1 for 1.
Cloud then swinging out, a
3v3.
2 for 2. Important Viper's Pit coming out on the attack now for MW0 as he had it before. Cosmic Divide, nowhere near for Khalil as he's still looking for at least a tap onto the spike. Wasting out the util once again. Oh, he eats it! Spike is now down! Digizine has to come up with plays now.
Yeah, he's trying to float outside the ult. Nagzat's gonna
Oh,
go for
thank God,
dueling
him,
Viper's
Hazel.
Pit.
Double swing towards the elbow. Spike is down.
Just MW0.
Tap on the spike. A jump out into the pit. The shorty from Nagzat. Us Crew claim another victim. And they move forward in the LCQ gauntlet.
Crew bringing it back from the break.
Oh my
so
God.
many rounds falling in favor of Furia. And then it just seemed to fall apart as Crew locked
Wow,
down
what a game.
every site from being planted in. The
Wow.
raise coming up so big
And now,
with the denial
I mean, there's
utility
only
more
one
than
way to really
once.
celebrate
It
something
cannot
like
be
that.
understated how Kesnet came to play here. How the rest of
As we get ready for our next big game.
Crew came to play in individual moments. And Melzer
Hit him with an ad. Hit them with an ad. Uh, I'm going to actually go and make some wheat bix, I think. Or wheat abix, as it's called here.
Valorant. Heritage.
See, this is what you get. Al-Qaeda 1. See? Doesn't want to see ads. Sick of them already. Sees one ad, Al-Qaeda 1. F that. No ads for me. Not during this game. Not during Sentinels 100 Thieves. So, I mean, people who do, I couldn't believe, I was going through the Twitch settings the other day. Why can you turn on ads for subs? Why is that even a thing? Like, holy, like, Sliggy does it? Really?
their support. Never stay
Don't
quiet.
do it.
They
Well,
were
I
always
mean, if
behind the back of Crew there.
And while Crew was under pressure,
I mean,
the
if
entire
Sliggy's doing it, I mean, if I guess if you know, I guess if Sliggy's doing it, then I guess it only makes sense, right?
I'm back, baby.
Saved my sub for the showdown between the stoppable force and the movable object.
So 01127 with the 8 months. Yes, you are here at the right time. No, I wouldn't do that. I didn't know that Sliggy did that. I was shocked that you even could. I was like, genuinely, I did not realize that was even a thing you could do. But yeah, I'm gonna go make my wheat bix.
Not only are they able to win yesterday, but they're able to do it
I'll wait
back
until
to
they
back.
throw it to a
So
break.
good they did it twice, but boy, oh
And I'll
boy,
hit you with
Wyatt,
more rounds.
that was a match and a half. Because at some point, 11-7 was the score, just to kind of set the tone for people. And then Crew denied them any round. Because at some point, 11-7 was the score, just to kind of set the tone for people.
6 in a row.
Then Crew denied them any rounds after that and were able to just close it out. What a game that was.
I mean, we said it before before that last map. It could have been a 2-0 for Crew, depending on split, that diffuse. And then at this map, it just felt like it should have been over for Furia. And then Crew just come through with a miracle comeback, powered by a absolutely nuts from top to bottom map from Kesnet, who is just an all-star
The
duelist
voice was
of the game.
hella
He's been doing it
unexpected.
for
Everyone
years
says
at
this
this
about
point.
Wyatt.
He's not going
But I guess I've seen enough Wyatt that it's like, my girlfriend always says about Wyatt that she would never expect his voice. To be fair, he does have the voice of God.
The clutches that he did, 2v4.
And my deepest voice isn't even as deep as Wyatt's normal voice.
He's so
I
strong.
want to
on
know
that
what
edge,
Wyatt.
as
In
long
fact,
as
if
they
I
stick
ever
to
go on
these
Plat
maps
Chat
where,
with
you know,
Wyatt,
they get
I'm gonna ask
mostly
him.
raise maps in their map pool,
Wyatt,
gonna be a force to be
what
reckoned
is
with.
your version of a
Here you
deep
can see,
voice?
right, his performance throughout the series.
I'm worried it
on that
might
last
be
one. This
turned
guy
into a
just
weapon.
was popping off, and it's just wild to think as well. We were talking about before it came to us. Guy was sitting on the bench for Leviathan at the beginning of the year. Comes over here and proves
Like,
why
what's
he
Wyatt's
is a
deep
star
voice?
player, Wyatt.
Yeah, absolutely. And respect to the other guys on Crew, too, because for a while in that bind game, it looked like it was going to be just a gutting experience for Kesnet, who left it all on the server.
Yeah.
And then at the end, the rest of the team, like you saw Melzer pick it up, Klaus winning that crucial clutch. Like the other guys came through at the end to get that win too. So
yeah,
the whole team, they stepped up when
I
they
want to be a
they had
caster
those
slash
moments
show
to be
host. Where do I
pivotal for the
start?
win. They took advantage
How
of
the
that.
fuck would
and
I
it was
know?
just a great team effort at the end of the day too.
That's right. The Cinderella
That's
run,
fucking
the
Golden
run,
Boy
whatever
or
you wanna call
Yinsu,
it,
I guess.
continues for Crew, but
Sub to see
even though
sub
we
only
were,
adds Carl
happy to
Fields.
see Furia back on the stage. It is very unfortunate.
Thank you,
that we have to
Frozen
say
Fire
goodbye to them
66 for the
already.
10 months.
This team, I've been
Carl
such a big
Fields
fan of this
indeed.
team since lock-in all the way till now. You know, I had opportunities to talk with like MW Zera, you know, Khalil, and it just
Ask Egg. Yeah, why are you asking the guy who's never been on a desk before?
Here,
The guy that they
those are the ropes,
refuse to
baby.
have on
That being
desks.
said, Furia, they have a lot to build on, and I'm excited to see what they do going into the next season.
And I just want to give a shout out to Conan.
I want to
He
be a
was subbing
bridge
in
builder.
for
Where do
sure
I
in
start?
This type of pressure and this type of match.
Probably on
elimination
one
match,
side
he
of a
played
river,
great.
I would think.
And then Mauser as well, just flexing on every role, you know, allowing Conan to be comfortable on his role. It was really nice to see, and it really could have gone either way. Like, let's be honest, it came down to like the wire.
Right, reach out to be a
100%.
desk on us?
I mean,
No.
like I said, if the match had ended with the Furia win, would have been gutted for Kesnet. And I feel honestly the same way for Dijazine. The guy was just unbelievable the entire season for them.
My
He was
voice
just
isn't
so
deep enough for
climactic in
desk?
all of their wins,
Perhaps.
and for it to end at this point, where
I want to
he
be
has
funny.
this
Where do I start?
breakout all-star run.
Well, Taku, there's this guy called It's Amike who makes TikToks.
To think about the little things that went wrong.
Really funny guy.
Into next year, but again,
I would say probably
so
watch some of his stuff.
Where his career is going to go from here, what he's going to be able to bring next year, whether that be with Furia or another team. Like, surely he's going to be in the franchise league. This guy has proved
100%.
so many times over that he's just one of the best duelists in the game right now.
100%. And I'm excited to see what they do moving forward. But of course,
POV, TMV has pogged for far too long, so you use Bezos's prime sub to pog him up some more.
Verizon post-match interview. Take it away.
Thank you, Palmania, for the 3 months.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy, standing here with
Yes,
Klaus
Pog.
after an amazing victory by Crew, taking down Furia.
Sideshow made a video about
So, first things
about
first,
his journey, about his
congratulations, Klaus. What an
experience. Maybe you can
amazing
watch it.
2-1 victory. I need to ask.
Okay,
yesterday,
well, during this
we saw
interview,
you
right,
guys
I'm gonna
win.
go
That
make
was
my
such an
Weetabix now.
important win
Enjoy
for
Klaus.
you and the team after a long, difficult season, coming so close so many times, finally getting that first win of 2023 yesterday. How much better does it feel to continue that forward and get a second win back-to-back?
Obviously, it feels great to win again because we are in a strike right now, right? We win two games in a row, so we expect to win the whole tournament. So that's it.
I love that, and I saw in the interview you guys talked about how even EG, all you need to do is get a little bit of momentum, and let's talk about that momentum because on that first map, you carried so much momentum. You were down so many points, and then you were able to almost bring it back until it came to that pivotal defuse. Talk about what the mentality for the team was like, even though it was a loss.
It was kind of bad because obviously losing a round like that, we had it in our hands at the time, but like the anxiety and all the things, like the fear to maybe he's not defusing, maybe is he defusing, maybe he's speaking. I don't know. Like it was kind of confusing for us, and obviously after that defuse, we kind of I don't know. Like I don't want to say mental breakdown, but we kind of lower our intensity, you know? Yeah.
Well, we didn't see that on Ascent because you completely turned up the intensity, and it was a very, very one-sided map. Then let's talk about that last map, because you guys actually won the pistols that time, but still ended up in a very difficult position where you were down 11-7. What changed and what clicked for you to be able to win so many rounds in a row to suddenly do this comeback?
Obviously, we know that we are a team that we do a lot of like win streak in the map. You know, like we win like 6 rounds in a row, and we know that we are losing all the pistols. That's obvious. We lose like I don't know, like 3-4 pistols, but we in Ascent we won both ecos, I think. So that was great for us, and obviously the confidence of winning an eco is obviously great.
Yeah, we definitely enjoyed watching those ecos, but for now, congratulations once again, Klaus. And with that, Crew wins their second win 2 days in a row. We are going to head to a short commercial break, but when we come back, you don't want to miss it. It's 100 Thieves taking on Sentinels.
And here we go. The pressure is on for both of these teams. Win, you move on in this competition. Lose, and your season ends here and now.
They were the ones that were able to do it before against MIBR, but wait a minute. Klaus one more time, 2 kills. There's that first, and in close range on the second. He will trade off for his teammate, and Furia, and that'll take the lead 5-2. Now pitched in from Hellish, shot from Davies, up to Conan on a 2 versus 1. Oh, Davies once again on fire on the attack with the operator. Guardian dropping 2. 1 hit by the Sentinels. We're going into overtime. And Furia managed to fight back, bring it into overtime, and win it. And as they rotate back, oh, is there! The 4th to come in! Melzer walking in, trying to go around the radius of the smoke. Walks into it, the spray, oh my God! He gets it for the kill! The Red Bull clutch, and the 9th round for Crew! Kesnet once again moving forward, Digizine falls, tap onto the spike, and the spray then onto the other one, and Crew just like that, hold down the map, and they push us into the third one. But Kesnet, the last man standing
Here we are.
Nah. Catches Benzine off guard.
Play Rankle in between.
10 bullets.
What's that football game grid as well? Match of the century incoming? Yes. That's what I'll call the stream. Let's call this, what was it having? Ranked-o. Let's do this, shall we? Let's do this thing.
Spike down. Last player standing.
Iron dude taking an iron-like fight.
One enemy remaining.
Nice shot. That's on lane. You have blinding. Cover going out.
Spike planted.
Bro, nice shot.
Get in there, Lewis. Bro, why is it so bright? Yoru, GG, well played. Have a nice day. No fate. Hello? And another GG.
One enemy remaining.
He's trolling if you think that's bronze.
See,
Shadows traveling. Let me see. One should stand B. I can ritual C.
Go for it.
Spike down. C. One enemy remaining.
You guys are so good.
I have honestly no idea with this one. This one's tough.
Let me see. One should stand B. I can ritual C.
Why? I don't get the satchels at all.
Go for it.
Go plat. Ascendant. I was thinking plat diamond for sure. For sure. Fucking 5-minute break. Joke. Football grid game. Something good game. The hell is that? What's it, this? Box to box Premier League. Newcastle, Ireland. Shay given. That one's easy. That one's a given. Liverpool, Ireland. Robbie Keane. West Ham. Oh, Robbie Keane's both. Pick Robbie Keane. Newcastle, Italy. Probably someone recent. Liverpool, Italy is Barini. West Ham, Italy is Di Canio. Forest. Newcastle, Italy. Forest. Stan Collymore. West Ham and Forest, like. Chris Wood. Interesting. Didn't know that one, to be honest. Newcastle, Italy. That's coming. Jesse Lingard, that's a good one. That's a good one. Tonali? Who the fuck is that? Thinking Man's ads. Milan player? Well, keep naming players. Bro, I'm out. What do you mean keep naming players? I'm good. Ireland, West Ham. John O'Shea play for any of these teams? I don't think so. Who else is like a half decent Irish player? Who else have they got? Rice. It's English. Okay, yeah. Whatever. Okay, yeah. Spelt it wrong. Okay. Play Who Are You? What the hell's this? Yes, 1 of 8. Ross Barkley. He's English. You can tell he's English by the look of his face. Is it Mason Mount? So they play in the Prem. A Prem player is younger than 24. Not a midfielder. Younger than 24. Phil Foden. Wait, Phil Foden it is. Holy. The hell's play Premier League? Patrice Evra. Oh, in the Prem now? Not like just from anywhere. Holy. In the Prem now? Trent. Older than 24, not a defender. I was placing red. If it's Forest, I don't know. Martial. I don't care about the Premier League these days. I literally don't give a shit. Matt Vito, fine, yeah. Chat's Matt Vito, let's do it. Chat, what is Sentinels banning? Getting a bunch of different options. If someone wants to sub to tell me what Sen are banning, do so now. Or just give 1 bit. What's the minimum amount of bits? Or even just a tiny super chat. What the hell is this 100 Thieves? Oh, that's an old 100 Thieves jersey. Look at Steel. Oh, not what I wanted. Right, okay, split. We'll do 100 Thieves ban. Well, most of you is probably saying Lotus. Bind, you say? Bind? A lot of you saying bind. I'll give it to you. What does Sen pick? Fracture or split? Okay, we'll say fracture then. I mean, you're going to be so wrong. Okay, what do 100 Thieves pick? Quite a few ascents. Some split, some ascent. So we'll say split. Okay, you've got Ascent, Pearl, and Haven left. So what does Sen ban? Pearl, Haven, or Ascent? Whatever the next sub chat is, I'm just gonna trust them. Ban bind. They've already banned bind. My god, my subs. Holy. Okay, Pearl says net 7. Okay, and then Sentinels and 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves ban one of Haven or Ascent. Okay, Potato 111 said Haven, so it's going Haven, and you get an Ascent there.
His experience doing this, which is like he's the guy for the job, which is like awesome for him. And on the 100 Thieves side, they need to just play those fundamentals.
Talk,
like they
baby
did,
bay.
What got them here, you know?
Yeah.
Like they were so structured last year, especially with that foundation that Sean got them, you know? So they just need to play to those strengths, and it should be a banger matchup.
Well, and I think, too, you know, it's important to note, right? Like, we saw the timeline here, but it really does feel like both of these teams having a very similar trajectory, very different paths, but similar outcomes, if you will, Mimi.
Yeah, it was almost exactly the same. They had 4 to 5, just a moment away from making it into playoffs, which was honestly really tragic for both these squads. 100 Thieves, it was stolen away by losing to MIBR right at the very end. And for Sentinels, it was kind of this long run where they were so rough in the middle of the season, but had this like little bit of a resurgence right at the end that kind of gave people hope now for LCQ.
Yeah, and going all the way back to the beginning of the timeline, week 1, when these teams played, that match actually had really big implications as the rest of the season had gone on. It actually really hurt 100
Yanni
Thieves.
Lawrence with the
And
6
I think
months.
the team has changed a
Drank
decent
my
amount
ass off
since
to
then.
hopefully enjoy
that
the
was
balance
not
tonight.
the best year for
Well,
the
that's
team
true.
at
It's
all.
2
In
and
fact,
8
I
teams
think
you
that
get to
was
enjoy
probably the
now,
worst
so
time for this
holy,
team
it's gonna be bad.
Since they've created this Bang Derek Stellar roster that they've had for this past. It's been about a year now. And it really, for them, it's about that month and a half off, getting out of that slump, fixing what was plaguing them throughout that 9-week run of that they were on.
Yeah. And I think that, they were both like both teams were really just trying to find out who's going to be the players to step up, who's going to be the one that's like really contributing. And I think, when you talk about these two teams, you have to talk about Asuna as well as Zekin. Baby Bay, I want to start with you on this one, my friend. Played against these guys, played with these guys, you know what they're capable of, and you know that they're demons on the server. Are you expecting a big game from both of these players today?
Yeah, I definitely think this is going to be a matchup for the books. I mean, Zekin has only been getting better and better and better as he's like developed as a player and getting used to the stage. And he was like cracked out in their last couple matches. I'm not gonna lie. And then
if
same with
Sentinels
Asuna,
lose this
like,
game,
every time this guy is on Raze, and I hope we get to see him on Raze a little bit more this series, he goes off.
they are
and drops
going to
amazing
throw the
numbers. I mean,
bag
it's
at
on Raze,
Sean.
right? It's phenomenal
Sean
on Raze.
Gaz,
So it's
Gaz.
yeah, I'm really excited to see
Is
this.
my
These two
prediction.
young guns battle it out.
Yeah, and while not being the two biggest stars that you look to with these teams normally, they're the two guys that I think was the best player for their respective team throughout all of the turmoil that both these rosters went through in the regular season. Zekin in particular, he comes in as the highest statistically rated player
The one
from
and only.
Americas,
The one and
except
only.
OSPA. So therefore the
That's
highest
on new
coming
100
into
Thieves jersey?
LCQ
I
here,
haven't seen it
and
yet.
he was performing so consistently. And he was also having to flex all around with all his roster changes. He was the guy picking up new roles, playing the Raze, playing the Initiator, flexing over to like a Smokes for one match. It was ridiculous, the amount that was being asked of both these guys that are still relatively young, but their flexibility and just insane individual performances is what helped to make the rocky seasons as
And if they're
close
using a
to
hoodie
making
jersey,
playoffs
that
as
would
they
be
were.
funny. They should just lean into it, shouldn't they? They definitely should.
Rosters
It should just be a normal
continue to break down
jersey with
the
like a
players,
very
I think another
badly
matchup
stitched
that's also gonna
hood
be
on the
very
back.
pivotal, very important to talk about. Why it's going to be
Would he do it?
Cryo and Tens,
Everyone's
right?
got a
Because, again,
price.
two players that have had their ups and downs throughout the year, but the pressure that sits on these two players back is insurmountable, man. It's nuts.
I mean, yeah, both teams star oppers. I am
Dent is looking
keeping
at us
a
like,
watchful eye on Cryo. You're
"Oh,
seeing
I'm
the clips
bored."
now, and notice they're from the end of the season because he was in a serious slump in that first half. He started to pick it up towards the end, but it was a serious problem, even back to that first game we were talking about, where his entrying was really, really struggling. And it wasn't for a lack of setup. It more
Who's
so looked
casting?
like his own individual.
I'd imagine Burrell Sideshow,
His
considering they
offense
were there
defense is
yesterday.
always going to be at
But they
that
haven't cast yet.
highest echelon.
Yeah.
And now I'm looking to how they're actually
Oh,
going
the
to
100
use
Thieves, it's
him
better than their
in
old
this
one.
slightly changed
Holy,
meta.
way
Are
better
they
than
going to
their
have
old
him
one.
play more Chamber, with Chamber kind of
Oh,
being
nice.
back
Kinda
on
like
some of
that.
these maps? That could be interesting because that's what he was a god on X set. And on the other hand, Tens has just been really up and down. He's had some amazing games,
What's
which
my
coincidentally
price?
have all come from when Sen have double duelist. When he's the solo
Why are
duelist,
you
though,
offering?
he has struggled.
Yeah, I think both these players' biggest issue throughout the season was struggling with getting opening kills on the attacking side and having to be that proactive
This is
solo duelist that
Valorant.
has been meta. They've had to
Heritage.
rely a lot of the times on the double duelist
Prospect
comps for Sentinels
Rose.
or on switching on over from
What an interesting
Asuna or
name.
Zekin to be able to pick up that
Look,
role. So it's
you
going to
are-
be interesting to see how they play and how they recover today.
Oh, yeah.
Crime
we have so
novel
much more
fan?
to discuss regarding this matchup, and trust me, it's going to be a banger. Coaches Kaplan and Mikes are standing by for map picks and
Here we
bans,
go.
so let's see where we're headed. Take it away.
Sentinels, Thieves, welcome to LCQ. Sentinels, you are the
Sentinels,
highest seed, so you get the
Thieves.
selection of either Team A or Team B. What would you like?
Team B.
Team B. So
lucky
Thieves, you'll be Team A. And for your first map ban, Thieves? Ascent.
Well, already a bad start.
And your second map?
Van
ban?
Haven.
Van Haven.
rough.
Thieves, your first map pick?
Pick Pearl.
Thieves pick Pearl. And your side selection?
Defense.
Defense. And Sentinels, you have the second map pick?
Pick Split.
Sentinels pick Split. And for your side? Defense. And for your third map ban? You guess a yes. Ban Fracture. Sentinels, your last map ban?
And Lotus.
Lotus. So the desired map will be on Bind. And what side would you like, Thieves? Defense. Okay, I'm gonna say it again. First map ban is Ascent by Thieves. Sentinels ban Haven. First map pick by Thieves is Pearl, and Sentinels will be on defense. The second map will be Split by Sentinels, and then Thieves will be on defense. And the decider map will be Bind with 100 Thieves on defense. Good luck to you both.
Thank you.
Yeah, you somehow have managed
My man.
to get it backwards.
Riot Games Arena, it is finally
I think that's the
time
most wrong
for the
you can
match
ever
that
be.
You have all been waiting for. The North American showdown.
I don't think you
right
can be
here,
more wrong
right
than
now.
that.
Give it up for our first team. It's 100 Thieves.
That Mo with the 6 months. Thank you. Oh, we got some British rap in there. Oh no, 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 no. Come to the front. Come to the front. No, 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 no.
Money in the bank, that's for the interest. New spots that I ain't been yet.
Money in the bank for interest. Good luck with that. Who are you banking with?
And facing 100 Thieves is their North American rival. Can they reign supreme today? Give it up. It is the Sentinels.
Why are they already out? Bro, who let the dogs out? Why are they just standing there awkwardly? Oh, they just turned up.
It's a matchup that we've all been waiting for. The clout matchup between Sentinels and 100 Thieves. But what
Just
makes the
straight in
stakes
there.
even higher for this one, it's an elimination game. Win here, you move on, you'll go and meet Cloud9. Lose, your season is done yet again, Mimi.
These are the two teams that came into Americas with such high expectations. The North American squads whose fans have always expected greatness. For both of them, I think it was a disappointment in the regular season, an inch away from making it to playoffs, so trying to fight for that chance in Tokyo. But now there's only one last shot to make it to champions, and with single elimination to start, only one of these squads can
And
continue.
is taller than
It's
I
100
thought. Or is
Thieves trying
Zekken
to
really
prove
this
that they've
small?
still got what it takes to play at the top level in this post-Sean Gares era. The community has been so critical of the team.
I don't know why I always thought
year
Tens was
that
short.
Thinking the fundamentals are gone. What
He's not
made them
short.
great is gone.
How
And
tall
this
is
is their
Tens?
last chance to actually bring it back.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to see what Sentinels have cooked up because when
No,
we
we
first
don't
saw
have
them,
enough
they were
to
only a
be
team for
cooking
like a week.
Yeah.
So now with more time,
Well,
under
they're
their
still
belt,
really
you know,
short.
let's see if they got some good foundation going on right now too.
But the thing is, they were only ever a team for a week or two.
Ten's
This
like 5'11".
roster
I don't
was
know
getting
why I
changed
always
left
just
and
thought
right
Ten's
throughout
like
that regular
5'8".
season. It never felt like they had that time to develop. Whereas on the other side, 100 Thieves' whole mantra has been building up these new players, sticking to this project that they started a year ago, and trying to finally return to that greatness that they found at the very end of the year. And I suppose for the side of Sentinels, the question is, was this the right choice? Are these 5 players
Jam
the
Route
best route
18.
forward to try and make an LCQ run?
Back
They're
for
certainly
the
the 5
fourth month.
best
Thank
individual
you, Jam
players
Route.
of all the players that they've had in this mixed roster. But that doesn't
Here we go.
necessarily mean the
Let's
chemistry
see
is
it
going to be
then.
the best. That's been proved
So,
time
Pearl,
and
will we
time
see
again.
Harbor Viper in
Attack
Tier
FPS,
1?
period. And into the agents like we're on Pearl. This is 100 Thieves' pick. It was their ban all season, which I thought was a terrible choice because every other team was floating it, and they never actually got to ban the best map of the opposing team. So we're going to see what they have here with it as their
gonna
pick.
be Harbor
I'm
Viper.
hoping, and of course they must have gone hard in the offseason.
All right,
Oh.
Zeken's locking in the Jet instead
The
of Tens. I
crowd
actually like
vi-
that. I think
audibly
Zekken-
react,
I think they
visibly
looked
react.
better when they were playing with
Audibly
Zekken on the primary
reacting.
duelist. It gave more flexibility to Tens to not have to have the pressure of
Oh.
always being the guy diving in on the
What
attack.
does
But on
Tens
defense,
play?
that puts into question, what is Tens' role? We only ever see this guy on Jet.
Boo.
Yeah, I have no idea what he's gonna be playing here. Maybe KO. I've seen him dabble with KO before on Icebox, so.
Looks like it could be the gold
yeah, it's
combo.
gonna be
Yeah,
KO.
I am expecting the KO here. Solo controller. Yep.
All right, so two teams with very different
What is
approaches.
this?
100
Ooh.
Thieves is actually modifying the good old-fashioned Harbor Viper with those Viper nerfs. They go Omen instead, and Tens bucks in the KO.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good call, baby.
Yo,
That's-
yo,
he had
what?
played that in the past. He
Yo.
had some good moments on it.
Yo,
But this 100
what?
Thieves comp, what is happening here with the Omen? They loved the Omen before. It was like them on Icebox.
All right, well, this is it. Riot Games Arena, I'm going to need you to make some dang noise as we get ready for this matchup.
Let's make some dang noise.
And we're going to send it
Let's
over to
go.
two excellent casters. It's Brent and
Yeah,
Sasha.
let's go.
Yeah, let's get to it here. Sentinels versus 100
Make
Thieves.
some dang
Some people call it the
noise.
clout match. Some people call it the clown fiesta. Some people call it battle of the mid, but potentially battle of the century is how it's been gassed up as well. We're going to see these two teams about a month and a half of practice, of preparation to really get into this and sort out some of these problems.
And we didn't really know what to expect. And already the roles, the compositions themselves,
completely wild.
The map picks even have kind of thrown out the window compared to what you would expect.
I chose
but this
giraffe
entire
sweater.
year has been expectation versus reality for these two teams. The expectations were enormous for these massively clouted organizations and rosters.
It's gonna be a banger because it's Brennan Sideshow. No, that's actually wrong. Sometimes they either what tends to happen is Brennan Sideshow in these kind of games. Often it's a snoozer. Often it's like just a kind of 13-9, 13-8.
One of these squads
kind of
is
snooze
going to be
affair.
ending right here.
But there is a potential chance that they get a
for
Giga
the
Banger.
VCT season.
It's the best of fives when they get the Giga Banger. Okay, we're doing week 1 Harbor stuff.
First
Who's
contact,
one Harbor? Derek.
Hunting for the head. Open to take off Marvs, but
Okay, we got our second one. We learned how to stop the Harbor wall.
For this beginning.
What's this comp? TMV explain?
100 Thieves running the Omen. I mean, on the defense side,
Really
B-Long
tell
has
you,
changed
not many
drastically.
people pick Omen on this map. They're going for the old ass stuff.
Absolutely, the cove over the top along with the flash. There's full rotations, 3 players of Sentinels
Okay,
fully
they didn't
anchored.
Aztec him, which is
Hearing it,
good.
Yeah, footsteps. Rumbling now, straight down B long and trying to take themselves onto the side dash. Towards the side, Zekken, he is safe and he lands 2 of the shots, bringing down Stella. There's an opening.
Miss a smoke? Holy, it's bad already.
Smoke just slightly off there. Players not able to get themselves into the B site. Big collection of players now. 40 seconds left. Plenty of time to pivot.
And Cryo didn't die on that fake, right? He committed so deep into the cove and yet still survived, which actually allows 100 Thieves to be able to rotate back over towards him.
30
Don't think
seconds
Cryo
left.
has the best information in the world here. But with Marv the only
I don't
player
even
that's
know how you
anchoring the
missed
side,
this
calling for
smoke, to be honest.
reinforcements as
It's almost
Tens
hard
needs
to
them.
miss as an Astra.
Sentinels do not have a ton of players here to stop this hit.
Yeah, they don't. They're going to have to put this one up for now. No, just spam straight through
That's
it.
my
The
boy.
high tide. You're not one of the players. Bang. The plan.
That's Mr. Tens right there.
Their advantage not there for them. 100 Thieves going to have to take some risks. Want to try and win out this pistol round. Fully grouped up. No chance is really being taken here by Sentinels, making sure they've got
Imagine
all their
2
players
years
now
ago
starting
telling
to
someone that
move
Tens
onto
wouldn't
the
be playing
side. Here's
Jet
the
on his
attempt
team.
here. Into mid, potential.
I want to see what they got cooked up with this Omen.
Kills traded up, damage and shots landed. Players are weak, but it's all cleaned up. So
We ban Mike so he goes to sleep already. Well, I can still watch the stream though. But look, Mike's a fully grown adult. If he doesn't want to sleep, that's up to him. But I would say just go to sleep. I'll upload the VOD for you tomorrow, Mike. So.
What do you think of Solo Astra?
Just literally go to bed.
And it's a
What do you
very
think of
different
Solo Astra? It's
composition
fine.
both of these teams are running.
Because of the
Apollo
changes, the
scene
problem was
changes.
before you'd need to use
We
2
tried to
smokes
walk
here,
you through
right?
them.
So retaking B was
Don't know how well we
extremely
did,
difficult because you
but
had to use
one
2
of the
smokes.
crucial
Now you can
changes
use
being
1
that
smoke.
the B-long
That makes it
kind of area
much
between screens
better.
and
Because
the
like,
generator.
if Astra
Now
still
can
had
be covered
5
by a single
stars,
smoke.
bro, they
And
got
that
6
is
players
gonna
on this
open
team.
up tons of different compositions that, as you see from Sentinels, can be vitalist.
you're seeing the Omen and the
Well, thank you,
Astra
Zorro,
more
for the
play
4
time in
months.
the Americas. Be part of
Like
the
if Astra
reason
still had 5
Dart
smoke,
dealt with
5 stars, you probably would have seen,
damage
you know,
done.
you never would
We
have
saw
seen
so
Harbor
many thrifties
Harbor
in the
Viper.
first
You
match of today.
would have just stuck
I
with
don't
Astra, I
think
think, because
we should be expecting
you know,
anywhere
using
near
the
the
2
same
smokes
amount in
wouldn't
this
have been the
match.
end of the world.
But there is still a lot of danger
And
when
also
people
5
like
stars
Cryo
Astra
have
was
sheriffs in their hands.
completely OP.
a large gap in mid.
5
terms
gifted
of
for every
detail
100
to watch
Thieves
these
map
angles. I mean,
win this
they've got no
series.
control of Ard on the defensive side here,
Holy.
so they could
Let's
be
make it
some
best of 5,
Cryo
boys.
in that position. Players as well walking right into the sideline. There's damage done
Let's
with a
go
shot.
100 Thieves, I guess. Come on,
These
Cryo.
players down, bang quite
Got
weak.
a sheriff.
It's a laboured approach, isn't it?
Yeah, Zekken is just re-exploring in here, missing the
wide
angle.
swing, yeah.
But all of these players, without armor, should be able to get picked up fairly easily here by Sen.
And it looks like the overall game plan is just approaching either side of the map.
This
farm
Memphis
up
is
the
snooze,
ults
so I'll
for
just
100
assume
Thieves
that team
wherever
won
they
and I'll
can.
go sleep.
And we've seen these
Mike, just
compositions
go
at
to
least
bed.
from the side
It's
of
a
Sen being run by
useless
a bunch of
Sentinels
teams
versus 100
recently.
Thieves game.
I mean, we're thinking about the
These
teams that
teams are going to
been
lose to
playing recently in
Cloud9
Ascension
anyway.
for North America.
Literally doesn't mean
Or the
anything.
Americas, I should say, though it was the 2 North American teams there up in the final, running compositions like this.
These clowns smell so good because they all washed.
Swarming into the side, but again, it's that gun advantage all the way for Sentinel. Second.
Flawless, not going to 4K. Fire logarithm. Fire logarithm? Logarithm.
Almost to the Blade Storm. They can try and play for that one. Take an orb over towards A. Get the Blade Storm started popping off. And it might be a bit strange to see Zekken on that primary duelist role. They've run him in that spot before. Yeah. You know, partly when Tens was out of the roster too.
I don't know why we're getting tiny little micro
super flexible, extremely good.
Fire logarithm.
Better at that tip of the spear when it comes to the attack side.
These clowns smell so good because they all wash.
But for now, it looks like Zekken's going to want to fight over that A orb, as I was mentioning.
Get the knives online. It's going to be quite massive on the bonus round. Adds a bit more bite behind it. We see it. Trailblazers are going to be used to clear into art.
Yeah, and 100 Thieves have been putting
clearance.
a serious focus.
It's going to be hard for 100 Thieves
and they
without the
haven't run
crowd
into
telling
really
them
anything.
where
A lot of the time you'll get an
Sentinels
alarm bot here or a turret. That's not been the case from Pancada.
It's wide open on the defense.
It is, and also that means that when Sentinels made
Early
that push
jet
out into
knives.
A main,
Bro,
they
look at
started
this
rotating people to
spectator.
B, thinking that, okay, there's nobody in A main at all. It can't really be an A hit. But you see the positioning of 100
Beerus
Thieves right
5
now.
with the 4 months.
They've got Cryo so incredibly deep off the back of this mid, being left wide open. Someone needs to be watching water if you don't have Killjoy utility there.
Got to be aware of it if you are Sentinels.
Problem is with pushing this is if someone is watching it, especially against the Nico, it's a free kill. You gotta time it right.
And there it is, yeah.
Cryo picked the literal worst time.
Realize that was a weakness.
Really, you gotta wait till the spike gets
down,
fine. That's a terrible idea.
Primed and ready here, potentially to do more than just
Thing is, I
damage,
always-
maybe even win the round out, spamming down the cove, damage.
30 seconds left.
Undone to
I
Ace.
KO over Sky because you're playing double
into
and shit.
positions. Plaid denied.
Holy, this is
It's all
not
going
good.
to pot, really, isn't it? Sentinels making the most. The dash to disengage here. It's disjointed play. Knife still in the back pocket, but time is just running too damn low here with 12 seconds remaining. 100 Thieves, they need to get a move on. Here in the reload, spam onto it. There it is. Shot
I see with the shot down. And they just leave. Wow, massive bonus round with Sentinels. The one thing that I don't understand
Sentinels will be happy about that one.
is when you take this deep here, right?
Great
When you've
start
got
for this
all of
squad.
the mid control like they did, you know where
I
the
don't think it's a
defenders
bad
are.
idea for Cryo to try and get aggressive there.
Like
Of
you
course
know,
he's gotta
like you know
but
where they
most
are.
teams are going to be watching
right?
water in that
You-
kind of situation.
You
But
know
compared
that
to
they
what we
have
saw
to be
throughout
like
the
that.
season
Now the only
with
thing is,
Cryo
how far have they
sometimes
pushed out
failing
mid?
to get as aggressive as he should be or act on
Right, when you've
opportunities
taken mid this
on their
deep, the
attack
only
side.
question is how
Really got
far
back
out have they pushed on
occasionally
me?
going
You
for
know
plays
it's going to
like
be
that.
two,
I would like
one's
to
going to
see
be
it
spawn,
synced up
and
though
two are
with
going to be
Team
deep.
pushing
That's
to the side.
literally how
Sure,
they're
some
going to
kind of
sell.
Distraction for that.
So your choice is
It's good signs,
basically,
I think that 100 Thieves has spotted that's a potential weakness.
I think, is to try and
Work
clear
your way
out
to
one
mid.
side of main.
And lurk through if they're not committing any
Fake
kills or
pressure,
utility
go
towards
back
it.
the other way.
This is fast.
Yeah, it's fast. But the Stinger's in their hands.
Or if
Still
you
some
maybe get a
danger.
kill here, you just go to this side.
Fully grouped up now, four of them. To Ali as Pancado wants to hold his ground and hold down the line. Still high tide in his face.
Fast
Forced
B
back, pushed
through
back,
mid.
Sassy anchoring. Pulls back a horse here. He is alone and he needs some support. But listen, what else is there? Just
Full
a rifle.
stinger by.
Brought down in
When
the end.
Jitsu is
Watching
fired,
for the
Epu know
trade.
it's good.
Rough from Pancada. That's the first time he's been
Apocalypse.
challenged. Kind of fell
Ow.
over, unable to support his compatriot there.
With the
Towards
8
the
months.
side, wide swing, marked! Taking off heads. Taking names off the list on top of it. A three-piece. And he salvaged the operation completely.
Yeah!
So
Let's
much danger
go,
about that when they give it the sight in that fashion,
I
but
love Sentinels!
was why I marked.
The savior for Sentinels there.
Yeah.
Yes!
Avoiding that thrifty round. Remember, this is a player that came in after, of course, Marv, fantastic tenure as a player, you know, in the past, but was thinking of taking it chill this year and just being a content creator. You know, he'd be the one doing the co-stream at this point, had things gone differently perhaps for Sentinels.
Certainly.
But brought in, and he was instrumental in them getting a
1-0,
few more wins on
timeout.
the table, but a lot of those were against teams towards the
Early
bottom of
timeout.
the barrel. And for Sentinels, yeah, they started to look a little better towards the end of the season when Tens came back into the squad and Marv was there. You know, they replaced their IGL, replaced their entire leadership. To be honest, Sentinels looked like a revolving door. But what that's also meant is they never really got time to practice properly. And this has been their first opportunity to really have some focused time. I mean, we could run you through the entire timeline, but TLDR, Sentinels have had barely a couple weeks after each major
the two
shift.
people trying to do 100 thieves.
Musical chairs. The desk, I mean, they showcased it. They had a graphic as well in the pre-show.
But it goes back even further to like January when they were really making those moves. But yeah, an attempt at a super team that did the super team
Don't
that
make me
did
miss Sentinels.
You've got
Thing
a
happened during a
chance.
timeout.
There's that pressure on both of these teams' shoulders in terms of showing up. High expectations. The fan bases on either side.
Adjustments here. Zekken looking to move his way forwards. There's Killjoy utility for information now in mid. So Pancada playing A instead of B. Swapped
Okay,
with
so
the
first time with an
operator
op.
player.
What
And this
the
is
hell
so
does that play?
insanely... What? I mean...
Yeah, I mean, just sticking the TP.
Just a read that they
So again,
weren't
they
really
go for
expecting
they
anybody
go-
from Sentinels
go
to be
for a
playing that in
smoke
that area. But
Omen TP here.
I'm sure you can hear that teleport from a while away. Definitely something pre-cooked, but overcooked.
Again, Sentinel's
Bang
playing
things
this
up.
very deep, as I said, like this kind of
Cryo's
what
in the
I'll
same
call an
position
umbrella, and they haven't actually pushed main here.
Definite game plan here from
Here's the thing:
100
if you
Thieves to
if
try
you
and
got this deep
work
and
your way and
you know,
exploit into mid.
basically if they haven't pushed main,
That's what you're seeing.
pretty
Sen, they
good.
made the adjustments with their Killjoy setup. You pointed it out just at the beginning of this round, Josh.
But also Cryo's used one of his cloudbursts, I believe, to try and dodge that Killjoy utility. Probably used it to get a timing past the turret, though we weren't watching his POV.
Grouped up though. Turret's broken. Big ults online if they wanted to try and make the most of it. Up draft, onto the box, a high guard angle.
Any chance of seeing Marv's haircut?
Hunting for the head. Marv though is safely tucked. Reckoning though is going to clear its way. You can see it. Golden Trails over the top into his
what a
face.
kill.
Marv brought down, running him down into the
Finding
back
the
of the
foul
site. That's the spike planted. Get themselves into the post-plant position. Asuna close to the corner, spraying it down. He's on Cryo watching his back pop flash play round to the side. The flash did connect. Then still alive and kicking, and distractions abound, isn't it? Cryo wasn't aware of that repush. Here's the lockdown. Has to be broken and needs to be a push onto this one because it's putting that time pressure now onto Sentinels. Sassy's
got
still
that
taking
kill.
a fight, but Ten's got to back away from this into the 1v1. Knife broken. Time starting to tick away, starting to run short.
Why are you swinging that?
Tap onto the spike to force it. Jump spot from Derek. He knows he's not on it. Knows he's not sticking
know
it.
it's
He's
10,
playing
so
it
you know he's not
perfectly.
sticking it.
It's impeccable. The patience is there. Ten's forced to take the fight close and personal, but will not win it.
Any duelist player,
Remember
They're
what a
never-
monster
they're
Derek
never-
was in
they're
the
never
clutch
even up.
at
It's always
last
a
year's LCQ. Both of these teams are going to need somebody to be in insane form at least to go on a run like that if they want a chance of being able to make it to champions. Could Derek find that form again? Played that clutch immaculately. And not just that, but the pressure coming out from the lockdown really forced Sentinels to make a move forwards and then split up. I mean, Sassy committed to it. Tens had to back up. Rough situation for them that opens a slight crack in the door here for 100 Thieves.
Again, it's that mid-control. Yeah. 100 Thieves are putting so much emphasis onto this. Every single round is what it feels like, but
I mean, beast that.
barely getting that first one on the cards here. Money's not too good, but Cryo does have the Blaze Storm, leading it in with a Trailblazer. A lot of space to be gained. There's a drone. Don't body block me. Get me out of there. Here's a Hunter's Fury. You really expecting this from this particular angle? What a prediction! Sassy.
Big
It was
kill.
accidental for the first, catching onto Bang, but it lit him up.
I've got your trail.
Because
No time wasted. See if they can set their sights towards that. Maybe a bit of a rotation now into A.
Here.
But it made it so obvious. Sentinels have been able to fully
Yeah, they
rotate
won a
almost. 4
4v5
players now just
before.
waiting behind. Plan. We're hearing this now. Playing for that full retake.
Look how aggressive Asuna is in these kind of situations. It's part of what makes 100 Thieves dangerous in these spots. It's not necessarily Cryo pushing forwards.
Everyone scatters as soon as they're into the post plan here. 100
This was
Thieves.
the same thing that 100 Thieves have done on multiple of their post plans. Create pressure forwards, make it feel like they're playing on site, and then go back and clear any flanks.
Diffuse, Sassy. Is there anything to stop this? Hello, half, all the way.
I don't know.
Damage done. You can't be getting away with that.
I mean, that's not
Wow.
even based off the Cove or anybody pushing forwards to relieve pressure.
Yeah, it's all giggles in the same camp, isn't it?
I mean, they know they got away with it. They just stole that. I mean, it was a fairly even situation. They certainly could have won it off their own merit, but I mean, is there a kill that makes somebody think that they've taken down the diffuser? Possibly. You know, Stella takes down Marv. Maybe they thought that was the person sticking.
Yeah, I mean, we can touch on the compositions a tad. When you play those very safe post plants, the first protocol you're going to have is an Astra pull. They're only going to
Yeah.
They don't have an Astra pull for that. You got to face it with some bodies, and they were playing incredibly safe.
I mean, guess what else you also
I mean,
don't
I
have? The
haven't seen
Viper Orb and the Snake Bites
any
to
value
play
of
those
the
post-plant
Omen so
positions.
far.
So I really don't quite understand why 100 Thieves are playing so passively in post-plant setups. But they have clear, structured protocols about it. You see them doing the same thing every time they're planting on A. Forward pressure, go back, check flanks. At the moment, though, Sentinel's not
The thing
flanking.
is, this Cascade
All of
does
the
a lot of
A
work
retakes
down
have been
here,
coming
right?
from Flowers and Secret.
So where are we using it? I guess they have a
It's
heavy
also the
mid.
same
I
eco
guess,
round.
I guess the
Remember,
idea
last
is
time
we
they
go
had an eco
heavy,
barrel
heavy
down
mid.
B-Link with Stingers. This time more towards the Sheriff line, but it's the same game plan.
Trying to watch him.
Here.
Paranoia used in response for that pull. Has delayed this one though. Sassy looking to try and take the fight anyway with the rifles up close as an aimer.
Sassy clean with
Routine, spraying it down. And the bullets left to try and finish the job here. Still getting really close into the Hall's angle, but 6-1.
Bro, give me 13-1, 13-0.
They are fully in
Get out
control
of
of
here.
this.
Well, Bran, at least it was Sentinel's map pick.
How long do you brush your teeth? 2 minutes.
Oh no.
I got one of those toothbrushes that tells you when 2 minutes is up.
Yeah. And that really is, I mean, I don't mean that to say that 100 Thieves are done if they lose this map, but more so that there are so many unknowns after you haven't faced an opponent like this or seen any VOD footage for such a long time. You know that they're going to be making new stuff up, and the map vetoes in these kind of situations are more just, I guess, about your own gameplay rather than trying to get rid of anything from your opponent. Although, having said that, both teams actually went with banning one of their opponent's best maps during the regular season.
My ult's ready.
Potential for a fight. It's a flash repeat play. Sen taking away the orb, setting up the op onto the angle as well. But again, it's mid once more. Cryo. It's pushed up here. Lombard at his feet.
I'm just happy to play this.
Bit of damage there.
And with
This
all
time
of the
they have
space that
pushed
100
it,
Thieves have towards the center of the map, you would think that they'd be able to execute some of these splits and create pressure.
So how do you deal with
But
this?
instead,
right, as I said, you want. I think you
the
want to be running
spam
fakes here.
and actually, a lot of the
You've got B
retake
control.
over
but I think
towards
you
A
want to run a B
has
fake.
worked really nicely. Are we just
into
going
A.
to see a repeat of the pistol
No, they're
here?
just going to go away.
We'll see if Cryo as well waits for the pressure from the rest of his team.
And here is a little bit of pressure. They can hear people barreling through art. So Tens pulls away just a moment.
It really is tepid,
But
man.
now, but look, now Tens can focus forwards because he's pulled Pancada over.
Yeah.
So Cryo's never really getting a moment to go
Okay,
for
yeah,
that push.
they did what I said, pretty much.
30 seconds
They did
remaining.
fake this.
Everybody running right through alley once more. Grouped
30
up,
seconds
two
left.
players.
This is a good call by
Familiar
100 Thieves.
sights here. Pancada and Sassy. Both of them grouped up. It's a cove towards the middle of the site.
Okay, like that.
Cryo
That's
rushing
a
forwards to
nice
cut
call.
off some of the potential angles, and the site is going to get cleared out. So, the plan.
First time really. that we've seen
Aradella with
Sentinels
100 bits.
Fully retake on the
Thank
B
me
side.
for streaming. Thank
More
you guys
so
for being
flood
here.
defending in general over here.
Thank me for streaming.
Eye tight in their face makes it difficult to get past any of this one.
I was
Waiting
still
for the players
shocked that
as
I
well
had
to
like 1,000 viewers on some of these
Last
streams.
time
divide.
Marv was the savior over in back halls.
Yeah, flash. Forwards, knife as well to push them even further back there. Bit of suppression onto 100 Thieves. Can't use the util.
Are we going to actually go for this at any point?
There's damage done. There's a kill found as well. Cryo, slight jiggle, wide swing as well. Coordinated, grouped up with the rest of them. The crossfire setup is perfect. Nobody can really even get going and get moving. Marved, 4 kills. Time though, it's ticking. He'd have to stick it, and he doesn't know where the last player is. Safety from Derek, just playing the long sight line.
Rock Panther 206. Cheers. With the 5 months, thank you.
But such an expensive one. And they're going to
So
be able to
streams
buy back
Talon
in here.
versus DFM.
But when you account for the utility too, it might be a bit scrappy. It looks like it's going to be double Bulldog. Which isn't great,
No
but at
7-1,
least
no
it gives them a
7-1.
lifeline to
There's
hold
no
on.
Brazilian teams here. Second time out.
Get up within the next couple of rounds.
I
to
like
a
that
lot of
round.
large ultimates that they've
I
used to
don't
rob
really
any
understand. I mean,
momentum
maybe
away.
it's just the
Yeah,
thing in
tactical
general
timeout
about
being
this
called here.
approach, but I think
Absolute
when they got into that
Sisyphus level
situation,
performance, I think, for 100 Thieves here.
I actually liked that round by 100 Thieves. I thought the call was very good.
Anyway.
Using
Yeah.
that second
So the
time
2
out
rounds they
already.
won. They've been knocked down to the half bite. It's probably why they're using the second timeout now.
And both of these teams
My
have struggled
peak
throughout
viewers,
the
I have
regular
no idea.
season with
Probably about
how they play
5K.
post plans. they've only been winning about 60% of the time. Now, the best
like
teams in the
champs or
world
something,
are
probably.
going to be winning 80% plus of their post-plant situations. And for these two, I mean, that's,
Talon don't
that's
play
one of the
tomorrow.
reasons
They
why
play the day after.
The more cynical among the fans have dubbed this the battle of the mid, because both teams did struggle during the regular season in you know aspects like that, what the post plan looks like, how well they've been able to generate those first kills.
That's what the break's for, Josh.
You say Mong these days?
Opportunity
I'm not
to
even sure.
shore up the problems, remove them entirely.
If not, I'm
And remember
sorry.
that 100 Thieves not particularly a massive favorite to be able to go on that run last year's LCQ. Every time you have a tournament like this, which is about form and what you bring to the few matches. I mean, Crew are showcasing that, right?
Get that uptick in performance. Comes online at the right time. Maybe go on a bit of a tear. That's what both of these teams are going to be hoping for, because really, the entire VCT 2023 season.
Well, Amy2 said you can't use the word
Okay, so there was
Mong.
a triple.
You're not allowed to say it in chat,
Cryo
so I
didn't
shouldn't
get tagged
say
by
it
the
either.
Flash, didn't get spotted by any of the players peeking, and can now feed information back to the rest of his team.
Really early dash to be popped.
I think it's very unlikely they're going to be playing over A main from what Cryo's already seen in mid, but they're going to be cautious about it anyway and use a flash, use a cascade, make sure that they build up.
4 players
this
here.
ultimate too.
The Harbor ult,
Reckoning to
though.
try and push
Tough.
themselves onto the side, but look at Sen. 4 players grouped up, and they look like they want to try and delay and flood in, maybe, potentially.
Tens.
Stuns. Tens, the movement. He's out of there. Safety for it. Marv, he wants to try and take the fight anyway. Forwards are back, spam into it. Right into the smokes. There's the Pearl we know and love.
Yeah, the spam has been successful so far for Sen defending on this side.
Oh, what is Bang cooking? The smoke dissipates. There's a pop flash.
1 for
player
1
onto him.
though.
Right through it. Sassy able
Yeah,
to
they're
trade
both
this
so
one.
low.
Still taking the duels. Force a back
Now
damage.
Pancada's low.
Stun to Pancada. Stella is left alone. It's a 1v2.
And the spike is so deep.
Yeah, it's in the complete back.
The
of
hell
side.
is this
Lucky nobody
knife
was
that
watching
Stella's
for it.
using?
Tap on. Just to see if you can bait out one of the players. Force a 1v1.
Sticking together, I like it that they came back
Equalize
together.
Out. This player disadvantage, but so much to do here for the IGL of 100 Thieves. No time to do it. There's 12 seconds. Running wide, Zekken.
Find a
Faces
nice
it.
time and
Confidence
Sen
is
win
there.
it. Now this is going to be a
And
save.
Sentinels are just eating up these A site hits. 100 Thieves
The
are going
Battle Pass
forwards,
knife, that's
getting
one of-
caught
that-
in
it's
their
almost
forward
like-
positions while they try and create pressure.
I kinda
There
dig it,
doesn't seem to be a protocol to get the
it's kinda
plant
so
out
bad.
while the pressure is occurring. And then they don't have a good game plan for being able to stop the retake from happening either. I mean, you would expect this kind of situation for Stella to get into a forward position, pop down the lockdown early, and make sure that they have that area.
Maybe they're going to abandon this whole mid. I think that was what this time out was about. Was
100 Thieves on another
abandoning their
eco.
kind of main
Both times
game
have
plan.
sent it through B-Link so far. This is a change.
Taking a main instead.
It's a clash and a brawl here. Right up close, trying to fight over the orb.
That hasn't worked.
Lit up, pull, delaying, pulling the players back. That is messy. But his team's backing him up, so
I didn't mind their initial
Probably
game plan. I thought it was fine.
at least avenged. They need to defend that rifle that was dropped a little bit prior. This is up against the eco, of course.
One enemy remaining.
Close to the corner. Yeah, they know exactly where he is. 8-2. Absolute field day for Sentinels.
Yeah, the Thieves just cannot find a way around this.
Messy.
Sentinels are playing their situations really nicely. They're playing to drop off A and spam,
Big
so
delay.
that they have favored retakes. Then they're
Or
playing to
at least
flood
slightly
defend B. Neither of those plans are failing so far, so they just keep running it.
Said
It looks like
live.
Zekken's going to take the operator over towards B to begin with. And last time he was playing with Sassy. When he was playing B-Line before, he wasn't alone. This now looks like he's very isolated.
Was a big delay though.
Smoke popped up the cross cascade as well.
Good awareness. I mean, he realizes that that's danger instantly.
Trying to play another
was a
angle
massive
though, towards
delay.
the back of Halls. That was a flash over the top by Tens to try and set him
Might
up, but it was a
be
bit
slightly
disjointed.
behind now, but
Wasn't quite synced up well enough.
Hello?
Seconds like, oh my god. Let me get out of there. Full retake going to be played here with a
5v5.
lockdown. That's going to
You're
clear
on
a
this
path.
look.
For 100 Thieves now to get this plant down.
Sassy's ult should be excellent at getting
here
rid
it
of
is.
Cryo.
Right into the bag of Halls. Flash round to it. Damage, and it's all set up. It's done. It's boundless.
Nice
Surely up
retake.
close. Still, kills found. That's bang into mid.
Asuna, how's he got
Be
that?
backing away, but he has to be that extra level. Extra element here. Very passive play. Cosmic Divide in their face, pushing forward. Onto it. The new changes.
They should know where he is.
Making the most of it.
He knows that Bang was over towards B-Link.
Yeah.
Bang was so far away.
Taps it. He knows Bang has to
Well
just
played by
run it
Marv.
down. What a play.
Marv is looking like an absolute menace on B. Every time! 100 Thieves have gone towards this area of the map. Marv on the retake or helping by flooding into the site has been immaculate. I don't understand the decision making from Bang here. I think he like faked a teleport or something. He ran all the way back into mid, used his ultimate, didn't connect with the rest of the team, and is nowhere near. Now, having said that, even if he'd rotated, didn't have a great chance of being able to win this 1v1. The Sen game plan is working. Their coordination looks so much better than we saw during the regular
I mean, they look good. That's a big clutch to win. I don't get why 100 Thieves have gone away from their initial game plan.
On their attack side, and they might not even
They're
have to
kind
play
of going
that
back
much
to it
attack
now.
on Pearl. I mean, they are racking it up.
Potentially 10-2 half.
Oh no.
100 Thieves. One last chance here in the half. Angle blocked off here.
I've got your
With the
trail.
operator, but oh, he had seeking to disrespect
Oh,
it. That's
wow.
Cryo up trap with the knives. He's favored there. Dash round to it. Stunned up. Flex an easy one onto 10, but
gets two.
Marv's
That's a
still
big
there,
two.
anchoring towards the back of the site.
Sen now contenders for LCK
There's an off there as well.
Marv has been frying. He's equalized it into a 3 versus 3 now. Back in the side, compromise.
Oh,
Smoke fades, almost resetting the aim in time, but eventually brought down.
The flash missed Pancada.
Yeah, with the dart over it, everybody's distracted.
Hazel.
It's chaos. And we'll go down though, forced into the post plan here to reposition into Flowers. It's a wraparound by Aston as a lockdown in play. It puts down that time pressure. You're gonna have both of you playing off the side here. Pancada seems aware of it. Swarm taken out here, sticking onto the fuse. There's a kill right through the box. Sassy sticking it halfway all the way, swinging it just in time.
If they lose that 1v1, it's round over.
He maintains the composure enough to get that third round on the board.
It's a big win.
God. 100 Thieves, they find a
Fine,
very
three curves.
small lifeline towards the end, but otherwise, absolute dominance from Sentinels on their defense side. 100 Thieves could barely find an opening there. And even when it was given, it came down to the wire.
Yeah, they've been pushed.
And this is where 100 Thieves were feeling the most confident. This is their map pick. Looking dominant so far from Sen.
Who knows what to expect there as well with the second half, but it's all on the line for it, isn't it? Smix is standing by with NRG's Finesse and Ethos in the co-streaming booth. Let's take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Standing here, or rather sitting here, with Ethos and Finesse. It has been a while since we've seen you guys, but it's great to see you back here at the Riot Games Arena, but for a different reason this time around. I know both of you guys are cheering hard. I see you wearing the Sentinels jersey. You're here being Marv's dad, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay, then as his dad, you must be very, very proud.
I am. I'm very, very proud of him.
Indeed, indeed. As you were watching, as a father figure, were there things that you thought, my son should have done that better, or has it
Honestly,
only been immense pride?
No, he's playing perfectly right now. He's playing perfect.
All right, well, you're playing the difficult role of referee for this match of this century.
Yeah.
I saw as I was sitting there, you were saying, no, if they do this, they can get this round. It sounds like you're actually rooting for 100 Thieves.
Well, you know, I'm a big fan of the underdog, you know, and I want it to be a good game, and I always have faith. I think that there are great players in the server.
We're both looking for a good game. You know, we want a good
really
game.
Not. He's really just saying it's over.
I swear,
one pistol round, and he said it was over. So.
I mean, yeah, it's a comp diff, it's a clout diff, it's a player diff.
Like, listen to this
You know
guy.
what I mean?
See, that's why I have to be the ref here. I gotta.
Okay, so as the referee, you're just trying to regulate it
Mhm.
from being too one-sided. I know Sam was sitting here wearing a Derek jersey. Was he getting quiet as he watched?
No,
Did
he was rooting for Sentinels.
He gave up. He gave up on that team.
He gave up?
He gave up on the team.
They lost pistol, they lost the bonus, and Sam was like, you know, it's over.
Wait. He needs to wear the jersey. Oh, you need to wear this jersey.
I know, at this point, I'm gonna have to step in.
Oh
You're a
my
horrible
gosh,
fan.
what is this jersey that you are wearing? Okay. Last question.
Oh, it's Mr.
I know
Bala
this
teed
might sound
up.
a little copium, but you know, the map isn't over. What do we need to see for this to be a 100 Thieves win?
They have to at least win bonus and 2 gun rounds.
This game needs to restart, and they need to switch comps. That's the only way.
All right. Well, the good news is this is just map 1. We'll see how this map finishes up. For now, let's head back to the casters.
I like how the question was directed at Ethos, and he was looking at Finesse the whole time. He was like, as he was saying, it's like, they need to win the bonus. Is that right? They need to win the bonus. They need to win everything.
God, I love Finesse. Just absolute savage. Yeah, this composition has not really been cooking, and 100 Thieves have been playing so slowly. I think another win condition, though, is that Sentinels completely beef their attacks. I mean, we saw it throughout the regular season. Hopefully that doesn't happen for them. We're looking for improvements in that department. But their attacking first kill rate throughout the season this year
Or stack
was
on B.
tragic.
And they're going A.
38%. I mean, that is... I've never seen numbers that low, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, what's the norm?
I mean, about 50.
Right.
But I mean, for good teams, you're looking up towards nearly 60%. Bad teams normally only down at like 45.
Here we go. Deep engagement towards the back of the site with the dash. Nobody willing to meet. No, that's messy. Sen's trying to go for a bit of a pop flash play, maybe even just setting up with the left click. They've got access to the side.
Yeah, look at this flank.
Yeah, 13 health, just trying to wrap
Wow.
around here towards it. The right
That
click's
was
not
done
doing
God's
the job
work,
here.
but Derek dying is
They've won
not
the
good.
crucial fight because now they can flip the map. I mean, if the 100 Thieves players had been able to hold on to Secret, this flank would have done so much. Nevertheless,
shot. Cryo definitely making the
another.
most of this. Paranoia is good. Rips his way through. 2 players blinded up. Now the site's going to be gained. Pushing forward still. Dog collecting, stunned up. Setting him up.
Big win
Sassy.
for 100 Thieves. Messy
9
pistol.
health. Spike in the middle of nowhere. Time not on his side. 100 Thieves.
30 seconds left.
Quick reactions off the rip here. It's looking like the pistol round should be theirs. Every angle is watched for. Smoke fade. Sassy.
Not ready yet.
what
That's rapid.
unbelievable crosshair placement, but surely he can't still do this.
12 seconds.
Thing is, he's not gonna.
Doesn't know where the last player is. Dart to clear through
10
one of the
seconds
angles
left.
there.
This is.
2 seconds remaining. Plant. It's a guessing game. Tag onto it. Hunting for the kill. He has to go for it now. No more time. Running it down. Not enough. It's bang and plays it safe. The pistol round claim for them.
I'm not sure that was intentional. Bang getting lit up by the final pulse of the
No,
recall
I don't
dart,
think he meant
but
it. Kind of won in the
sold
round.
a
though.
story to Sassy that he was getting pushed and would have to get off the plant.
What's the icon in mid? It's the observer
Thieves,
just
eh?
randomly flying
They
across, I
get the
think.
pistol.
Or it could be
I'm
bits of
thinking back to
utility.
Ethos
It's
win
kind of weird.
conditions.
I don't know. It's like an
Bonus,
interesting
It's gonna be a
glitch.
bonus.
Okay.
And then a server reset.
Well, hopefully we don't get that. I do not want a lengthy technical timeout during this game.
Listen, don't manifest it.
Yeah.
But it's the right step forwards for any semblance of a comeback. Flash connects. Acknowledgement there. That they know that there's a couple of players now taking up that position. So the orb farmed up here for Sentinels.
Bang's used both of his smokes instantly at the start of this round, and Cryo just spams through one to be able to collect the jet on the other side.
About a crosshair placement.
Yeah. The first smoke actually used really, really deep over towards the top of B, which is designed to try and keep Pancada, anybody on B, back a little bit and feel a little bit
can
of
already
discomfort
feel-
were they to
Is
pour in
anyone
that
else's
direction.
throat getting
So now
tight?
with a minute on the clock, Sentinels are only just starting to get over here and just starting to peek down these sight lines.
My throat's getting
So
really
for them, it's just to
tight.
try and farm up the ults.
Yeah, I mean, Sassy's close to
Because
one,
I can
right?
already
If you
feel
can
a
try and
choke
create
coming
a play
in
around this
from
in round
Sentinels.
15. You've definitely got options.
And none of this util being broken, so good information here for 100 Thieves. Cryo being that rotating player as well, quite fluid around the map. He's just been going from A to B, A to B. There we go. Alarm
It's
bot
gonna
broken.
happen.
25 seconds left.
I've
An
just got
exact repeat on
a
the
really
what we saw in the
bad
first
feeling
half.
about this.
100 Thieves will knock down to their eco.
I was thinking about what's my video going to be tomorrow. I don't know what it's going to be. How did Sentinels row
There it is.
such a dominant
Extension into
position?
the round. A few more extra seconds to play with, but how do you make it through this one? One player left standing as Sassy doesn't have the gun for it. And in the classic, can't land the heads. Can't land the shots.
So a fairly clean anti-eco there for 100 Thieves, where Sassy was denied being able to get, you know, a string of kills that would have got the ult online, but they can still try and play for it. So this next round really defines to me whether 100 Thieves are going to be able to get the snowball rolling. Are they going to choose to fight over ult orbs here? It's difficult to try and push them both. You can attempt to create a little
Those of
bit
you
of
who
pressure,
believe
but
in my jinxing powers, this one's for the 100 Thieves fans.
it
100
is
Thieves are
tough to really
trash.
commit to both sides of the map.
They are trash. They even are telling you that
So
they're
you see
trash
here,
with their
triple stack over
jerseys.
towards B long. It looks like they're going to fight for the B.
Why else have they changed from
And
red
it's the wrong
to
side of the map in terms
black?
of tackling Sentinels.
Black and white.
They're looking for A pressure. Sassy's
Like
going
a
to pick up his orb, and now
newspaper.
they can try and put
Where
a
the
ton
newspapers
of pressure
go,
onto Stella.
they're trash.
And there's Fury available. Shock darts, good to try and clear it away in case there is any nanoswarms. But look at how defensive that util's placed towards the back of the site there. Dash forwards with the drone. Nanoswarms being popped, making sure that Stella has a bit of safety here. But here's the Hunter's Fury, and it's forced him out wide. Beautiful swing.
Big round, big kill by
Coordination's there for
Tens.
Sentinels, damage being done.
And great exec.
Yeah, and pushing even deeper, further forward here. Paranoia is good to try and force one of these fights. Near-sighted, yet still lands it. Rifle singing. Let's run and gun with the Spectre. The chance to convert
That's a
his
massive
bonus.
kill.
Cryo. Doing good work.
Winnable.
Heel's still online now, and they can pick up a couple of upgrades. It's a 3 versus 3. Rifles in their hands.
Plant is a
And no
horrific
post-plant
plant.
utility.
Holy.
It's not planted for Zekken either.
Right here.
They're in a terrible
There is a
spot.
chance here for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, but time is ticking. Second.
Not if they win the fights, though.
Yeah, it's the Rifles that do the work.
Wow, great coordination from those final 3 players. All swinging at the same time and winning their duels. Popping out from locations that were unexpected. And I love that. One of the big issues for me watching Sen is that it didn't feel like they had a great idea of how to generate advantages at the beginning of rounds during the regular season. And here we see them with a clean exec into A. They had obvious objectives, break the Killjoy utility, get in, flashes to peek into secret. Then they have an extra
Okay.
layer of
Must win for
using
100 Thieves.
that Hunter's Fury to
Use
apply
jet knives.
tons of pressure. And now we see a big clash over towards A. Both teams fighting.
That flash is brilliant. It's a full connection. And Asuna with a rifle.
And when they
He's
need
just
someone to
dropped
step
through.
up, there he is.
Spike in the middle of nowhere.
Peter Asuna Majurek.
2 players left standing here. It's counter.
Although on the other side they have
Derek is collected. High tide now going to be fading in
Titan.
smoke. Drop down. Banger's actually covered up the
What's
site
Ten's
here.
last
Could be
name?
reclaimed, but
just spamming it.
Yeah, just making sure that they can clear the way out. No chance in hell for Pancada to try and
There we go.
reclaim it. He's realized that the round is lost just off of that.
Yeah, they're actually looking to flash into their own smoke there to try and confirm info of whether the spike was around. They just allow it to fade. And Pancada, as you said, in a pretty unwinnable spot. Asuna has been so quiet in this map, and then he pulls that one out. 100 Thieves picking the right part of the map to fight over. Exactly where Sentinels were the round
Big
prior.
win for
Time
100
to do
Thieves.
it. Get a hero play like that online. The flash is perfect. I mean,
Just connected on everybody.
I do feel you gotta have some
Winnable?
level of Sentinels. Like, yeah, okay. Nobody was playing
choke it.
anti-flash. Right around the corner, gotta have some level to it, but
Yeah, definitely.
Spam equals stepping
It's
up.
an area
Not just
that
the spam though,
100
spam
Thieves
in the
haven't
right
been fighting over
places.
previously, and I think Sen
And now,
will be creating
Sentinels
those
take a
systems so that they
timeout.
could dodge flashes like that again. But you'll notice
Now,
that even if they had somebody anti-flash
they're
there tucked in the
panicking.
corner, the paranoia would have hit them.
You can see the
So
sweat dripping off
that's a
Sassy's
multi-layered
head.
approach from 100 Thieves that you
The
don't
1-2
normal.
punch.
Yeah, the 1-2 punch of flashes to blind people even when they're doing the right thing against the guiding light. And that's the kind of thing that actually
Look
is
at
going to
Yui
catch
just
teams
trying to
off guard
claim
because they're
everyone
so
as
unused to playing
Vietnamese.
against Omens on this map. Even teams that are dispensing with the Viper are opting more towards Astra than Omen at all.
Shouldn't you be in bed, Yui?
Could this comeback be a
Half
bit of a
2 in
reality
Finland.
here?
Or is it half 3 in Finland?
10-6. 100 Thieves, they didn't convert the bonus, but I think the follow-up round is important. You can feel the amount of pressure it applies to Sentinels, forcing them to take this time out. The tail end of it here.
It means corn in Vietnamese.
They're going to recognize
There
it
you
as
go.
that heavy fight over the orbs.
Yeah, and look at the buy. Sentinels are forcing here with double Spectre.
So his name is
and the
Tyson
Spectre- double
Horn.
Stinger. And the Stinger players don't even have full armor.
Yeah, this is bottom of the barrel, but trying to take it to them. Interesting decision. I mean, I think 100 Thieves still have money to buy for next, even if they do end up losing this round, but...
Oh, they force.
Yeah, it's putting it all on the line here for Sen.
Got 3 rifles, so I kind of agree.
Deep flash that was sent forwards.
VN.
Punish. That was the call. Here's the
DMV
no
is
command.
Vietnamese. True.
Pulsing out now. Have to respect this and give up this space, but look at this flank attempt again by 100 Thieves. They've got the Seekers to lead the way. They're going to be taking up art control. They know this one's clear.
But they gave up on the long flank that they did on the pistol, opting instead to push along with the Seekers. And this plant position for Sen.
Yeah, TMV
Very
stands for
different to what 100
Tens
Thieves
might
were
be
going for, if they
Vietnamese.
ever got the plant down on A.
But there's a real chance here that the players at the back of the site can get squeezed here. Main has been smoked off. It's Cryo.
Oh, they push it all
Take
the way
fight
through.
on
Nice
back
turret
play.
though.
Tends to set
Holy,
this
what a
one up,
turret.
but top of the box, Marved.
Keep going for this plant.
Flash to set it up into the back. Cryo doesn't feel comfortable enough to swing and try and take the fight, but here's the defuse. Time to be stuck. Spotting the player out, fully blinded. Set up for it still. Damage is done, but the kills are claimed. It's 100 Thieves winning another one.
100 Thieves, here we go.
And both times that 100 Thieves have gone for this triple push into mid, flanking the A. It doesn't matter where they come from, as long as they can get behind, they're getting value. What are you doing, the Timmy? Leave him alone.
3 rounds, that's the difference.
Senna got to
Is
start
that
slowing
forced?
things
Not
down
really.
now.
You had 3
I mean,
guns.
they've got a
My
great
rule is always if
option.
you've got 3 guns, you buy.
They must be realizing at this point that the heavy A commits are occasionally prompting out this triple flank. So you can try and go for a fake. Remember, all the way back on the pistol round, 100 Thieves themselves ran like a fake push into A. Sentinels could go for something similar and trying to catch it in mid.
There's a clash. Paranoia is beautiful.
Wow, they keep going in finding this first. I think this was trying to be a fake with the drone.
So?
I think they were about to drone and try and fake and then walk this way.
Yeah, anytime 100 Thieves are
Almost
fighting
gonna
for an
see it.
area, if they catch Sentinels players, they're winning. The only way that Sentinels are coming out unscathed is if they are literally not there.
That's the reaction. The triple push through into Art. The Omen holds, has to cancel it. He's going to get punished there. Pushed by Zed into the back of the site. In fact, a lot of space given up. Spike's gonna be
Again, they
planted.
keep going
Spike's
for this
starting
deep sea. I mean,
fade
you've
any
got to
moment
know
now.
at this point that this is a major part of their game plan, but apparently not.
Not sure for collateral or what, but Second's got the knives and he is hungry for even
Wow,
more.
what a
Stella,
big
Derek trying to
kill.
make the most once more. Sassy in the middle. It is pure carnage. The lockdown, have to respect it though.
Me too, but again, it's not
Back
planted
away.
for him.
It's brought him that timing. Stella should at least be able to get half. No, not even likely. Zekken paving the way for the thrifty win.
Okay, massive for Sentinels, massive win. And as I said, I mean, this has become
Sheriff kill, swinging at
pretty much
secret.
the start and end
What
point
is
of the post plants here on A. You know, keep planting here on this wide
For
side.
the other two. Beautiful stuff from Zekken.
Yeah.
And that might have just saved the map and halted the momentum there for 100 Thieves. Remember that they force-bought the prior round with double stingers and set their economy up in a terrible spot. Now Zekken has
Prior
just
has enough.
recovered it all.
Got Spectre,
And put the
Stinger.
pressure on 100 Thieves instead, who if they lose this round, a round where they've brought in a stinger and a
Interesting
spectre of their
war.
own, are going to be on an eco.
2 more rounds.
Straight B hit.
That's all it's going to take for Sen. Exactly right. It's halted that momentum. So I mean, onto the corner. There's a shot. Darts. Breaking one of the nano swarms, but Cryo's there with the operator in his hands. Set up for it. It's 2 kills found. He's looking for the 3rd, and will he find it? Dashes down.
Wow.
Of course he will. Consistency. Can't hit the quick scope, but maybe he's just done enough. He's lifted up to Zekken. It's the last player left alive. Cosmic Divide cutting his way across here. He's got a minute left in the round. Doesn't have to rush into things.
Okay, they just dug
Just
this
feels
and didn't see him.
Cryo. He's done
They
the
will
most,
be
hasn't
worried
he?
that
And
he's done
more.
this.
He really has. And you think back to that.
Stick
opening
together
kill.
and you wait for the
He
spike
swung
down.
so wide.
Oh, you'd send out a sky
Very good
flash and you find him.
information. Zekken was just trying to creep and crawl onto the side, but the flash tagging him.
Yeah. It just tells 100 Thieves that they can come in.
Half
Three
updraft.
players here.
Yeah. Plant. Sticking it. No. Backing away. It's paranoia in his face. How do you isolate these fights?
I mean, he should save, really.
These.
He should plant and
Safe
save.
sound, aren't they? Asa now holding for the flash, waiting for the tap here. There it is. Maybe a swing in the face. Not quite. Smoke's going to be fading. And he's second now, and yeah. 2 players.
Yeah, we have an A.
Watching for
Cryo, big play. Gonna pick
Space
up
was
that
good on
up.
top.
Yep.
Awesome round from Cryo, though. Picks up the operator on defense side. I mean, those things go with Cryo. Opping on defense. That's where he finds his most value. But look how many players he peeks into there. And goes fairly wide. Not worried about somebody pushing him from behind. Goes forwards, in fact, to be able to collect the 3rd. And Cryo individually improved dramatically throughout the regular season, especially after I feel he really dealt with the psychological side of his game and the pressure piled upon him. The first 3 weeks, he was really rough. And then from week 4
second
onwards,
time
he
out.
felt like he found his form, found his footing, started
And
carrying them in
Sentinels
some
want
of
to
the
go for a
games
bit more
too.
mid control. They've been doing a lot of straight
Goes from
side hits.
0.63 KPR in the first 3 weeks to an 0.84 afterwards. Just massive increases in his fragging how he was finding those opening duels.
200 Thieves, you'll be talking about the
Definitely
A post
key
plant
piece of the puzzle that was
and the
missing
fact that they're
early
always
on,
pushing
but
secret.
Not the
They're always
one
planting
issue
on the
with
side.
100 Thieves. No, they had further problems, but they're pulling this one back.
Kind of talking about the fact that they're probably going more likely to take mid now.
A lot of times,
Maybe not this round, but
deep
later
into
on.
mid without too much support, taking fights.
But also with a
Really
clear game
relying
plan.
on- Yeah, a clear game plan for sure. But on the defense side now, well, kind of seeing similar parallels, honestly. First half, it felt like Cryo was quiet. Getting to the point now where you could almost boil down the map to just that Jet head-to-head. Two top performers on either side.
Yeah, well,
They're
Zekken
fine.
saved them the last Thrifty with a absurd Sheriff Kalat kill over towards Secret and then a knife pop off the back of it. He's going to get the hero rifle this time. And that means Tens is not going to have a huge amount of money to work with next round. But there's not that big clash early on. They kind of rotate around the map. Sentinels looking to fight B long as 100 Thieves. Most of their forces over towards A. Look at Stella just
they're not
tucked in this
wasting any
corner.
time. Tucked into the corner. Zekken so
It's a big
down
win though.
aware.
It's a massive win.
Stella dealt with towards the back of the side. There was nothing else to link that
They
one
have
up.
this
So
Killjoy locked
an easy
down.
collection of the kill.
4v4.
Bringing him down. Smokes in the face though makes it hard to get value with the operator.
Marv gets the hero rifle, drops the Bulldog, but no one can retrieve it.
He's alone here.
Too slow, no.
It's a hero position. Lockdown in play. Pull. Where's that one going? He's half onto defuse. He's not facing this one at all. Sticking it all the way to Cove. It's late. Cryo's found two, but it's half on it already. Enough time. Ball away. Spun down. Lockdown.
Not
Clearing
now.
it through. That's a detainment. On to Sassy.
He has Recon back in 3.
Shockdart still online. Doesn't know if somebody's sticking it now as well. Doesn't really have the same Q. Where's the damage being done here? Half onto the defuse. It's panic being set into them, but it's 100 Thieves who sailed their way through. It's treacherous waters.
It was a bad time to get in there.
Almost with the winning play for the team. He allowed Bang to get half, and I think that really put them in awkward territory. But he did the best that he possibly could. 100 Thieves, though, what a recovery. From a 9-3 half, have brought it back within 2 here on Pearl.
Can they equalize?
Not this time on A. Ball retake B. No ults, don't love it.
Like they did on the Thrifty, trying to push things
Straight
forward.
up, going
That
B.
Seeker's enabled for Asuna, but he's on the other side of the map. He's miles away.
Yeah, we're essentially looking at the exact same attack side protocol anyway. This time, though, the Hunter's Fury is thrown into the mix. Shots are landing, TP's to disengage. There was damage done to Bang, but he's out of there. And there's that fast flank again. We know 100 Thieves have been liking towards it.
It has worked for them in the past, but normally they've committed 3 players to it. This time, only 2.
Using the Seekers to make sure that all those corners are safe. Give some peace of mind. Cryo still here as well, watching for a lot of those angles.
Cryo needs to pop knives and go for this one, though. I don't think the op is going to do the work.
What? So aggressive!
With no one to trade!
There's the collapse! What? It's the hammer and anvil. They strike them down, and they squeeze them.
But I mean, that's not a classic hammer and anvil where there's, you know, some semblance of control behind it. That's like chucking a hammer at somebody. I mean, Cryo just leapt in there with no ability for anybody to trade him, and just pure confidence that he was going to break the crosshair placement of whoever was in backside and get the kill on them. Wow, that's explosive from 100 Thieves.
Love to see it. It's those confidence plays. Setting the tone of this one. It's 11-10. One more round for 100 Thieves to equalize.
That's an eco.
And look at this economy, broken once more. Zekken, another hero rifle.
The flash
Gonna
whiffs,
hope to get a
pull
kill.
there on top of it. Thieves have to respect it and back away from this one.
They're just going
No
straight
commands.
sideways every
There's
time.
No time wasted. They're just going to try and work themselves into the side here. Also back drone tagging. You have to show the respect. Here's the back of the side. At any moment, it could be a fight just being taken here. Pop flash plays as well, looking to see if they can claim an advantage. Smokes fading away. Stella, there's one. Gonna grab the second. Plenty of targets. A rich environment for it, and there it is. The 10's falling. Really isolated positions towards the back. It's up to Marv. 6 bullets left in the Stinger. He's being squeezed. You can hear the footsteps behind him, and Pancada left alone to do it. Nana Swarm does not push him off. Damage done, half onto it. It's a double faced up, and there it is.
Well, kills are locked down as well.
It's 11 to 11.
The 100 Thieves fans have got stuff to celebrate now. What a recovery this map has been, showcasing why they picked it. It's the aggression, man. It's the way that they're able to combine together with these little 3-person units.
I mean, Sen, this has been that playbook.
The squeeze immaculate here.
That playbook is 2 pages deep.
But also, they're putting so much economical pressure onto Sentinels. Remember, Zekken picked up a hero rifle there. I'm not sure he got enough value out of it to be able to get his Bladestorm online. I think he was 3 away. No, he has got it. Okay, so Bladestorm available.
Exact same play from Sen again. It's the pull and the flash and a dart to punish. And the attempt at grabbing the orbs. 100 Thieves, they have been going for it consistently. Updraft. It'll be offered an opportunity in a chance. Second, he's so aggressive to dash forwards once more.
But this hold looks weaker for 100 Thieves. Stellar isn't here. Cryo isn't here. They can't reactively pop this lockdown.
Oh, the corner! Spam! Yeah, it's Asuna. He's in dugout. Nobody cleared him out. Here's the dog now. Trailblazer. Is there a stun set up? Damage. Spamming with the angles. Plant's still going to go down.
No lockdown, though.
Forward, but there we go.
I don't
Smoke
even need
phase
it.
and Cryo with that consistency. Running forwards. Bladestorm. Second. What more can you do? The smoke to reposition. Spots the head. Can't land the shots. And the flash will just narrowly avoided. High tide. Ripping through. Cove on top of it. It's pure pandemonium. Nana Swarms to try and prevent this one, but Asuna, he's looking to try and get half, spam down into the cove. It's wide open, running out of bullets. It's brought to the 1 versus 1.
And Pancada wins it. Holy. Why did they not use lockdown? Got a bit overconfident, I think.
You can sense the nerves and the anxiety here in the way that these players
Don't know about
are
the
moving around
wall
the map.
there from...
Just the breaking of the utility, the pathing. It all gets a bit scattered and chaotic in these big moments.
100 Thieves, not this one.
But
here.
Sentinels hold on, break the streak,
Not walling
and
off
get themselves
this.
up to match point.
It's like
It's
a
been
mistake.
so tight between these two teams all season. Both with a 4 and 5 record, both missing out on playoffs, both getting 10 map wins in the season.
Oh, I mean, are we just seeing a replay? It's the same play.
It worked once.
3 rounds in a row.
But this time Cryo's here, it is different.
Dash is active.
And this time, Derek also has the Reckoning to be able to apply pressure.
There's the dash forwards. Cryo still
He did
gets
get a
one,
kill.
but he's traded. Second alive in the mix, in the fight. Pushing forward. Spike! That is the spike! Turns out in his back pocket, he's dropped it wide out into the open. Is this really going to be salvaged? A lockdown. It's defensive in terms of the position that's being played. There's a stun. It's a good connection. Flash. Pancada. Playing
What
within
a
the limits
waste
of
of
the
this
lockdown. He's looking
lockdown.
for an easy kill, hoping that somebody opened himself up into
What
the sideline.
a
but the
waste.
spike was
What a
retrieved.
panic play
Second,
again by
back
100
away
Thieves.
now with the plant. They're still positioning towards main, towards Art. Fully
Main,
cooked up
yeah.
for 100 Thieves. Now the Omen. Ultimate being used here. Bang sticks it. That's a clearance.
They've taken enough time now that Pancada's got a Nanoswarm on the spike.
The second's close here. Needs to get a kill. Needs to get one.
Massive
Brought
kill
down.
though by Bang.
Reactions from Bang are there. It's a 2v4. It's up to a miracle for Sen to try and deliver it. The finishing blow
Overtime
of this
we
match
go.
just looks so damn unlikely. Sassy, the pressure is on, and he's met with the firing line. We are going to OT.
You ask anybody at the halftime, apart from the superstitious ones believing in the 9-3 curse, everyone would have said that it was done. It was done. It was over. Sen looked completely in control. Game plan was immaculate. The comp advantage you heard from Finesse. And instead, 9-3 to 12-12.
Well, we can win an attacking round, basically.
Sheer madness.
Both attack sides very
such
rough.
a rough first half, and he's recovered it to be
Honestly, these teams look
essentially a
kind of the
1-1
same.
KD.
Talented, but a bit all over the place, really.
Both teams had almost the opposite approach to their attack side. 100 Thieves with a massive focus on taking mid-control, but struggled once they were splitting into the sites. Sen just ran execs over
AJ
and
with the
over and
blocking
over.
of the term.
What will we see in terms of adjustments here?
Controversial choice there, Mike.
Farm up the orbs.
Yeah, but now it's the opposite team.
Exactly. 100 Thieves. They were doing this quite a
Apparently they
bit.
just copied their play, but again, we're missing this
They were initially on
wall.
the attack side, but it was their much weaker side from what we've seen. There's spam. Again onto the
Bro,
angle,
has
again
Derek
onto the
ever
corner.
picked this
Cryo can't
agent
even
before?
dash in to help his team engage.
And by ever big decision, I mean...
The spam from Tens has been immaculate over by Flower.
Ever in any game, not an official.
It's like he's just spent hours in server time practicing exactly where to shoot. Because he's gotten so many kills through the smokes there. Contact play, though, is a really nice,
he's looking like
different
he's
idea.
looking like Zeke
Why
week
not?
1.
4v5. Got to take some risks towards it, but Sen going to be aware. The knife is good. Gives them
Great
information.
awareness.
They know that Bang now is pushed up deep. Smoke propped up. That is a crazy angle to face. Peace of mind at the back of Ten's head, I think, from the dart at the back, but it didn't clear Bang. And here's the high tide now. Util being dumped forwards. Taro watching for the deeper push. Paranoia there as well. Deep into the corner. The bullet's not landing. Sailing. It's a haircut applied for Marv.
30 seconds left.
The plant now.
Spike planted.
Round getting into the post plant here. Where's the positioning? Fake with the TP.
It was too passive during regulation from 100 Thieves in the post plant, so I like
Where's
that
Alex
Bang's
gonna run out
a
of
lot
bullets?
further forwards. Someone needs to be ready to support him now.
Is that extra level? Smoke forwards here. Dart. Deep inside the smoke. There's a timing to be taken, and Sassy doesn't win the shot. Where did that dart even land?
Right on the edge of the smoke.
That is ridiculous. Quite unfortunate because
Bang
Bang's
winning
still
the round
holding
on his
ground.
own.
The crossfire has made all the damn difference. Marv.
That's
picking
Marv
up the
wins on his own.
operator, taking matters into his own hands, but he's got so much to deal with. The double face up. It's 100 Thieves taking the lead.
Switching sides.
A simply unbelievable opening to this match. You know, they might have been right. This might be the match of the century.
Yeah, jot it down in the history books. An unreal comeback.
But also think about that.
Oh, someone said 5 gifted for every map 100 Thieves win, by the way. Where are you?
Yeah. He's aiming for just straight
Where are
inside
you?
the smoke.
Who said that?
And it gets in a
Should
position
wrote
where
it
Bang
down.
can play around it on both the outside and inside. So Sentinels were just running execs on their attack side. B, A, B, A. It wasn't working for them. Cryo looked incredible with the operator. Can he finish things?
Yeah, this will be it. A moment to look for! Two!
Seen that before.
Just one bullet! Make it 3! He's hunting for the finisher! An ace in the card, stolen away by Stella, but I think he'll be happy for it. It's all up to Pancada. And this will seal it. Map number
Not
1.
here anymore.
From the absolute bloody
Get
brink.
gifting 5.
They've wrangled back control. Spike
Where's
in the
my
middle of
5?
nowhere, Pancada. It's impossible. Paranoia, the white face behind the pillar, he plays it just to try and at least isolate his life. It's not possible. 14 to 12. 100 Thieves taking map 1 in that fashion.
Give me 5.
Spectacular.
Give me 5.
And almost disbelieving smiles on the face of the 100 Thieves players. It's just bewilderment.
How mania.
Sentinels left to wonder where it all went. Truly spectacular stuff.
Thank you for the £5 mania.
And
Didn't
what is
lie.
more for Sentinels,
Didn't
their
lie
attack
about
side
it.
fails them utterly. They were having
Fucking love this team. Yeah, in an interesting way. I thought you were a Sentinels fan.
never going their way. The
Just showing. I thought you were a Sentinels fan, just being very confident. You're a 100 Thieves fan, and what a way to do it.
plans. They couldn't figure out how to attack into teams. Yeah. That was definitely the case for both of these squads here on Pearl, but even more so for Sen.
We saw a bit of bewilderment, you know, reaching that half-time point when there was such a score differential with a 100 Thieves map pick, opting into Pearl, even during the, the match select with the coaches and the.
Oh, big win for 100
themselves,
Thieves.
you know,
Next
it
is
was
what?
like Kaplan
Split?
was a bit bewildered himself. Took off guard that Pearl was picked, but 100 Thieves, they rallied back, they made the most of it. I made up for it, man.
Everyone has been looking forward to this game. NA's two biggest organizations clashing. And they're giving us a show. This is entertaining. You know, Finesse was hyped to boost his viewership numbers. Yay hyped because there's jobs on the line. I'm just excited for map 2.
Yeah, it's been crazy, man. It's been crazy to see it in the series. I mean, it's definitely living up for it. We're stepping away, but don't go anywhere. Plenty more of the series left to come.
Cloud teams are always entertaining.
Divine Cabbage with the 12 months, thank you. A whole 1 year. Always good to watch the Cloud teams. True. True. You know what else it's good to watch? A good old ad. You know what? I'll start doing questions again. A question will be this time. Score pred, next map. Wait, there's another one of these? Brighton, Argentina. What's his name? McAllister. Man City, Argentina. Easy one. Bournemouth, Argentina. Don't know. Brighton, France. City, France. Don't really want to bring up this person, but that's got to be done. City, Brazil. Bournemouth have had a Brazilian player. Bournemouth have had an Argentinian and Brazilian player. I almost don't believe that. Neil... Wait, Morpé's French. I never knew he was French. Wouldn't have got that one. Neto? Who the fuck is Neto? The fucking captain is who he is. Go on then, give me some others. I have no idea for this. Yeah, for those of you asking what went wrong with Sentinels, that playbook is 2 strats long. I mean, I kind of want to go back. Shall we go back now? Let's take a look at each of Sentinel's attack sides. Right, so round 1, full 5 A-man hit. Did they ever do anything else? So round 1, just a full 5 stack hit. Round 2. That would be funny if in round 2 it's that one kind of default round. Okay, round 2 they actually go for kind of a more default, which is funny. And they come and do an A split. Round 3, looks like a full 5-man hit onto A. Yeah. Round 3, just a 5-man hit onto A. Round 4, tried to be a full 5-man hit onto A, but they died before they got there. They took a timeout. After doing the same thing 4 times in a row. And did the same thing for a 5th time in the row. 5-man hit A. Wait, was this the next round? Did I miss one? Okay, this one I think they wanted to go for a fake. So on ecos they go for okay, on ecos they go down art. All 5-man B hit. Take another timeout. Full 5-man B hit. I mean, it's not looking good, is it? Full 5-man B hit. Four-man A hit with 1 lurk. Okay, so it's ever so slightly different. But still pretty much the same. What's up? Flat rank games have a deeper strat book? I mean, yeah. And look, there's nothing wrong with going for fast hits all the time. Like, if that's your philosophy of how the game should be played, like, that's absolutely fine. I have no problem with that. What's going on here? But then the last rounds were 5-man hits. I can remember those ones.
Second half.
Yeah.
When that dude on defense is just totally, he is so different. He is
So yeah, they
insane
literally.
on that half now.
So on,
You know what I want to do? I want to
so
hear
on
from
2
our other
ecos, they
coach.
ran
That's
something
right.
different.
We got that standing by. We're ready to go because we actually have Kaplan standing by. We have Sue ahead of map 2. What you got for us, Mix?
Thank you very much, as always, Golden Boy, Kaplan. Thank you for taking this quick minute to speak with us. I know that map must have felt bittersweet for you in that first half was absolutely amazing. Nothing could have gone better. And then it was just on that second half on attack where things seemed to fall apart. What are the biggest takeaways, and how did you get the team to sort of reset as you head into Split?
Sure. So I think, we've been really proud of how we've been playing in scrims, how our game plan strategies, how everyone's flowing together. I think we just need to keep it a little more simple. I think we were getting into post plants, and then we just played things a little bit different from how we usually do, and just said, hey, let's stay confident. Let's recognize that we just did things a little too different, and that's why it didn't work. Let's just make sure we keep it simple, do what we've been doing. Scrimmed a lot, so pretty confident if we just play how we practice, we'll be good.
Amazing. That's amazing to hear, and I'm sure the Sentinels fans here are very happy to hear that as well. Golden Boy, back to
You
you
can get
on
more
the
simple,
desk.
can you?
Thank you so much for that one, Smix.
Simple.
And yeah, very calm, Kaplan, and it's usually his demeanor. But I think it's also important to note that you need that kind of calm voice in those hectic situations. But something that he did say that I thought was quite fascinating was
I also seen that round when Pancata went on a lurk through mid when they did a 4-1 hit instead of a 5-1 hit.
Has to be a little
I
frustrating,
thought,
I'm sure.
Yeah, it's tough. That second half was brutal for Sentinels. But
Yeah.
I think to rewind
That's-
a little
that's
bit
too
to
much
talk
thinking
about
for
what
us.
was happening earlier, I thought they actually executed really well this composition
For sure.
that they were bringing out on their defensive side. The retakes, combining that Sova utility with their flash utility.
Maybe he
was
didn't
really
like the
well done,
fact
and
that
I
they
thought they
went
adapted
B.
to 100 Thieves well. The issue was, as it was so many times throughout the season, it was those
Maybe
end
he thought
of
they
games
should have
that was
kept going A.
closing out that it seemed to be an issue for Sentinels quite often.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the third time. By the way, these guys have only played 4 maps. This is the third time it's been a 14-12
How did I get a sub?
between these two teams.
You got a
Closing it
silver
out has
badge.
been
It's not even
tough
your
for both
first
of them.
sub.
It was tough for 100 Thieves the first time they actually met up. But now, as we're
I have to
kind of
wake
looking
up.
forward
Well,
towards
why are you
Split,
watching me
this
if
is
you
an
need to
interesting
sleep?
pick to me
I'm
for
the most
Sen, because
entertaining man you've ever
looked great
met.
on Split. This is a
And
map
none of
they've
you have
liked
even met me
since
other
this
than Nick.
iteration of the team is formed last year. Essentially the entire time.
Or
Because
that
you
one
get
guy
to
who saw me at
Vasa on the
VCT
race,
MEA.
and when it comes to that attack side entering, he is straight up better than Cryo, and that just unlocks a whole new, a new potential for rounds that they can gain that they were struggling to gain on Pearl.
And to harken back, the composition 100 Thieves is running, most of the teams here in Americas were going for the double duels. 100 Thieves was actually kind of the only squad that was going for this Raze Sage composition. That was
You're
really
great
good.
for
They had a
falling
lot of
asleep
executes
too.
based around locking off one side of the map with that Sage wall when they were going for the XX and late splitting it to side. I think of that pistol round they always ran that was A heaven into the A side.
Yeah, there'll be premiere guides. There'll be premiere guides for the maps that I haven't done them for yet. So I'm gonna do one for Chamber on Vine.
Lacking in Americas, but as we've already seen, I think
I'm
it
gonna do
also
one
gives
for.
this
well,
game
when
a
does it
lot
start?
of depth.
Maybe I won't do
Imagine
one for
getting
Chamber
that
on Bind,
voice
depending
into
on
the mix, a facet of
when that
but
starts.
let's take a look.
Whoa,
We're
there
playing
it
now,
is.
and it is the cryo
That is what I was
chamber.
Cryo
looking for.
chamber.
Mike loves the Cypher on this map. Historically, they've always ran the Cypher and the Sage, and teams have understood how to play against 100 Thieves, despite them being so good on the map, still getting wins. Cryo on the chamber is going to be.
Well, we saw
very
one chamber
interesting
be
to watch.
absolutely
I think
dog
that's gonna
shit
be
on
the
this
critical
map,
factor
so
here.
don't feel
Sentinels,
grateful.
They're going back to that double duelist they were running earlier
So
in the
it's on
season.
Thursday.
And it's been good for them. You can expect
Maybe I
these
won't do
fast
that
hits
then.
to take some of the pressure off of Tens.
But I'll definitely do one for Lotus
It's honestly very
and
similar between him
Split.
and Asuna taking pressure off their star Opper. But really, we have to look out for Cryo. He was electric on the defense on Pearl, and now he's playing the perfect agent to op on.
And we keep asking ourselves, is Chamber back?
Split one
We're
shouldn't
about
be
to
too
find
hard.
out
The Lotus
at the
one might
hands
take me a
of
bit of
Cryo.
time.
Let's go ahead and see how this one pans out and send it back over to your casters and find out how all this shakes up. It's Brent and Sideshow.
Yeah, let's get this one underway here. Map number 2. I mean, Josh, I feel like we're cursed as well to just watch these teams perpetually be playing into OT all the way to
Cursed?
distance. I'm not
I
complaining.
don't say
It's not
cursed.
quite a curse, man. It's a blessing at this point.
Yeah.
Seriously, maybe that's the subconscious slipping in, isn't it? but who knows? Listen, let's get this one underway. It's
How
Split
interesting.
that is the staging ground. We've already seen it. I mean, how do you rally back if you're Sentinels now after losing in that fashion?
Yeah, I mean, I think what Kaplan was talking about, focus on the fact that
What
you
role
know
do I
how to
play in
win.
my Premier
You've been
team?
doing it recently in your practice, and you just need to bring it to the stage. All of these players are familiar, they've got
depends.
experience,
Depends
they've
on
all
the map.
played matches
I would
before
normally
where
play
they
Initiator
started
and
out,
Controller,
stuck in, or
so
lost a big lead, and
my
bounced back and
roles.
won. They know it's possible.
Those are the agents
I'm
I play
very
most.
interested in how this chamber works. And for Sentinels on the attack side, it's going to cause a bit of pressure, but also in theory, the double duelist and the pace you can play at should be good against Cryo's chamber.
What are we going to see in terms of looks? That is a
Sentinels
heavy
pick
face.
attack
Look at this
side.
from 100 Thieves stacking with 4 of their players. It's a
Here's the
flash
chamber
being held
cell.
of some form of contact.
I think it's Asna's.
Pretty
I think
passive.
Asna's supposed to just take a crack angle over towards B Heaven.
And they're expecting
call
them
the
to
pop.
come up ramp.
Yeah, no one's taking the bait, though.
No, and
Just to
instead we're
kind
going
of-
to see a little bit of pressure onto Cryo. He's in a nice
Could
spot
be a
there,
number
pretty
one of
passive.
this comp,
Not
I
going to get
guess.
caught by any
There it is.
trailblazer or flashes.
See the new chamber buffs as well. He can play a bit of a wider angle. TP tucked behind into screens. Nade.
Does that clear it?
And down
Not
it
quite.
does not. Yeah, it's very tucked to the corner. Set it up with it. Why not? Grab 2 for your troubles.
What a mess.
Yep. Just raw spam coming out from the ghost there. No reload inside, but Markwell is known to make plays like that. And here's the flank attempt again.
Okay,
Straight
now
out of the
Derek has a
playbook.
difficult job.
Pull. That's what it feels like. And Pancada just uncomfortable. Not
So
knowing
caught
which
by
way to watch. Yeah.
Party's over.
It has to be the face from Tens. And it has to be
Bit of scene
clutch.
both.
Pull out the performance here. It's a double face up still. Left up to Tens. Here's the shot.
Oh, Stella was
Disengages.
reloading.
Dash back on line 3 in the round. Cannot
The
get
frenzy
the
is
form. It's
different.
Stella.
I think he was on the perfect amount of
Does the
health to
job.
just
Gets
get
the
one
pistol round
headshot
for
there.
his team.
And it's exactly what you're saying, Brent. The same kind of strategy coming out from 100 Thieves on defense.
Wait, another
They
chamber
play
on
around
Split.
mid
Oh,
super
Zolway.
heavily,
Go
push
to
it out,
bed.
and get a good flank for wherever Sen are popping. And Sentinels have been really pop heavy, grouping up as 5, getting into a site. This though,
I didn't get the
devastating.
second.
I don't really understand why they were so timid there to try and swing the chamber and trade him out.
Player standing.
Some lack of coordination there on how they were pushing off the back of the flash, perhaps. But Cryo being able to get 2 there is massive for them. And as Wyatt was saying on the desk, this starts to build the economy. This now puts it in a position where they can start saving up for Cryo to have an op. He's going to have one whenever he ults anyway.
Yeah, but why not double up? Makes it much more likely you're going to be able to get that one. They hit a jump spot and a pre-fire.
That's a headshot through the wall, I think.
Yeah, it might have actually been 2 players actually landing the shot as well. They timed that one up. Maybe a 3-2-1 swing, but
Yeah, a lot of damage.
healed up though. Trailblazer. Only spotting the 1, I believe, so some good information. Asuna. Oh, goodness, okay.
The blast back there to stop him getting punished, and the nade as well to hold people back. He's now got a lot of information on where Sen are playing, and you can see him calling for the rotates.
Yeah, giving this one up. A lot of noise being made here by Sen. Skipping and hopping. Bouncing up towards Heaven now on that ramp angle. There's a grouped up here, but when he gets into close quarters and with the Sheriffs in hand, you never know. You really never know. Nade dropped. What in the Lord's name is that? Oh my! I mean, Series of fortunate events here for Sen. It's a two-player advantage, and now completely Heaven control is there. 30 seconds.
They could
Sen's got a rifle.
They could pivot, but instead it looks like they're committing to A.
Onto the site and still anchoring towards the back. Into the corner here, it's Asuna. He's weak though. Weak and can't quite land it. So much damage being done.
And Stella decided to try and push through, seeing if he could use the distraction, but he only had a judge. Now it's all left down to Bang. Look at the weaponry on the other side of things here.
Yeah, it's exchanged hands.
I was talking about the economy starting to bloom for 100 Thieves. This is all the way down in the dust already.
Bang feeling like he has to play into it. Players are weak. There's chances.
Too stupid.
But it's got to be perfection. There's the first hurdle. Star online as a pull towards the back. Bit of a prediction. Oh, damage is certainly being done.
Depends on 2.
It's weak enough, yeah, but time is running short now. Spike's starting to tick further and further, and no chance in hell. Yeah, he realizes it. Bang just got to back away. Decent attempt at things, but I mean, Sen. I called them miracle plays here, but that nade, I don't know what the intention was for that. Maybe just to clear out Heaven, but I think it's
I think it was meant to go on Heaven, but it bounced.
Heat seeking.
Yeah. It chased Derek, and Derek had just team flashed. I believe it was Cryo too, who then is just completely alone, goes for a swing, and isn't quite able to deliver. Stella only has a judge. You see him there getting caught. Everything falling to pieces. And this is big for a couple of reasons. Obviously, it's big just because Sentinels get on the board, break the economy, etc. But like we were talking about, it delays the op getting into Cryo's hands. And when you have a player like Cryo, who is so defense-sided, so op-focused, he got 75% of his kills on defense on Pearl. I mean, if you can stop that momentum early, you're going to have so much more success.
Triple play. Oh, the timing of this one. Marvin's watching it, but it's already low. That is not clean yet. Okay, gets the job done.
The bro literally looking like me.
Yeah.
Last player standing.
And it is actually really clean here. Unless Stella can get anything done with the Classic, which does not seem likely, Sen are going to be able to keep all of these rifles going. And the economy's just blooming.
Yeah, there it is. Just holding.
It works though.
What a great,
casualties, yeah.
Great way to begin the attack side. Something that was a massive failure for Sentinels on Pearl. And an area that they've really struggled in. Both teams went 2 and 11 in first kills to first deaths on Pearl. Both teams on their attack side, 2 for 11. And in general, that has been something that's absolutely plagued Sen. Running the double duelist.
Enemy remaining.
Throughout the regular season, Zekken was winning about 46% of his opening duels. Ten's devastatingly poor, only winning 26% of his opening duels. So anytime you can get him firing, it's going to be excellent.
Back into the action, aren't we? Nade. Close left corner, but so much focus and emphasis being placed just into A main by Sen.
Again, trying to stop this round control.
Trying to take some mid control.
Again, it's going to be the main idea of this comp. We've seen it pretty much every round. Them coming towards A ramp here.
Press the advantage here, so.
And they're always trying to pincer in on this play. Now the thing is, because you got the chamber.
Small mistiming there. Could have been dangerous up in B Heaven, but instead
I must be putting my trips somewhere in here a lot.
The whole of mid control. Trailblazer comes up.
Chamber within range of
try
that.
And squeeze anybody.
Yeah.
Well, it seems a long way.
But there's no one home.
They're starting connected. You would have seen it. That squeeze going online. Good flash. Even better jump spot. Derek, no. Goddamn. He's not safe there.
That's no baiting.
But baiting, yeah. And maybe can get a bit of a payout for it. Wow.
Massive.
There's 2 for it. High ground angle.
The 10's also massive.
10's updrafting in the midst of all the chaos, in the midst of all the gunfights.
And leaves Pancada in a great spot to be able to collect anybody who's trying to come back through Heaven. The wall up for the moment, obscuring vision. Stella
That's
ready
not good
for
though.
anyone to try and swing through, but Pancada, again, plays slowly.
He might snake by this.
Swing attempt. Uh-oh. 5 bullets left.
You've got to be kidding me, bro.
Pancada gets out of there.
Bro, you've got to be kidding me.
He's very good. Still lots of time. Damage has been done. Still wants to go for it. Dropping down now. Just seeing the elbow, trying to force one of the fights out, but he does not know where this other player is. Still lands the headshot. Star laid down, but as it blooms, as it blossoms, it's Pancada who swings the return.
In the shadows. Why are you awake?
Pancada got the read perfectly.
Oh well, I guess it is.
About to pull out that snake bite.
Well, like
realized
almost
that
8
he'd been
o'clock
spotted
there.
in that corner somehow. Excellent awareness.
I'm back, baby.
And at the end of the day, Asna's gameplay.
What a blunder, what a whiff.
Roll Weedle. What a blunder.
Just a little bit.
What a whiff.
Felt like he had that moment where he just hung his teammate out to dry and got rewarded massively for it.
6:45. That probably is a bit
But
too early,
instead,
to be honest.
Sen
Yeah, what are
carry
you
on the
doing away?
pressure, knock 100 Thieves down. Their
You
ego
have a flight
suffering.
at 11.
And Cryo's still yet to have really any
Where are
moment
you
where
going?
he can get the op online, get his ult blossoming either.
I want to watch the
Poke
Ashes.
in the face of Cryo.
Ashes?
You know he wants to take the timing here, but his TP is so close to him.
They're going to be a save for 100 Thieves.
Really
They got
doesn't get him out of
Razor.
danger. Pushing through, the smoke gets watched
They're
for.
down in a 5v3, so it don't matter.
That pressure damage done to Stella. Cheeky attempt just to
Going
try and trade
back
it.
home.
The round has been slowed down entirely.
Where do Indians go on vacation?
Waiting to see if there's some sort of reaction.
Like,
but now
what's the
Trailblazer
stereotype?
Getting through
Place to go.
into heaven, doesn't spot any players. Asuna
Like
now
Brits
trying
in
to take up
Spain.
that space once more. Doesn't have a rifle. Does have the stinger though. Flash. What a time to take that, but the stinger doesn't get it done.
Yeah, Marv's able to pull out his Vandal just in time. They're all going to be heading into... it looked like they were going over towards A, but they're just making sure they re-clear behind them for a moment. Marv on that flank watch as everyone heads into Derek, who only has a sheriff.
Well, North
Does
Indian,
not
you
look
go
winnable for
south.
them.
If you're South Indian, you stay
It's
in
going to be
south.
Sen with another clean round. I mean, even the rounds in which
30 seconds left.
they're on the anti-eco, they're really just being able to save
Player
every
standing.
rifle.
Connection with the flash. Derek revealing his position. You're right. Yep.
And that lack of economic damage, it's going to hurt in the long term. Look at these players. Pancada, he's got 5.7. Tenzin Sassy with tons of money as well. They're not worried. Marv's just playing with his food.
No way.
I mean, this looks...
Marv good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
I mean, heads up from them, saving a kill for Sassy so we can build towards his ult.
Yeah, very nicely done. I mean, when they're thinking about those kind of details...
You know they're in control.
Yeah. But they were in control of the first half in the first map too. Side swapped.
100 Thieves.
But this should be...
Timeout.
theory,
Haven't
the
seen
side
much
where
value
Sentinels
from
have
this
the most
chamber.
Success, I think. Their double duelist composition should work very nicely here.
See how to get it done. Timeout. It's forced out. And yeah, we'll see it. Supporters coming out in droves. There's a queue out the door.
Opinion about
The line
pizza
of
on
10,000,
pizza?
They couldn't get in, Josh. Match of the century.
Probably
Yeah,
pretty
well,
good, I'd assume.
The wild part about this match is
Better
that it's
Mac
single
or Marv?
elimination.
Mac.
Yes.
You know, neither of these teams doing well enough to make playoffs in the regular season, so both stuck in that single elimination portion of LCQ, where one of these teams can
Where
potentially
do people
go on a run.
from like
One
holiday
match might be all it
destinations
takes
go on
to start the
holiday?
momentum, the snowball going, and
Like,
maybe
if you're from,
possibly have that
like,
dream of competing the champions this year. But guaranteed, one of these squads, the end of their season, the beginning of the off
If
season,
you're from a tourist destination, why do you go on holiday?
Excellent point.
It's going to be starting.
Yeah, just a hit again.
To
Just a
England?
matter of hours.
So it'll be the last time at least one of these teams plays in the 2023 VCT season. You gotta think that comes with a tremendous amount of pressure. Well, here we go. Timeout
Is
taken.
London a
100
tourist
Thieves.
destination?
For some
I mean, I
adjustments.
guess, kind of.
They can bring
Is it?
back the round differential. This time mid. Launching themselves deep into it.
Go for the
They'll
fast
drive
mid
dash
play.
by Tens with the flash to accompany him. Maybe set him up, but just backing away. The poke and prod. Biding their time now.
Trailblazer clearing things out, and Cryo getting posted on a much deeper angle. This is the round where Cryo's finally got the operator online. Look how deep he is on this kind of position.
Denied.
This is going to allow everybody else to start rotating away. Only Derek, who flashes up into A heaven and realizes that Sentinels are not quite there, but they always have the option of pivoting.
Asna has a showstopper though. Well, on the other side is Second. Lets the rocket rip. Moving forwards. Across his bang, holding close to the pillar position. And now you're finally seeing it. A return with a rocket and a return with a kill. Takes down the opposition.
Hit deep into side. Actually covers the whole
Look at the
side.
Viper's pit here on B. It covers everywhere, every part of the plant area. So even though Sen have the player advantage, this is going to be very tough to get the plant down.
Causes some difficulties.
How do you clear out the pit now, despite that squeeze? I mean,
Just a little
are they
fake
going to
tap.
wait for
30
Marv
seconds
to look all the way through here? He's worked himself into A heaven.
I mean, they can't possibly, surely.
There's 20 seconds roughly left, man, and he's going for the backstab here, but they're going to have to coordinate something to try and play this one forward. Snakebite to try and deny Stella with the counter spam. He's
That's
still
such
up
trouble.
and still alive. That means the pit is still in play. And here's Marv finally. The extra element I was talking about, the extra level to it. The backstab is there. Plan online, denied once more, and Stella still dodging around.
They
It's
couldn't have a
round
plan.
one.
Wow, what a pit.
What an ult from Stella there. That
What a pit.
absolutely wins the round for 100 Thieves. That is an ult from back spawn when you've completely given up the site that covers every inch of the plant spots. And it creates such an enormous amount of pressure on Sen to try and get the plant down. Even when they have every player dead, Stella's still going to be inside the pit, making it very difficult to NB. Sentinels had
4-2
opportunities there
massive
to
win.
pivot in
This is
either
the thing I was
direction.
talking about earlier.
But now that Cryo has Op online, this is going to change the entire dynamic of the map.
Free aim, just for the jump spot. I see both players, Cryo and Tens, face to face with the operators in that duel, but currently positioning
Surely Pancada knows the lineup for that.
opposite sides of the map.
I mean,
That doesn't leave him exposed
Ten's
if
just
someone
using his
pushes
attack
deep.
operator in a more passive kind of role to hold angles for the rest of his team.
I mean, Viper lineups
Not
with an
quite looking
over
to do the
easy.
Kang.
My ult's ready.
It literally tells you on the map.
Trailblazer now used though. Sassy pushing forwards. I thought there was a connection there, but Nade and a snake bite. It's good util being used on the defensive side. It's allowing Sentinels from taking some of that space.
Yeah, the trademark here is absolutely imperative as well. It controls, or at least gives information at the top of vents. And now as it's broken, Cryo realizes that he's going to get pinched. He's got to make something.
Pushes forwards.
Big kill.
Catches the lurk. Seeker still at his back, but look at 100 Thieves flooding and surrounding them. They've given them access to the heaven. And he put the question in their hands. Well,
30 seconds
such a white
left.
face by Marv, not favored. The reactions are just too damn clean right now. Cryo, a jiggle with the movement, trying to bait out a shot. It's Tens, his adversary.
Maybe a little impatient.
Head to head here, but they still need a way to get into the site. It's not looking likely. 13
save?
seconds left.
No.
Wants to
10
cover the
seconds
cross.
left.
Angle still held. Up onto the high ground, but he misses it. Tens now out in the open, wide. Asuna with the punish, and no time left for the plant. They face it, they realize it. Yeah.
Okay, 100 Thieves, nice.
Excellent opportunism there from Asna, making sure that he punishes.
Get the
and
off as
converts
well.
the 4v2. But it's Cryo
I do think though
to
that
me
100
is
Thieves need to get the
just showing the
probably
value
7.
instantly of that operator. Even when he gets pinched there, as soon as his trademark gets broken, he realizes he has to make some kind of play. And then here, you know, Marv really should be favored in that kind of spot. If he has a read that Cryo's tucked in that corner, he's close enough. He should be able to swing. But Cryo's reactions are so good.
Enough money though still for a buy for Sen. Konu is being kept honest.
Getting a bit low. Pancada's wonderful.
Operator. It's the thorn in their sides. The way that Cryo's being set up, just holding down at A angle. A repeat of the prior rounds, just using the Trailblazer to clear through and set himself up forwards.
Yeah, it's all the same kind of thing, but this time 100 Thieves are playing mid more aggressively.
Snake bite at the feet.
Interesting TP.
Nobody can really push past that one, but now looking to try and creep forwards, aren't they?
Satchel out.
Smoke fading.
Asuna was thinking about catching people there. He was looking to take the fight with the blast pack.
5 seconds left until there's a flash online for Sassy. There's a nade close to the corner.
Flash comes P main, doesn't see
try and
anything.
choke them out here. Beautiful nade as well with a spam. Skip and hop over it. Not a single bullet lands. Could have been a difference maker for a kill, but Stella survives.
This is a minute for Sentinels to just take mid control.
Yeah, and they are just being bogged. But all the util has been expended now. 100 Thieves don't really have too much left. Asuna doesn't. No flashes left available towards it. Dash forwards. Asuna still his claim to the kill here. Onto Tens. Forwards. Second time in the open.
First
What is
kill.
occurring right now? Reactions. Repositioning. Bang.
Wait, bang,
with
bang.
the two-piece.
Even gets the vulnerable on him with the
Give it
extra
up to
stuff.
Bankada. Tiniest of angles to watch. Down onto the ground. Players low enough, but his position rapidly approached now by the 3 remaining players. And again, no time on the clock. This is becoming
Okay, 100 Thieves.
repeated
Much
problem now for
better.
Sentinels.
Timeout
As
Sen.
long as 100 Thieves can leave Cryo in control of A and get him set up there with the Trailblazer, they just have too many people covering the rest of the map for Sen to deal with. There's 2 players permanently committed to mid. They can go and help B and assist Bang whenever they need to. And Sentinels had to commit 4 players for mid control. There was only 1 with the spike trying to come through Garage. I mean, when you're not pinching into B,
There's your timeout. They're gonna go back to taking A ramp control, surely.
Focus on the people coming through B heaven. They're struggling way too much with winning that map control battle, and then they don't have people in position to properly pinch into the sites. Now, having said that, we really don't know what to expect from either of these 2 teams in terms of what a good scoreline is going to be on this first half. We don't know. Listen, maybe 100 Thieves are going to be terrible on the attack side, and Sentinels have already done enough. We really don't know what to expect from these squads. But at the moment, it looks like 100 Thieves are rallying back, and much earlier than they did on Pearl.
Bringing it nice and even. You're exactly
My
right.
split feels so
Cryo being set up with
A-oriented
that
now.
default
It's to do with the
angle.
comps, really.
The amount of map control it gives.
So when you're
100
playing this meta comp that
Thieves,
Sentinels
it's
are,
Asuna
often you're going to see a
just
lot of
rotate
mirrors
the
of that
util,
comp right now.
using himself in and out with
The
Stella,
thing is with
using
that
the
comp,
snake
you don't
bites,
have any
and the amount
Sentinel,
of
right?
delay.
Obviously 100 Thieves do.
Yeah, I mean,
They've got the chamber. But
it looks
in
like
the
they're set
mirror,
up for it again here.
you don't have any
The Trailblazer
Sentinel,
just
so you're often
so
just going to
commonly
play
coming down
one
in
person
this,
here, one person there, one
long
person
angle
here,
over towards,
one person there,
I'm
one
surprised
person
there's no
there.
attempt of a punish being called here
And then
by Sen.
basically the idea is with the Viper here, you push this person back,
because I think if you
and
break
then
the
the kind of
Trailblazer
main
early,
idea would
right at the
begin
beginning when Derek's
to
trying
become to
use it,
pincer
it
on
makes
this
Cryo
guy here
less confident
and
being
make
able to
that
push up.
your,
Cryo
like,
is
make this
a
your pressure
fairly
point.
defensive player.
So obviously you need to take ramp to
You
do
know
that.
how he likes to fight. He's not just going to walk up on angles on his own usually.
How's my sleep schedule before
It's a
this
bit
game? It was
dodgy
fine.
here for Sentinels. Marv doesn't have a rifle. Spam, that is ridiculous timing. Look at the damage he's doing here.
That's so much.
Backing away onto Sassy.
And it's Sassy. It's the only player they can't heal back up.
Exactly. Rotation here of the smokes. Hopping up onto the boxes. Are we still going to see that same delay? It's spam into it. There it is. Dash forwards and attempt at a punish. Tens. He's going to dodge the nade at his feet. His teammates want at that.
Oh.
Away. Position's going to be found here. Still a nade to try and delay. Here's a Trailblazer. There's a nade. Rebounded off, but has he missed the timing? Pass and forwards is up to
kill with-
Bang. But Asuna,
got 3?
he's the one who collects.
The nade, the collapse. There's 4 players ready on B, ready, waiting for Sen. Again,
Gonna
because
save.
Cryo just controls the
Gotta
entirety
go
of
and
A.
save.
The trademark at the top of vents. He's watching the long angle. And remember that Viper utility that Pancada has down takes longer to cycle now.
Asuna is just a menace, man.
30
Holding that
seconds
top
left.
position at the back of stairs towards B heaven. The util's good to just to delay. I mean, Tens is forced to jump past the nade and just try and take advantage of it, but anyone who's trying to follow up just gets turned into mincemeat.
Okay, 100 Thieves, big.
This is a big
This time they
struggle
didn't
now
even
for
take
Sen
A
to figure
control.
out what to do.
Is it 4 rounds in a row now, I think, where the
10
time is just
seconds
running
left.
low, just getting delayed, and when they try and rush it like that, they're getting punished?
Oh.
Yeah.
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 Something's got to change.
I feel like going for a big A exec is also keep it simple, but would also have some level of value. When
Yeah.
Cryo's usually looking to take a more aggressive
Push
angle,
Cryo
not that
back.
he did in this particular round.
Get him off this
being
angle.
able to overwhelm him
Keep it
early
simple,
as
stupid.
he's trying to get set up there with the
Or a straight B
you know,
exec
double
as well.
duelist hard exec onto
I think
You
either
could even try
hard
and
exec.
double blast pack up, ramp, have
Doesn't
10
look
to
like they're going
dash
for it,
into
though.
heaven.
You have the tools to punish, you do. But it's what they're setting up for.
The G and TMV sense a
It's really
good
been
internet.
lackluster after that initial burst of rounds from Sentinels, and it coincides
The
exactly
NT in
with
deck
Cryo getting
1085 stands for nice person. 2 can play this game,
Retaken.
deck
100
1085.
Thieves now. Flashes. Like ships in the night, sailing past.
Here's that Trailblazer.
Yeah, and typically this is used with Cryo pushing aggressively on ramp, but last round playing a bit more passive. This is a contact play. Pushing up. Stella's holding the market angle, so Asuna can post himself so aggressively.
Yeah. Zekan may end up having to take a fight in mid here, but Asuna and Stella look like they're just happy holding these positions. You think about the Trailblazer, though, that Derek used. Even if Cryo isn't pushing up off the back of it, Sentinels have to assume it's a possibility he is. So they still have to be very diligent. Now they've used their own Trailblazer and did
my
not
God.
time it with the wall going down. That was so dangerous.
Yeah, very dangerous indeed. Sassy.
Got away with it.
Very
Could've
slow
played for his
again.
life.
It's like a complete opposite, complete
The
180.
50 seconds mark. Trailblazer was used. Trademark was broken into A heaven. And so it does add that extra element of uncertainty for 100 Thieves. Noted by Cryo's reposition with the operator backing away here. Flash round to the side. There's an A being used, but it's a pivot.
They head into B, really?
Yeah,
they have
rotating.
nobody coming from B main again. This is all going to be B heaven.
30 seconds
They've got the
left.
snake bite at their feet. There is
This
no
hasn't been
Asuna
working.
util. It hasn't, but Asuna's not here, so they don't have that to try and bog them down. They dash in.
Just gonna let it play. Maybe I'm not.
To the side! And Tens didn't feel favored for it, yet Stella. He falls. Asuna in the smoke. Looks like he wants to try and take a time.
They just spammed B main.
Here's the pit. Great time for it. Second
Wow.
coverage. It's
Sen, I
necessary
think,
now.
got pretty
The plan has to go
fortunate this
down. There
round.
is no punish.
Should definitely still play for kills.
Maybe thinking about calling it quits here. If you're
No
on
reason to
these.
say.
Retaking into the pit with the operator. It's 2v4.
They have extraordinary wealth.
Pretty sure they just
I'm not
spammed
sure that's going to avail them much.
into a
Yeah,
smoke
angle
here and
there
got
by
this kill.
Mavs.
And then this smoke faded at a
damage done.
literal perfect time for them.
Lovely movement.
Sometimes that's the way it goes.
Positions resets it. Zekken. Make sure it doesn't get messy. Make sure it doesn't get dicey.
And yeah, I think
Pick
you called
up
it
the
out,
up.
right? The big reason that they're able to make that work is that Asuna doesn't have his utility ready to go as they get into B heaven there. It was just a little further away from the action. And Stella also in a bit
Oh no,
of
the
a
smoke
odd
fade.
position, tucked underneath,
I'm
hoping that
lying.
he's going to be able to get cheeky kills on
Really,
people,
there.
dropping down from
See, it's
rafters,
difficult because your
but instead
Viper
gets cleared
died.
out.
If you're in a
Hard by
5v5,
tens.
you probably want to actually maybe even try and push B main
Still,
even.
rather than hide behind this box.
Cryo now is going to have the tour de force in hand. And
You
the same
clear out
defensive
all of
setup.
this,
I mean, they're not,
right, then
they're
your
really not
retake is
shifting things
kind
to-
of godly.
Here goes Cryo actually in mid. I thought he was going to try and take a ramp once more.
He's changed it up.
Hey, and look, the teleport
Why the fuck
put
have you
all
not
the way
got a
back
gun?
in B heaven, so he can take an early kill here.
Bro, buy yourself
Or
at
an early
least like
fight
a,
at least.
Does mean
a
that A
stinger
might
or
be
something.
weaker. Essentially just relying on.
We're round
Derek
11.
like this.
Who's,
And
who's
also,
the, who
you're
are the
relying on the
creds for?
conditioning that they're expecting Cryo to be over at A.
Yeah.
They just don't expect him to be playing mid.
TV to get out of there. Do they want to force the issue? Shot missed. Derek still at the back of the side here.
This
There's
is
the flash
single and
forwards.
yeah, this
Tens.
game.
Dropped off the operator. Dog, did it connect? There it is. Reactions. Asuna, he launched
Wow.
himself into the fray, and he's brought down and punished because of it.
Again, Sentinel's massive.
Kind of missing a shot with the operator. It's gifted to him prior. Still the tour de force. It's there.
Spike
In the
planted.
hands of Cryo. No one's giving him a sideline. No one is giving him an angle. Danger around every single corner. Smoke fades. Into it though, bang. Already taking the space. Into elbow, still watching. Onto the, just the shoulder or the elbow. A ridiculous shot to hit. Pancada still with the op. Stunned up into the corner. Sassy can't do a thing. Just left it up to him. With the Cosmic Divide there, this time, not making the same mistake of rushing into things. It has to be the rifle picked up, but it's being covered. Bang, towards the back. Stella just covering it, and as well, pushing right through. The punish in place.
Massive retake for
Great
100
work there.
Thieves.
I mean,
4v3.
Cryo's
Holy.
shot onto
Big
a
shot from
fraction
Cryo, but a bit of a...
target. Yeah. Just trying to bait out the operator shot with tiny, tiny jiggles, and yet
I think
Cryo's still
Sentinel's a
good for
bit,
it.
bit odd
The
there, really.
reactions are just ridiculous.
I was wondering about that. I was wondering what was going on there.
Asuna loves
Enemy remaining.
being the tip of the spear for this team. It really increases the pace that they like to play at, but yeah, I'll be happy that his team won that one. Yeah.
It's a narrow lead. So even between these two teams.
It really has been.
6-5.
And yet it's been streaky.
Fast A hit.
Back and forth, but in long
raise
consecutive
up, though.
periods.
This time it's really all in for Sen. Fully grouped up. Trailblazer this time directed towards the side. Showstopper dash forwards up in the air. It's exchange on either side. Who knows what's going on? But Tens does fall and it's covered into the elbow. Holding the line. Stalwart defenders reinforcing themselves as well. Players are swarming onto the sides and everybody is just falling.
Oh.
Scattered to the wind. It's left up to Pancada once more with a dog chasing right behind him. All but wrapped up for the half here. Should be looking like that 7-5.
And Pancada left in the same spot that he was in the final round of Pearl. Just knowing that game's over for this one. Having to go back and think about things as the rest of his team looks down the wrong end of a 7-5 half. And if they couldn't do it off the back of a 9-3, what does that mean for them here? It could be completely different, of course. It's been so long since we've seen these squads.
Getting cheeky with it.
And Cryo closes things out in just perfect fashion. As soon as they got the op into his hands, it was a game changer.
Okay. 7-5, and yeah, this was 4-1.
Way more resources, manpower over towards the B and mid sides of the map. And just completely shut Sentinels down.
I did say they needed 7.
Wasn't it? Well,
They did get to 7.
Send it down to GB.
Which I did not expect when it was 4-1.
Thank you so much for that, fellas. And yes, 100 Thieves currently sitting at 7-5, and it's very clear that coming into this one, all eyes were obviously going to be on the impact fraggers for this team, right? Cryo, Asuna. I think without a doubt, 100 Thieves definitely delivering, and if anything, Asuna has really proven why when that kid's on the raise, man, you got to watch out.
Chamber good or Fragger? I don't think we've seen a ton from the
that they managed to bring into this
Chamber.
Let's go Sentinels.
One round with the Vipers
Hujin.
100 Thieves, I think, is
The
continuing
banana,
to show us that this team
banana
is
Rama
going
himself.
to bring out new creative things as we've seen on.
Let's go
on
Sentinels.
in the past.
Oh!
Now with this new comp, still doing it.
Imagine being a
This round was
Sentinels
the one
fan.
that brought them
And
back,
and not
they
in the
built
year
such great momentum.
2021.
By the way, like, what is that Viper's put anyway?
Or
It covers the
2020.
entire site, every single spot you could plan.
Yeah, there you
Like,
go.
that has to be some kind of
This will be in
TikTok,
one of Woohujin's videos, I'm sure, this Viper's pit.
Like, they definitely didn't cook that up themselves, I guarantee you. But either way, like, that was the momentum shift right there. Like, winning that round, getting the op up on Cryo.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah, and now looking towards this second half, the player that I think you have to watch out for is going to be Asuna, as you were mentioning. He was insane in the first half, but on these attacking sides for him,
I didn't know a Viper's pick could go that far.
A little bit more. They
Cover the
normally
whole
want this
plant
guy
site?
to be that primary entry, and
From a
he's
safe
consistently
CT
great
spot.
on the raise here on Split.
Yeah, I think one of the
Holy.
questions that Sideshow had asked is like they couldn't get it done on a 9-3, baby, but now they find themselves here in an even closer situation. Can Sentinel,
Will I
what
clear
does
Woohujin
Sentinels
in
do
game?
to pull
I think I've
themselves
got
back
better
into this
aim
game?
than Woohujin,
Pistol
to be
round is
honest.
very important here. You have to start off strong. You got to win this pistol round and not get eco'd.
That's what you have to start with. But the question is, what can you build from there for Sentinels? This double duelist comp, they're
See, Woohujin keeps telling people that, like,
on this defensive
you
side,
need to,
particularly when it
like,
comes
move
into
and
the
stuff
through
to
takes.
aim.
But again, you're playing against this
You know,
new
you
comp
need to,
from
like,
100 Thieves that I think
focus
is gonna
on
really wanna
movement and
slow
stuff like
the
that
game
and
down,
small
play
tapping.
into that
I'd say
mid-round.
just
And if 100
hold
Thieves
down
can
mouse 1.
punish Sentinels' likely kind of goal of re-pushing to clear space on the mid-round with the double duelist and call
I'd
their
say just hold
mid-rounds
down mouse 1.
correctly, this really is
Work
their
for
game to win.
Marv.
Yeah, this is it, folks, for 100 Thieves, an opportunity for them to move on to this competition, but Sentinels have to force their way back into this series. Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
Can they do it? I mean, Baby Boy set it up.
See you in
has to
Dallas,
start with
buddy.
that pistol round to try
Yeah,
and
exactly.
break even. And expectations, you know, there's still that level of uncertainty. Month and a half of practice for all these teams. You
What
don't
does
really
this
know what
mean?
we're gonna
Well,
get.
that was one of the
Yeah,
funniest
but
things.
I'll tell you,
What
100
does
Thieves
this even
pistol rounds
mean?
have been looking elaborate so far. They've put serious
Okay.
work and time into drawing up specific pistol round
Here it
strategies.
is.
They usually like to double blast
This
pad
one just is,
up towards A round. This time just going for a full A exact.
Yeah, straight.
Full A
There's no
exact.
one home.
Into the site, completely ignoring heaven, ramp, whatever, trying to get that plan down, but a nade sails right over
Get
the
it
top. You have
down.
to respect it, so bang. This the plan pulled, a lot of delay, out in the open. It's just spam again.
This could get really silly over towards ramp. Cryo's got his rendezvous in a position where if he uses it, he's just going to be on top of these players.
Yeah, I'm ready. Let's go stupid here. Moving forwards, try and take the fight towards them. It's barreling with a player advantage. Ghosts and headshots being found. Second and 10's leading it for them. Nade regains, rebound. Cryo. On top. Oh, he's on top!
It worked.
It's 3 kills and he might have just salvaged it.
I'm telling you, we're getting silly.
They gotta win this fight, and they didn't.
It's Asuna. He's cleaned up, but Cryo, last one left. 5 health. The gap into the smoke. Pancada's
Massive
watching
win
it.
for Sen. Massive win. Everyone on 100 Thieves there just could not get a kill
As
as
soon
in
as he
Cryo.
put down the rendezvous, I knew that was getting a bit stupid, but I mean, love the idea. Didn't quite work for them though, and Sentinels pick up a very important round here. Are we going to see the players have to react to it?
Yeah, Derek probably should have got
Earlier
one
while they
kill
were
here,
clearing this area out.
to be honest.
But look at this. Rendezvous up top. Sassy realized instantly, but he had his utility out in his hand, and he just couldn't quite figure out how to punish the play. Nevertheless, Pancada's got his back, cleans up the final one, and they're able to secure it. It's big to get them back in.
Looking like as well. Direction leading towards that 7-7.
Okay, no 100 Thieves force. They have been a proponent of forcing them.
It's close to the corner. Maybe I spoke too soon. It's a lovely first kill, but Mark still holds his
Meowth
ground.
indeed. Give him the shadows.
Holds the line.
She's selling my 100 Thieves till I've gone past the point of insanity.
Now we see contact plays here. Snakebite plays a close corner here. Mark forced to use some of that util Dog trailing him down, but he's got support from the rest of his team. Pancada supplementing it. Derek ripping off heads, but Tens eats him. There's an upgrade for you. There's a kill. They're brought down to 47 health. It's a 1v2. Single shot of the Marshall will do it. Tens should be favored. Misses it. Shot goes wide and backs away. Kyle's like, okay, plenty of time left.
Plenty of time, but no access to the spike. I mean, the spike is so far down on B here.
They
The cryo's weak. Like you said, one shot from the Marshall. Body shot, whatever. Should be clean for Sen.
They're very aware. And look, this is cryo. Knife out to try and take a timing. An unexpected one, but we can
not working?
need to be taken to convert it. So
It didn't for me.
It was
Maybe that's
expensive,
just me.
though. Sentinels are not going to be coming in here with a really hot bonus round with.
But it's probably
a
you
ton
being
of
an L
weaponry.
mod.
100 Thieves kept it suppressed a little bit. That's going to make things easier for them to hold the momentum. I think a big question, though, for 100 Thieves is how do they get value out of cryo on this half of the map? You think back to the old chamber meta when it was super dominant. It was about your entry player being able to make a ton of space, and then the chamber cleaning up.
Need a big half from Derek. With this comp, your Raze and your Sky are gonna have to do
exactly have
not like all the work, but you know they're gonna have to have good halves. Really.
Can't quite dash in. Doubling up that aggression. Pretty big reliance on Asuna to be that spearhead. You mentioned it earlier, Josh. Loves to be it, so...
Yeah, and he's been good at it, too.
Yeah.
Especially on the Raze. And his Raze has been significantly, I mean, more impactful, I would say, than a lot of the other roles that he's played for 100 Thieves.
Interesting read here.
We got the
He's only
deep
spotting
chip
the one.
in towards
Not
B.
gonna be used. We cleared out. Single shot will do it.
So they're kind of keeping their options open even with 1 minute 4. They might come and try and
to make sure
come
that
up,
nobody
take
can go for a
ramp,
reactive
try and
push
pinch
out
on this
through
guy
the main.
here.
And instead, he's setting up for the fight happening in B heaven. This is just going to
Who
keep
else drew an
kind of
arrow
information
here?
around the map.
So yeah, they're gonna try and come and
Flash
come
connects.
towards vents, but now the
At
call
least one
comes in to
player's
just
there.
fully go away as the time comes down.
already approaching towards
Recall
ramp.
this trip
And look,
just as these guys
he
push.
pulls back and the trademark disappears, now they go for that same B main push I was talking about. So there's 3 players here on Sentinels. They know it's going to be an
30
A-hit.
seconds left. How do they fight this one? There's a pull at their feet. A Satchel's placed.
There you go, now you gotta get through.
They're vulnerable up. And there's so much damage being done. There's 100 Thieves chunked down. It's brought to the
Massive
wire.
trouble.
They've been bogged down playing it a little
So
bit
100
too
Thieves
slow.
need 7, I meant
The weapon advantage
10.
might just be skirting away from them. Face into the corner. The rifles, the stingers, everything at work. It's up to Stella. Damage certainly done.
Okay, massive win for Sen.
An 8-7
Massive.
Sen.
I don't think 100 Thieves can do this.
Bottom of the barrel stuff.
Yeah, a monstrous round for Sentinels to get. They stacked the
What
correct
happened that
side,
round?
had the read that it was going to be A. They had 3 players there, committed.
pushed B main
They
at a good
grabbed
time.
Well, snake bite out, ready to stop.
And yeah, they had 3
They're
players
going
on
to
A.
roll and taking decay damage, then
And
they're vulnerable
the
up by
Utah
the
was good
pull,
from
by
Sen
the snake
and
bite.
100 Thieves.
It just makes those
Like they're gonna
lower
need
weapons
Asuna to get,
hit
like I said,
so much harder.
that's where if you're gonna go for a full 5A stack there, don't love the call from
100 Thieves were playing very slowly on their attack half.
Felt like it was
on
very
Pearl
slow
too,
and
I
then
think
a bit
that
of
was
a
big problem for them. And we just saw it bite them
okay.
once again.
Like I was pretty sure.
Propped up. What is occurring there?
I was pretty sure with this trip and the way that they started off that they wanted to do this. Right, and then maybe come back and do a B split or keep their options open to then pivot back A if they need to.
Here's the footsteps.
What is
Pancada.
that?
He rushes forwards.
What are you doing?
Trying to plug up the defenses. This is all over the place, man. Sewers controls there. The Seeker's ripped off as well to try and clear a path for them. And now a pivot over towards B. Running away. Got nothing to do with the other side of the map. Still grouped up here. Keeping it up to Marved, but playing off site. Safety in numbers. They
full
realize that
retake.
with the weapon advantage on top
Not
of
gonna
it.
come and
Happy to
retake
give them
heaven.
control of the
Got 2
site.
flashes.
But this also means that they're giving control of key angles to Cryo.
Snake bite.
Although to be honest, at the moment he's not playing with them.
Yeah. Just watching for the heaven angle, but now, wow, this timing, yep. Bait and switch, there it is. Ramming it down with a rifle, Marved. What a player.
Okay.
And they sweep aside any level of resistance from 100 Thieves. Cryo
God,
not
this
impactful
was
in
such a
that
late
sense.
day. Can I stay up till 4 AM? I don't think I can. I think 3 is my cutoff. If 100 Thieves don't win this
cleanup
map,
with the
which they're
economy
not going to,
advantage.
I've got to go to bed.
Unless a team staring down, you know, okay, losing in the fashion that he did in map number 1. Disadvantage when you get into the
I'll
second
stay up
half
for
of this
4
map
for
here.
these mid teams.
Might have faltered, but not for Sentinels. They got that veteran presence.
It's
now
bind.
leading
You
with
know
2
if
rounds
it's
to
bind,
themselves.
it's going to be
Forcing the
horrific. It's
timeout
going to
from
be
100 Thieves.
awful.
100 Thieves are going to take attack here. I mean, it seems
443,
absolutely
then
needed.
go
They
to
haven't been
bed.
able to put a single round on the board on their attack side. Remember, 100 Thieves' attack side was dreadful on Pearl. I mean, we were talking about how good the comeback was. You can only have a comeback that large by having a horrid first half. They were 3-9 down, weren't able to really make use of all of the mid control that they were getting. Couldn't split into the sites properly, went 2-11 in first kill to first death.
Yeah.
And it's looking like at the moment,
Look, I got up at 4 AM for all the Masters games. I'll stay up for all of the Champs games. Don't worry about it. You know, when they go to 4 AM, I'll be there. But this battle of mid, to watch two teams that won't know how to attack, like, both teams will be lucky to win an attacking
there's different
round.
ways that you can increase tempo. Increasing tempo doesn't just mean we're going to rush A or rush B. It can mean we're going to look to fight more aggressively for map control. We're still going to
They're both going to play
for mid
Chamber,
and for A ramp, but we're going to do it
and
earlier in
they
the round.
won't
We're gonna
win.
go deeper
They
than we
might.
were before.
I'm going to say
We're gonna
this
put
right
more
now.
pressure.
If we go
We're
to
gonna force
bind
those fights.
and they both
See
play
evidence of
Chamber,
that now.
I mean, this
between them,
this just looks like it's going to
they
be a
will
fast
win
pace.
less than 6 rounds in at least
Who's
regulation.
watching it? Tens onto the ramp hanger with the operator, taking the peak, taking the angle. Shots there, but Sassy seeks to claim a prize of his own. Shot did go wide. Second one also missing. That's a dash.
I mean, what the
back
hell's
to a pull.
Tens playing
Try and
on?
push them back. Nade rebounds off over the top.
On
Sure,
bind.
nobody can play up into that heaven position. You can see just how
Chamber
brutal this
probably,
util is,
right?
but again, the shot's just not quite there still. There's that player advantage that's still kicking. For Sentinels, if they play it safe, cool, calm, and collected, slow
And I
down.
said
attack,
buying
they're
comps
still
like
gonna be
crazy.
favored.
I mean,
Yeah,
look how
he's
much
saying
control
that
map 100
because he
Thieves
wants
have
you to
here.
watch.
They can pivot in many different directions.
They're
They
just
have
going to play
ability
the
really to
normal
go
comps
even all the way
with
through
Chamber.
spawn over to B, hop down,
Reyna?
go
Oh,
through vents.
maybe
I mean,
Reyna.
they have tons and tons of different options here. And this is what I mean about
It's time
increasing
they
the tempo.
commentate
They still have
around,
50
but-
seconds to play with right now. This isn't some kind of late round hit, but they've got to use the control that they have and figure out what the best direction to go in is.
Orb gained.
So much pressure on Cryo here to just hold down Heaven on his own.
Yeah.
He's got to be worried about multiple
Smoke
spots.
fades. That's a wrong timing for him, but
Oh,
again,
again,
another
the
shot.
timing is
Just
so
going
bad.
wide, Stella.
Stella hits a nice
That was
shot.
a pre-fire walk, but it's just pure brilliance on display. Sassy seeks to make the most of it, holding towards the back angle, but he's brought down and traded. Viper's orb going down.
You
Stella
died to
close
that?
the corner. Where does he expect?
How have you died to
Second.
that?
He's got a neutral
How have
kill
you
with another
died
nade
to a
online,
nade that you
leads it
saw
into
coming from a
1v3.
mile away?
Wide of face by Asuna will be punished.
What excellent control by Sen to be able to get up to double digits. Just allowing 100 Thieves to have so much control of the map and yet still being able to be in good positions to retake. It's so reminiscent of the way
What's
that they were
Sen's
playing
problem?
A
They
on
haven't got a
Pearl.
problem. Well, both teams
They
attack
didn't
sides
care
as
in the
well.
first map where the 100 Thieves took the entirety of mid.
Yeah.
Because they weren't converting once they got to the site. And Sentinels had been running their retakes
How do you not
over
get
and
out of
over.
that?
It was about the only good thing when you look at the stats that both of these teams were doing in the regular season. They were both still winning about a third of their retakes, which, while it might sound bad, is actually fairly decent. Most of the time when teams get plants down against you,
I feel
you're
like
not
I
in a
got
good
robbed
spot
a bit by
to pull off a
I
big,
feel like this is right
miraculous
admitting that
retake.
they don't like
But
me.
Sen have been
So other
solid
people
with
got
them.
Wingman and other people got Dizzy
Approach here on either
and
side.
Thrash, and I got Mosh. I feel like I got the worst of the
At their
4.
disposal.
If 100
Jesus
Thieves can't win this one,
H.
then it might
Christ.
just
Look at
be
these
game
boom
over.
bots.
You're expecting both teams to invest super heavily in the ult department here.
It's a massively pivotal round.
And once more, Trademark goes down in B main. You're expecting Cryo to potentially drop off that angle and still retain presence
Mosh
there.
is the cutest.
Calm
It's
to
probably the
begin
best
with, but
pillar
you're
of
gonna
the
see
ball,
it.
to be honest.
Satchel skips across just in
Has
case an
Asuna
operator
played
holding that
Raze?
angle. Nade. Push back and punish.
Yeah, possibly looking to
Scene,
showstopper.
second with a showstopper! Satchel forwards and sprayed in the air! It's not accurate. And second somehow makes the most of it. How's he gotten away with that? Retreats back towards the staircase, gives up the space, and now that it's going to be scaled up on by
No more
100 Thieves, but
guess
they've
with
lost a
DMB.
player once more.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Here's the pit from the high ground position. This is a weird
Oh,
one, isn't it?
Stella's just
Drop
been...
down, creates a bit of an opening, tucks herself into spawn, spam from Marv. Sen, they have control of this one in terms of the positioning. They can swarm this one. They can spam these angles.
5v3, but into a Viper's pit is still so difficult.
5v2 now.
I mean, surely this is enough numbers to be able to get it.
Surely, sure, with the spam angles. I mean, bang. 33 health, pushing forwards, right through it, still alive. Stella is the active participant and he needs to stay alive. He does do just that, but with the counter spam, it's Pancada.
Jesus.
He follows the traces. It paints a happy trail right towards a round win.
And look at that, even with 5 players alive, it's
It's
still
better
took the
match.
final
Incredibly
one.
mid.
A
It is
series
incredibly
of-
mid, but
I always hold my
it
breath.
is my job.
Listen, when the Vibers pit's on, I don't. Listen, 3v5, 2v5, it doesn't matter.
Palmania, if 100 Thieves win this game, tomorrow Palmania, I'm
They didn't
expecting
even get
5
the
more
chance to
gifted.
invest the showstopper because the tempo was ripped away from them by Zekken. With this play,
Because they ain't winning this one. Let's be honest, their attack side is god awful.
to try to avoid it.
But they haven't
he
won an
still
attacking
goes down.
round yet. But
Can't use the big entry tool that they had access to. And Sen end up with a massive player advantage converting.
I'm pretty sure they're starting defense side, so 100 Thieves will win this
Puts
game.
100 Thieves in a very rough spot.
They're starting defense side on Bind, I think.
Economy is
But if they
good.
aren't, then they'll lose.
Spoke about how important it was. Stingers.
Or maybe it's a sign from the gods.
Purchased. A lot of ults committed on top of it. Sen setting themselves up for a slam dunk. That 12th round, getting one step closer, claiming the map, bringing us to a third.
I feel like we saw, you know, set tactics on Pearl a little bit for when they had these eco rounds, which I'm not really seeing here on Split. I was
No.
expecting Asuna to get much more aggressive to try and find value out of double
gonna
blast
be a
back plays
straight B
with
split,
a
that's
stinger
all it
or
can
with a
be at this
showstopper
point.
supported in some way. It's been so slow the whole time.
Ultimate divide.
What is that? This showstopper is just walking up mid.
Into mid, Asuna alone, but it lands anyway. Gets
So
the
they're trying to
target.
fake
Second.
it.
He's
Oh,
wondering
they
exactly
use
what
this
was going
bit.
on. Here's Tens
another
moving around.
TikTok Viper's
Yeah,
pit.
it's the Viper's pit. Something must be going around. Tens, he's just trying to slam them as well as they're trying to take control of it. Knife still hitting. The refresher's there. Into the pit with the right clicky faces. All of them.
360 for their style points as well.
This is absurd. The pit's still up. Spike planted, of course. Smoke here. Derek doesn't want to fire to give away his positioning. Half onto the defuse. Needs to land the flick. He will not do so. Shut down. As it was preordained. There's that 12th round for Sentinels.
Something
And it looks
cosplay?
heavily likely
Bro,
at this point.
everyone
We're going
learned
to
that
three.
from Tens. Tens is the OG.
So many questions about what both of these teams were going to run, whether we'd
Hold
see role
W.
changes, comp changes. I think a lot of people were excited to see Asuna pull out the Rays and Cryo potentially play Chamber, but it's not working on their attack side. Both maps, attacking has just been so poor for 100 Thieves. And we thought we were going to say potentially the same thing for Sen, but you know, they really got a couple of good rounds in there. In a streak in the first half here on Split.
It's explosive.
One of the first times that we see Asuna go for this double blast back. And he sprayed down through a wall.
Yeah. Split changes. That was a while ago, but yeah. Opens up that angle for the pre-fire.
And a nice flash from Sassy there.
Yeah,
as
this
well
one's
to make sure
over.
that nobody else pushed
GG.
up behind Asuna. And
The
the
0
Trailblazers
rounds
using
on
all of
attack.
this Sky utility to
Holy,
make sure that A
8
is
in a
clear.
row.
And now they can focus a little
I
bit
said they
more
needed
elsewhere on the
7.
map.
I meant 12.
Just a very standard setup. Cryo looking to try and equalize.
Yeah, he heard the jump spot. He's hoping for another peak. It's a 4v5, and this is for everything in the map itself.
Cryo really has to be the difference maker here. He doesn't normally like to attack side up this aggressively, but he's going to have to now.
Yeah.
His team needs it.
Needs to be the impetus.
Oh, it's a fake play towards B potentially, or a double pump. Hard to tell really what 100 Thieves are cooking here. Astra stars over towards A. The spike was in that direction. Now they come back to Cryo.
Out in the open, they know the Cryo's there. Jumps down, punished in the end. Second. He takes out 2 of them. One's a bit more, taking a fight straight to them with the nade. Eventually fading away, but it's a 2v4 now. Play together, and it should be sailing it away. Derek, quick reactions. Snaps towards the side. Sassy meets him near sighted.
Nice
Into
from
the angle,
Sassy.
into the corner. Pre-fired. It's damage done to a multitude of targets, but it matters not. Sentinels and 100 Thieves. We are destined to go to map 3.
How could it be any other way? After the blinder of a map that was Pearl, we get rewarded with a comeback from Sen. And there are worries now with the attack side of 100 Thieves. They recovered it. In that first map of Pearl, it took everything from them, but their defense side was good enough to make up for the qualms there. Now, though, you see what it looks
I
like.
want to send you on
when they're
over
not
to
able pull off
Bala
the masterclass on the
T-Dub.
defense side.
Goodbye,
A
everyone.
7-5 half, not enough. This is going to introduce some really interesting questions for Bind, because if I had to guess, I think them playing the Raze Chamber on Bind, that feels like an obvious, right? A slam dunk. If you're going to play it on Split, probably you're going to end up playing it on Bind too.
It's going to be a real possibility. This match is delivering. Seeing such high peaks in terms of everything on this